Zishan region was a monster-occupied region, and the governor's residence was in Zishan City. Inside the residence, a man remarked that even if it was a wedding banquet, it was a little too extravagant, especially since they were in a period where they were all short on supplies. But another man commented that after all, it was the alliance marriage between the governor and the biggest financial group in Zishan, the UNU Financial Group, and it was also the first ever marriage between humanity and the monsters, so as the first symbol of peace, the celebration is naturally going to be grander than usual. The man inquired if the other was not going to it, and the other man responded that he has no appetite, and as he questioned just what exactly the special hunter unit is doing, that they even let a little beggar slip into the assembly hall. He grumbled that the poverty being emitted leaves such a sour taste in his mouth. The little kid went to the table and requested the maids if they could give him a piece of blueberry cake because it was his little sister's birthday that day. But the maids looked at him with disdain, and as one of them inquired if the kid didn't understand what she was saying, another demanded that he should hurry up and scram because it was not a place a lowly beggar like him should be coming to. Suddenly, the maids looked terrified as a huge figure loomed over them. It was a huge monster, and he asked the maids if they just stated that there were no more blueberry cakes. One of the maids addressed the monster as Sir Great Monster, and she was about to say something, but she was cut off. The monster picked the kid up and declared that he guessed he would just use the kid as a replacement for his snack before his meal. The maid did nothing as the monster raised the crying kid towards his mouth. She tried to mention that they still have blueberry cake, and she looked so horrified as she heard the crunching sounds. The kid's blood was spilled on the floor. Suddenly, a rock hit the monster in the head. It was a little girl, and as she shouted that the monster should give her brother back while raising another rock, one of the men observed that it was the little girl who just did that. The man also addressed the monster as Sir Great Monster and warned that he was coming over, so they should hurry up and get out of the way, and another man advised that they shouldn't get implicated because of the little girl. The monster leaned towards the little girl, and he boasted that her brother tasted pretty good. The little girl was crying, and the monster taunted that she should also be a pretty delicious snack. Meanwhile, on the other part of the residence, a man announced that thanks to the great governor, they have come to an agreement for a ceasefire, quelling the flames of war between humanity and the monsters. He added that the Zishan region has also begun to recover and rebuild, so the quality of life of the ordinary citizens has also rapidly begun to return to the level it was at before the war, and they were looking forward to the bright future that lies ahead of them. He expressed that everyone is extremely grateful towards the governor's esteemed self and that their Jinchi financial group would also like to offer a bit of their help in rebuilding the city. The man was President Jin, and with his wife sitting on his lap. The governor acknowledged that President Jin has already provided a great deal of support to their troops. So naturally, he won't forget about his contributions, and he inquired if President Jin was satisfied with the position of the bank president of the Zishan Reserve Bank, in addition to a position as a board member of the China Merchants Group, to which President Jin affirmed that he is extremely satisfied. And he expressed many thanks for the esteemed governor's great display of benevolence. Meanwhile, one of the men who was listening commented that it would make anyone envious because President Jin really scored big by obtaining those two lucrative positions. Another man stated that there was no big deal about that because, when compared to the gains of the UNE Financial Group, it's completely worlds apart because the cunning old fox Yuan Zhenian already relied on the monster's help from the very beginning, occupying around half the property in all of Zishan region, and he clicked his tongue and observed that it was to the extent that even his treasured daughter, Yuan Jia, is willing to be married off to the governor. He speculated he was afraid that their prospects would be limitless, and the other man noted to look at the poor little bride and the contrast compared to the frightening build of the governor, and that hopefully no one gets killed on that big wedding day. Suddenly, someone clapped their hands. It was Yuan Jia, and she announced that since all the honored guests were all there, they would move forward according to plan. She requested that the hunters block off all exits and not let anyone leave, and she assured that everyone shouldn't be alarmed because the leader of the rebel army is hiding among them at that current moment, so they will be able to quickly apprehend him and it will be over in an instant. One of the men demanded Yuan Jia just what she meant by that, and as another man questioned her if she was planning on using all of them as bait. The first man protested that he didn't care about Yuan Jia, but he definitely didn't want to stay in a place with people from the rebel army as it was too dangerous. The hunters guarding the door requested that the guests exercise restraint because everything is within Yuan Jia's calculations, and they will guarantee the safety of all guests there that day. But suddenly, the door burst open, and it sent the two hunters guarding it flying while something huge went past the guests. Suddenly, something started to pour down like rain, and the guests were horrified when they realized that it was blood. It was the monster from earlier, and someone announced that in order to celebrate the governor's wedding, they wanted to give everyone a little gift. A man was carrying the monster's decapitated head, and while blood was dripping out from the head, he asked if he came at a bad time. The guests were terrified when they saw a monster's corpse. They asked what was going on, and as they decided to run, one of the guests remarked that there was actually someone who dared to do that kind of thing on the governor's big wedding day, and he asked if the man was crazy. Another guest asked who claimed earlier that they would guarantee their safety and declared that they should hurry and deal with the crazy bastard. Yuanjia stepped forward, and she stated that the man was the rank-wanted criminal, Zuo Kai. She explained that earlier, she was busy dealing with the rebel army forces and didn't want to personally deal with a minor character on his level, but he made his entrance at just the right time, as she would just use him as her first gift to the groom. Yuanjia mentioned that she would also inform Zuo Kai of another piece of information. She revealed that at that current moment, she had already sent hunters to the martial arts center that took him in, and their original goal was to use the martial arts center as bait to draw him out, but since he was not there, everyone he knows has probably already been completely massacred. But Zuo Kai was not worried, and he responded that if they have already undergone his training and still get killed by the trash Yuanjia has sent, that would mean that they are also trash, so if they are trash, they deserve to die. Yuanjia expressed that she doesn't like stubborn men like Zuo Kai since it usually means that it's compensating for another part, usually not being hard enough. She ordered the hunters to go capture Zuo Kai, to which the hunters acknowledged. They all charged towards Zuo Kai, but Zuo Kai was unfazed. He just confidently stood there and remarked that it was some commendable loyalty. Suddenly, multiple slashing movements hit the hunters, and they were hurled into the air as Zuo Kai passed by them, and he noted that it was too bad that they couldn't even tell the difference in strength. Seeing the defeated hunters lying on the ground, Yuanjia couldn't help but ask how it was possible that one S-rank hunter and 3 A-rank hunters were all defeated in an instant. Zuo Kai moved so swiftly again that he almost became a blur, while Yuanjia was still in shock. He suddenly appeared in front of Yuanjia and inquired if those trash were the so-called hunters she was relying on to talk so much earlier. Yuanjia looked so horrified, and she cursed in her mind as she wondered just when Zuo Kai got so close to her. She muttered that she was going to die, but she refused and insisted that it couldn't be happening because of her ambitions and everything that she worked so hard for. To Yuanjia's surprise, Zuo Kai just walked past Yuanjia and remarked that she should move and not get in his way because he doesn't kill women, and Yuanjia, who was terrified, just agreed. But Yuanjia smirked, and she thought about what Zuo Kai mentioned, that he doesn't kill women, and that it was foolish of him. Yuanjia murmured that Zuo Kai should just wait and see because she would certainly make him regret it, but she was unaware of the fast-moving thing that was about to hit her. It was Zuo Kai's fist, and his punch was so strong that it sent Yuanjia flying. She crashed into a wall and destroyed it. Zuo Kai commented that he just thought about it and realized that since Yuanjia is married to a monster, she shouldn't count as a woman, but he corrected it and added that it should be that Yuanjia is not even human anymore. The governor suddenly landed in front of Zuo Kai and observed that he was an interesting guy. He noted that Zuo Kai clearly emanates no magic power from his body, so he is not a hunter, and he is obviously not a monster, but he still has that much strength. Zuo Kai was unfazed by the presence of the governor, and he stated that he should remember something. He swung his fist and announced that it was martial arts. Zuo Kai's punch was so strong that the impact created a powerful shockwave that sent everything flying. But the governor was still alive, and he questioned Zuo Kai if his martial art was only that strong. The governor managed to block Zuo Kai's fist, and he explained that his comrades once entered a world where martial arts reigned supreme. He mentioned that his comrades observed that there were a few experts there whose strength was not bad, and sadly, he never got to meet any of them. But their world's martial artists are all trash, to the extent that they were even worse than those hunters. He stated that he originally expected to meet a real martial artist. However, Zuo Kai was just too weak. But Zuo Kai was grinning. He used his move, Golden Bell, 18th layer, and his hand transformed. Zuo Kai used the Black Demon Overlord body, 16th layer, and the 9 transformations of the Golden Body, 3rd layer, to fully transform. He stretched his body and commented that the feeling of unfolding his body really makes him feel so carefree and relaxed, and the governor was so surprised that he couldn't help but ask just what Zuo Kai was. The governor was unable to react as Zuo Kai suddenly appeared in front of him and grabbed his face. Zuo Kai mentioned that nothing excites him more than the wails that come from his opponent, and he slammed the governor on the floor. The governor gasped that Zuo Kai was not even human and asked him just what kind of freak he was. Zuo Kai questioned how corrupt monsters who treat human lives as food could figure out the true meaning of martial arts, and he stated that immortals are the peak of martial arts, only existing within legends, and by using the 5 Kai towards the Yuan technique, he was able to condense the great drug, surpassing the limits of the human race, and becoming a true immortal. Years ago in the martial world, 2 men were surrounded by monsters. One of them was the Alliance leader, and the other man remarked that there are demonic beasts there as well. The man looked anxious as he exclaimed that they were everywhere and that they were surrounded. The Alliance leader continued to fight and slash one of the demonic beasts even though he was already injured. He coughed up blood and declared that that place was a trap and that he didn't expect him and the demonic cult leader to die together. Meanwhile, a lady, who was the demonic cult leader, was still fighting, and she inquired if it was all he could do and if he was dying so soon. And she teased that he should just let her suck his internal energy and squeeze his body dry so that she could kill a few more demonic beasts. Suddenly, a huge monster stomped on one of the men. The monster laughed and commented that it was interesting that there were still humans resisting, and when they saw that it was another giant demonic beast, the demonic cult leader cursed and remarked that they barely managed to kill one by working together previously, and she was worried about their current condition. The Alliance leader scoffed and muttered that it looked like it was where it would end for them. The monster raised its claws and threatened that he was going to eat them. But suddenly, a golden light pierced through the monster's chest. The monster collapsed in front of the Alliance leader. It was Zuokai who attacked the monster. He got amused when he saw the Alliance leader and the demonic cult leader, and he observed that they were still alive. The Alliance leader addressed Zuokai as the sky-splitting palm, and he noted that he got stronger again. Meanwhile, the demonic cult leader was enthralled by Zuokai, and he suggested that his true energy seemed to be even more delicious at the moment, so he should dual cultivate with her because the kids they would have will definitely be the strongest martial artists in history. But Zuokai directly replied that he was not interested because he asserted before that what he was pursuing was the peak of the martial Tao. The Alliance leader mentioned that Zuokai came at just the right time because if he was there with them, they could definitely break out of the demonic beast's encirclement. When Zuokai heard what the Alliance leader mentioned, he inquired if he wanted him to run, and he jested that it was a joke because he was going to kill the guy who betrayed them. The Alliance leader revealed that it was the Heavenly Sword sect's Qin Yuan, and as he asked Zuokai if he wanted to kill the world's #1 expert while surrounded by demonic beasts, Zuokai called him an old man and just stated that he would leave first, so he should try to hold on and not die because if not, he would go to his gravestone every year to mock him, which made the demonic cult leader snicker. The Alliance leader boasted that he, an old man, is still very strong, so living till 200 years old won't be a problem. So Zuokai was the one who should hold on, and as he called him a brat, he insisted that he shouldn't die before him. Zuokai charged towards the demonic beasts and acknowledged that the Alliance leader was right, and there was vigor, so he should bring out that same tenacity he had when he was going against him. Zuokai charged forward, and as he slashed all the demonic beasts he went past, he vowed that he would kill all the demonic beasts. Meanwhile, someone was having a hard time speaking while blood was oozing out of their mouth. It was a man who was pierced by the tentacles of a demonic beast through his chest, and he was trying to question the man below him. The man below seemed to be Qin Yuan, and the man questioned why he betrayed them. The shadow-looking demonic beast behind Qin Yuan commented that thanks to him, all the top experts in the world were killed in one fell swoop and asked him how he felt watching his comrades die in front of him. But Qin Yuan remained silent. The demonic beast inquired if Qin Yuan wouldn't be speaking, and as he noted that it was boring as he hates reticent people, he was amused and remarked that a guest was coming. It was Zuokai, and as he smashed the demonic beast with tentacles on the ground, the shadow-looking demonic beast observed that he seemed like a good opponent, so he could move his muscles a bit and have some fun. But Qin Yuan released his energy and waved it towards the shadow-looking demonic beast, and the demonic beast called for Qin Yuan's attention, asking him what he was doing as he almost got sliced by him. Qin Yuan looked so menacing, and he stated that Zuokai was his. The demonic beast agreed while acting amused that Qin Yuan could actually speak, and he noted that he was just trying to help Qin Yuan because, before the ceremony ends, protecting his safety is his job. But since he doesn't need it, he should forget it. Zuokai remarked that Qin Yuan's brain doesn't seem to have gone bad to him, and as he questioned him why he joined the demonic beasts, Qin Yuan explained that it was for the peak of the martial Tao. Zuokai mocked Qin Yuan, and as he noted that it looks like his brain has gone bad indeed, he inquired what kind of stupid logic it was that he betrayed his comrades and joined the demonic beasts for the peak of the martial Tao. Qin Yuan argued that those people are not his comrades as they have never understood him because money, authority, power, and honor are the things that they were pursuing. The martial Tao has always been a tool for them, not their goal, but Zuokai is different as he was the same as him. He was exploring the illusory legend, the peak of the martial Tao, immortality. Zuokai was intrigued, and he asked Qin Yuan if he was trying to say that joining the demonic beasts would make him an immortal. He wondered if there was actually such a good thing and stated that even he was a bit tempted. Qin Yuan revealed that thanks to the urgency Zuokai instilled in him with his horrifying martial talent, urging him to cultivate with all his effort, at that day, his realm had surpassed that of all the ancestors in the history of the Heavenly Sword sect. But it was the end of the martial Tao, there was no road ahead, none at all, immortality had never existed. He stated that, however, he will never give up on his dream. He declared that a limit exists in the human body to continue exploring the peak of the marital Tao, so they could only transform their body into one of the demonic beasts. He suggested that Zuokai should come to his side because if it were him, he would definitely have a higher potential than him after transforming into a demonic beast. And once they complete the transformation ceremony, they can definitely find it, the path that belongs to them. The demonic beast asked Qin Yuan to wait, and if he was serious, that after sacrificing so many top experts with the world as the price to finally accumulate enough energy to activate the ceremony. He wants to give half of that energy to the arrogant human, Zuo Kai, but Qin Yuan insisted that Zuo Kai is qualified. The demonic beast remarked that indeed, according to their information, Zuo Kai is totally different from Qin Yuan, as Qin Yuan was born into the world's strongest sect, the Heavenly Sword Sect, and there was only one successor of the Heavenly Sword Sect every generation. But he will be capable of suppressing all the martial artists in the entire martial world with his strength. As for Zuo Kai, he was a beggar who depended on the underworld gang that he joined, so he managed to obtain some trash like martial arts, but he depended on his own effort and became an overlord that was only second to Qin Yuan. The demonic beast stated that Zuo Kai should rejoice as he will be able to live on as he was indeed qualified to become one of them. But Zuo Kai replied that he would reject his offer. Zuo Kai retorted that there is a limit to talking to themselves as he doesn't want to become a demonic beast. And moreover, the demonic beast's information is wrong as he is not second to Qin Yuan. He prepared to attack with his fist and announced that he would wreck Qin Yuan at that moment, and he would kill the demonic beast too. Qin Yuan agreed and asserted that they would not understand each other through language, so he would convince Zuo Kai through his body, and he summoned his heavenly sword, Thousand Shadows. He swung his sword to block Zuo Kai's fist, and their attacks collided with each other. Zuo Kai asked Qin Yuan if it was the so-called end of his martial Tao, and he laughed as he mocked that it was too weak, so it was no wonder he couldn't become an immortal. Qin Yuan responded that he took it easy on Zuo Kai, and he lunged at him, bombarding him with attacks, but Zuo Kai was still able to keep up. Zuo Kai demanded that Qin Yuan should stop boasting and suggested if they should have one strike to decide. Qin Yuan agreed and prepared to attack. Their attacks clashed, and they were both powerful. Their attacks were so powerful that a huge tornado of energy was created, and it destroyed everything around it. Suddenly, blood was dripping on the ground. It was coming from Qin Yuan's arm. Zuo Kai taunted Qin Yuan if he was convinced, but Qin Yuan replied that he got lucky and won by one move. He noted that it was Zuo Kai's first time winning and questioned if he was happy. Zuo Kai challenged Qin Yuan if he thought it was luck and declared that going forward, he would win twice, 3 times, and countless times. But as a dark aura wafted out of Qin Yuan's eye, he remarked that it was a pity that it was too late because the transformation ceremony was starting. A dark aura enclosed Qin Yuan like a cocoon. The dark aura was so strong, and it continued to wrap itself around Qin Yuan. The cocoon was launched into the air, and it grew tentacles that absorbed the energy from all the corpses below, both the demonic beast and humans. When the other demonic beasts saw what was happening, they started chanting about evolution and immortality. They all cheered for the huge cocoon above and continued to chant. Suddenly, a strong energy broke out of the cocoon and shattered it. Dark wings were protecting Qin Yuan's face while his eyes were closed. He spread his wings and revealed his new form as a demonic beast. The shadow-like demonic beast looked up at Qin Yuan, and as he felt his power, he declared that Qin Yuan has a terrifying talent because, just after completing the transformation ceremony, he has surpassed the Legion level and reached the general level. Qin Yuan remarked that it was Zuo Kai's last chance. He proclaimed that that world is dying, so Zuo Kai should come with him, and they will conquer the countless worlds beyond the heavens, seeking a new path together. But Zuo Kai laughed, and as he mocked that it was so funny how ugly Qin Yuan's appearance has turned into, he inquired if it was the power he wanted and if it was the power he wanted to gain for betraying his fellow martial artists. Zuo Kai was surprised when Qin Yuan appeared in front of him in an instant and confirmed yes. Qin Yuan placed his hand over Zuo Kai's chest. He released a strong beam of aura and attacked Zuo Kai with it. Zuo Kai called Qin Yuan a bastard and accused that it was a sneak attack, but Qin Yuan questioned him if he had ever seen a sneak attack launched from the front. The shadow-like demonic beast opened a portal. He summoned Qin Yuan and stated that it was time to go as that world was worthless, and Qin Yuan agreed that they should go to the next world. While the two of them were walking towards the portal, Zuo Kai was losing his consciousness. Zuo Kai wondered if he was going to die, and while coughing, he lamented that he couldn't reach the pinnacle of martial arts and was going to die like that, which was a joke, and he vowed that he would kill Qin Yuan. No matter which world he went to, he would definitely kill him. On the other hand, Qin Yuan and the shadow-like demonic beast disappeared into the portal. Shortly after, the portal closed. Suddenly, in the darkness, someone whispered death to the traitors and that they should give back his western mountain and repeated it over and over again. Zuo Kai began regaining consciousness, and as he complained that it was so noisy, He realized that he was not really dead because he recalled that he was killed by the bastard, Qin Yuan. Zuo-kai was sitting on the floor while surrounded by dead men, and as he looked at his surroundings, he pondered what that place was, and he commented that it was a weird room as it had elegant furniture and luxurious decoration in a style that he had never seen before. He noticed the corpses and remarked that they were miserable. He observed that the clothes those corpses wear are quite tasteful and of a style he has never seen before, so he will take off their clothes, go back, and find a tailor to customize a set. But he clicked his tongue in his mind as he grumbled that he couldn't move as his bones are broken. He has internal bleeding and serious injuries, but he recognized that it wasn't his body because the muscles were clearly under-exercised, and there was also no trace of true Kai in that body. His consciousness was starting to blur, so he cursed in his mind as he muttered that he didn't want to die again. Suddenly, someone called Zuo-kai and asked where he was and if he could hear him. The guy informed that there was not enough time, so if Zuo-kai didn't leave, it would be too late. He opened a door and mentioned something about Zuo-kai not even finding the traitor. He was not able to finish his sentence when he noticed the corpse in front of him, and when he recognized that it was Njangman. He exclaimed that Zuo-kai actually killed Njangman, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, when obviously all they needed to do was kidnap him. But the guy corrected himself and conceded that the traitor deserves to die, so it was well done. He added that if Njangman dies, the peace agreement will be temporarily suspended. He warned that it was not safe, so it was time to go, and he called for Zuo-kai. He was surprised when he saw Zuo-kai, who was sitting on the floor, filled with blood and unable to say anything. The guy checked on Zuo-kai, and he let out a sigh of relief as he admitted that he was scared to death, but Zuo-kai was still breathing. The guy carried Zuo-kai and urged that he should hold on as he would take him to the hospital immediately, and when he got back, he would be a hero. Suddenly, a guy barged into the room, and when he heard the guy mentioning being a hero, he scoffed at them and mocked that with the parades, riots, and banners, all of them, brats who could only play house, still dare to call themselves heroes. The man stepped on Njangman's hand. It made a crunching sound. The man was surprised. He asked them if Njangman was dead. The man called them mothersuckers and declared that they are sucking crazy, and he stated that they should forget about making trouble at a diplomat's residence, but they dare to kill Njangman. Shaking his head, the man remarked that he really didn't understand. He commented that they were doing demonstrations, inciting strikes, and currently they have started to kill people, and he asked them why they, all college students from Western Mountain University with a bright future ahead of them, wanted to get involved with the rebels. The guy called the man a bastard from the Special Intelligence Department and retorted that he shouldn't ask questions he knew the answers to because, of course, it was to prevent him from signing the damn peace agreement. The man replied that after the cessation of fighting, it took almost a month for the interim government in the Western Mountains to confirm the specific details of the peace agreement, so it was the hard-won peace between humans and monsters that was all ruined by them. Little furry kids who haven't even grown enough hair, and that Njangman was a poor guy because when he died, he couldn't even close his eyes. The guy snapped that the man should shut up and call them traitors. He insisted that he was stepping on the bones of his compatriots and handing over human territory to the monsters, so it was a bullfish peace agreement. He asked the man if it was great to kill humans and talk about peace and if he believed that too, and he argued that the ambition of beasts will never be satisfied. The man countered that at least they were alive at the moment, and as he asked the guy what they had done, he noted that with just their hot blood, they had caused chaos and destruction everywhere, destroying the peace agreement and restarting the war. He asked him if it was what they wanted. Suddenly, the man extended his hand. He grabbed the guy's neck and asked him if he wanted to see death and bloodshed so badly. The guy was struggling to breathe, and he gasped that the man should let go. The man looked menacing as he warned that they had gone too far and crossed the line, so the ones who were going to die at that moment were them. But suddenly, the man let go of the guy's neck. The man laughed and teased that he was just kidding because he is a precious college student from Western Mountains University, so he can't die there. The guy kneeled on the floor while coughing, and the man added that, moreover, it would be too cheap for him to die so simply. A few moments later, at a huge facility, someone shouted that they should let them out. It was the college students, and they were protesting in front of a watchtower, and as they asked why they were arresting them, they called them traitors and started chanting again, "Death to the traitors." A black-haired man, who seemed to be the warden, was in the watchtower, and as he grumbled that it was noisy, he asked the blonde man from earlier how he offended the Special Intelligence Department, why they put those students in his prison, and how many people had the blonde man arrested. To which the blonde man informed that all 196 students from Western Mountains University who caused trouble were there. The blonde man remarked that the warden shouldn't get mad because he was giving him a gift, and he asked him to confirm if the governor's office gave his prison an important assignment and if young college students who are full of enthusiasm, young and lively, aren't suitable as experimental materials. The warden asked the blonde man if he was kidding him because Western Mountains University is the #1 school in the Western Mountains region, and many big names in politics and business graduated from Western Mountains University, so he didn't want to get into trouble. The blonde man asked the warden if he was scared, and when the warden heard that, he asked the blonde man if he was kidding and explained that he was just worried about the rumors boiling over and affecting the signing of the peace agreement. But the blonde man retorted that the students killed the foreign minister, and the big shots above were very dissatisfied with those troublemaking students, so it meant that in a few days after the peace agreement is signed, they will be used as experimental material, out of sight, out of mind. The warden finally understood. He acknowledged that it was no wonder those students were sent to his territory, so he will definitely take good care of them. And he asked the blonde man if there was anything else he needed to pay attention to which the blonde man replied that there was a student who was sent to the cell early, named Zuokai, and according to information, he has been practicing martial arts since he was a child and has good skills, and it was him who killed Jangmin under the protection of 5 armed bodyguards, so he is a dangerous one. When the warden heard about Zuokai being dangerous, he asked the blonde man what kind of joke he was telling, and he boasted that he is a C-rank hunter and he is the warden of that prison. The warden looked excited as he laughed, and he mocked that the martial artists were a group of waste that had been eliminated by the times. In a room, mattresses were laid out on the floor. Zuokai let out a sigh of relief when he woke up. His body was patched up, and as he looked around, he wondered what that place was, if it was a guest room, and he remembered that after he fell into a coma, someone took him away, so he wondered who it was and what his purpose was, but he mentioned that it was not important. Zuokai stated that the injuries on his body were getting worse, and he found it funny as he wondered if it was a race against death because if he can't cultivate his Kai as soon as possible and stabilize his injuries, he will die. He immediately began meditating, and he explained that in his previous life, he was born into a poor family, so in order to survive, he practiced unconventional martial arts techniques when he was young, and at the initial stage of his cultivation, he was unable to build a solid foundation, which was a small shortcoming that seriously slowed down the progress of his subsequent cultivation, just as the height of a building and the difficulty of its construction depend on the quality of its foundation. Zuokai affirmed that he currently had a chance to do it again, and there were many cultivation techniques in his mind, coupled with decades of practice experience, so it wouldn't be long before he could surpass his past self. He indicated that the cultivation technique perfect for his body was the Pure-Yang technique, and when he began to gather his energy to his core, he acknowledged that it was very good, and in just a few breaths, the true Kai of the Pure-Yang technique was extracted. Zuokai remarked that his body was quite talented, but he was surprised when the energy began to dissipate. He wondered what was going on there because the true Kai was gone, but he suggested that they should try the phase-less technique again. A few moments later, Zuokai continued to gather energy and tried many other different techniques: Amitabha, Innate Kai Gong, the Jade Heart Sutra, the Great Prajna Nirvana Dharma, and Kundalini Yoga. Zuokai was dumbfounded and cursed in his mind because all the Kai that was cultivated had disappeared. But he observed that if his body could not cultivate, he would have died long ago, but on the contrary, he could feel the wounds healing themselves. Zuokai wondered if the Kai that was just cultivated had been swallowed up by his body, and while observing himself, he noticed that his body seemed to be undergoing wonderful changes. Suddenly, the guy who saved Zuokai barged into the room and exclaimed that it was great that he woke up. He explained that the bastards refused to provide Zuokai with medication and treatment, and he was left to die, so he could only simply clean and bandage his wound, and he thought he wouldn't survive. With a straight face, Zuokai thanked the guy for bandaging him up and requested that he should state his name because he owes him a favor and will pay him back sooner or later. The guy was startled by what Zuokai expressed, and he introduced himself, saying that he is Meng Guangxian, Zuokai's classmate and best friend, so he shouldn't make such a joke, and he asked him if he had lost his mind. When Zuokai heard Meng Guangxian's name, he responded that he doesn't remember because he doesn't need friends, as they just make him upset. Meng Guangxian urged that Zuokai should wait and asked him if he had really lost his memory. Zuokai admitted that his mind is in a mess and he can't remember anything that happened before, so he asked Meng Guangxian if he could tell him who he was and why he was there, but instead of answering Zuokai's question, Meng Guangxian inquired if he remembered his name, and as Zuokai questioned him if his name was Zuokai because he called him that, Meng Guangxian suggested that it wasn't complete amnesia and offered to start from the beginning. Meng Guangxian began telling the story, and Zuokai listened intently. Zuokai declared that overall, the world has been invaded by monsters, so humanity has lost 1/3 of its territory. Humanity was seeking peace through compromise, and they were all students at Western Mountains University who went to the streets to demonstrate in order to prevent the signing of the peace agreement under the arrangement of the rebels. But the demonstrations were just a cover, as the real plan was to kidnap the diplomat and Jiangmen. But the plan changed, and Jiangmen was killed by him, and they were taken to jail. Meng Guangxian assured that the rebels will not abandon them and they will get them out soon. But Zhuo Kai doubted Meng Guangxian's tone doesn't sound confident enough, so he asked if the rebels he mentioned were strong and how many monsters they had killed. Meng Guangxian glared and claimed that there were 10,000 monsters and more than 1,300 human traitors. Zhuo Kai acknowledged that it was not bad, and he inquired about yesterday, and how many were killed back then. Meng Guangxian was confused, so Zhuo Kai asked him if what he stated earlier was the total number, and Meng Guangxian clarified that the rebels are not a regular army after all. Zhuo Kai's expression suddenly turned dark, and he commented that the rebels were weak, so Meng Guangxian should count on them, and he would take him out immediately. It was already dusk, and the prison grounds were quiet. Someone was walking through the grounds. It was Zhuo Kai and Meng Guangxian, and as Meng Guangxian advised that Zhuo Kai should stop messing around because his body hasn't recovered yet, so he should go back and rest, Zhuo Kai assured that it has almost recovered. Suddenly, Zhuo Kai noticed something, and he remarked that it was weird. Meng Guangxian was concerned as he asked Zhuo Kai what the matter was and if he was not feeling well. Zhuo Kai was amazed as he looked around, and he observed that he was just about to ask if the people of that country were crazy because they actually let criminals live in such nice houses. He questioned if the place was actually a prison because it was luxurious, and Meng Guangxian covered his face with his hand as he asked Zhuo Kai if that was what he cared about and explained that they were students at Western Mountains University and have a special status, so even if they were all imprisoned, they would not be allowed to live in a place too dirty. Suddenly, another student arrived, and as he asked if he was not wrong, he exclaimed that it was Zhuo Kai, and Zhuo Kai was awake. They all were glad when they saw Zhuo Kai, and as one of them remarked that he knew Zhuo Kai would live and wouldn't die so easily, another noted that he didn't expect Zhuo Kai to actually assassinate Jiangmen and prevent the peace agreement. One of the students laughed and commented that maybe Zhuo Kai would be a big figure and a hero who could appear in the history books in the future. Another advised that Zhuo Kai shouldn't forget them when he does, and another requested that Zhuo Kai should let him have his autograph first because it might be valuable later. But another student who was sitting away from the crowd laughed when he heard the words hero and big shot, and he chuckled that it was funny. Meng Guangxian recognized him as Zhu Xuan, and as he asked him what he meant, he responded that if Zhu Xuan had an opinion, he should just express it and not be sarcastic. But Zhu Xuan retorted that Meng Guangxian should get out of the way because it was not his turn to teach him a lesson, and he called Zhuo Kai and asked if he really wanted to be a hero. Zhu Xuan stated that Zhuo Kai claimed that he was going to a parade, but he hid the truth and assassinated a diplomat in secret, which he was proud of, and he declared that Zhuo Kai was feeling great himself. But he asked what about them and if he was satisfied that so many of them had been imprisoned. Zhuo Kai replied that he doesn't care, while Meng Guangxian asserted that Zhuo Kai risked his own life to assassinate Jiangmen and almost died in order to prevent the peace agreement at all costs. And he asked Zhu Xuan if he implied that they were just talking casually and if he regretted it. Zhu Xuan admitted yes, that he regrets it because in 3 days, 6 students have been taken in for questioning by the warden and never returned, and he believes they don't have a guess as to what happened to them. He stated that they were dead and no one will save them, and there were also girls who were locked up in another area, and no one knows what kind of treatment they suffered. The warden suddenly arrived, and he observed that it was lively, so it seems that he came at the wrong time. Meng Guangxian called the warden a bastard when he saw him, and as he asked if the warden was planning to take people for so-called questioning again, he demanded that he should bring back his classmates. The warden smiled evilly as he replied that Meng Guangxian should relax and take it easy, and that they would have been feeling very depressed those days, so he thought about it and brought them a little entertainment. He gestured at some people behind him and ordered that the 2 of them should bring the TV over. The 2 guards acknowledged and brought the TV as they were told. Zhuo Kai remarked that not only did they let them live in such a luxurious house, they also gave them fun, so because the warden was considerate, he would jailbreak later. He approached the TV to tap it and asked how they play that thing because it was not responding, and the warden, who was holding the remote, mocked at Zhuo Kai. The guy who dared to assassinate Jiangmen really had a bad mind, but he will deal with him later as they will have plenty of time to talk afterwards. The warden pushed a button on the remote. The TV began powering up. A reporter showed up and announced that after 30 days of talks, the long-awaited peace has finally arrived, and due to misunderstandings arising from different cultures, wanderers from different worlds have unfortunately clashed with them, humans, and the one-year war caused huge losses to both humans and Warcraft. Showing footage of a man shaking hands with the huge monster, the reporter stated that on that day, at the border of the Western Mountains, humans and monsters reached a peace agreement. The reporter explained that, divided by the Western Mountains border, the southern side is temporarily inhabited and managed by Warcraft. One of the students suddenly knelt on the ground. He was horrified and desperate when he heard that the peace agreement had been signed, and he couldn't help but ask what the point of their efforts was. Meng Guangxian was enraged, and as he called the warden a liar, he protested that it must be fake because there was no way the signing of the peace agreement could be completed so quickly when the foreign minister was dead. The warden laughed, and as he asked them if they were looking forward to a few students that could change the course of the world, and one diplomat's death could change the destined future of the two races, he taunted that the students shouldn't be ridiculous, called them losers, and argued that if they couldn't see the situation clearly, they would only become victims of the power game. He added that they have been abandoned because the Western Mountains provisional government was sick and tired of them, and the rebels will never waste their strength on them at a time like that, so their only value was to become an experimental subject in that prison. When Meng Guangxian heard the warden mention the experimental subject, he questioned him what he had done to his classmates, called him a madman, and warned that what was going on at that prison would get exposed by the news media. The warden grinned sinisterly as he boasted that the news media won't know, and if they do, they will just praise him, the future that will be born in his hands, the future of humans and Warcraft. He pushed Meng Guangxian away and informed that it was not his turn that day because that day's experimental subject was their great hero who came back from the dead, Zuo Kai. Zuo Kai was unfazed, and as he confidently asked the warden if he was done talking, he mentioned that it was an interesting trick to put humans and beasts in a box, but he was tired of it, so he urged the warden to please him more, otherwise he would have to break out. Someone slammed their fist into the prison fence. It was Meng Guangxian, and he declared that he couldn't wait any longer because the only ones who could save them at the moment were themselves, so they must act as soon as possible. But Zhuge Xuan retorted that Meng Guangxian should shut up, and he was mad that he asked what kind of hero Meng Guangxian was pretending to be at the moment when he didn't do anything when their classmates were arrested 2 days ago. Zhuge Xuan demanded Meng Guangxian if he didn't think that he could see that all he cared about was Zuo Kai, and Zuo Kai was taken away by the warden, so he couldn't sit still. But Meng Guangxian insisted that it was not Zuo Kai that he wanted to save because some of their classmates were also taken away a few days ago, and there were girls being held in other areas as well. Suddenly, one of the students who seemed to have lost his mind laughed, and as he asked how they were going to save them, he remarked that the warden is a hunter, and the prison is also guarded by several monsters, so they can't do anything. He charged at Meng Guangxian and proclaimed that it was really amazing that Zuo Kai killed the Minister of Foreign Affairs, but he didn't care because the peace agreement was still signed and it was only them who fell victim, which made the other students charge as well, and they shouted that it was all Meng Guangxian's fault, and they have been suffering because of him. Zhuge Xuan exclaimed that Zuo Kai was captured and used as an experimental subject, and even if he dies, he deserves it, so he will never save him. Meanwhile, a prison room was brightly lit from the inside. It seemed to be the experiment room, and while a female student was watching another female student who was restrained on a chair, the doctor explained that based on the feedback from the previous round of experiments, the dosage of the catalyst was reduced by half, agent number 4 was reformulated, and 2:10 p.m. was the beginning of the 305th experiment. The student, restrained on the chair, called the other student, Sun Mengyu, and asked her why she wanted to be their dog. While holding a syringe, Sun Mengyu responded that it was the kind of person he was. She would do anything to survive, and 12 classmates have struggled in pain and turned into puddles of mud in front of her, and she thought she would be scared and frightened, but all she could do was laugh at how they looked. And she laughed sinisterly. The student cried out that it was not Sun Mengyu, and she was not that kind of person, so she should wake up because they were best friends. But Sun Mengyu's eyes were evil, and as she snarled that it was enough, she asked the student if she thought she knew her well and revealed that they had never been friends because, to be honest, she hated her rich girl behavior the most. The student was horrified when Sun Mengyu showed the syringe in front of her, and she pleaded that Sun Mengyu shouldn't. The student's scream reverberated through the entire place. On the other hand, Zuo Kai was walking with the warden when he heard the scream, and as he muttered that the scream makes him feel sleepy, he asked the warden if he didn't bring him there just to torture him with a bunch of fish, and the warden assured him that he wouldn't let Zuo Kai down. The warden pushed the door open and announced that they had arrived. They entered the room where Sun Mengyu was, and as she was disgusted at the squirming flesh beneath her feet while the doctor was recording something, the warden stated that Zuo Kai was just in time to witness the most exciting scene. The student from earlier has turned into messy flesh, and as she crawled on the floor, she kept on moaning that it hurts. She was disgusting and pitiful, and she begged them to save her. But while covering her nose, Sun Mengyu kicked her and ordered that she should stay away from her. Sun Mengyu was hiding her grin underneath her hand, and she commented that it was disgusting because the student stinks so much at the moment. The student slowly lost her form and just turned into a huge pile of stinking flesh. The warden sighed that it was a pity because the experiment failed again, and while picking up some samples from the flesh on the floor, the doctor noted that the idea behind agent number 4 was correct because, by reducing the catalyst, the experimental subject was able to maintain its shape after death instead of turning into a pool of blood. Zuokai questioned the warden if it was what he wanted to show him, transforming humans into monsters. The warden proudly acknowledged that it was right and that Zuokai should look because it was a discovery that could change the world, and he was about to become the pioneer who would change it. Zuokai observed that it seems to him that the warden just enjoys killing people. The warden grinned as he glowered at Zuokai, and he argued that he thinks Zuokai doesn't understand at all because only when all humans are transformed into monsters could the war between humans and monsters truly end. Zuokai remembered Kinyuan when the warden remarked that, unfortunately, until that moment, there had only been one successful record, and among the countless worlds conquered by monsters, there had only been one miracle when a human had transformed into a monster. The warden continued that, however, things were different at the moment because, with the aid of technology from their world, the transformation experiment has made such tremendous progress that it even alarmed the great being who was once a human being. Zuokai responded that it was really great, and he was excited as he asked if the monster that gave up its humanity was also there. The warden explained that the power of the Lord is far above the level of a legion, so their world, for the time being, cannot bear their power, but on the day of their arrival, they, the pioneers, will receive great praise. He added that for his brilliant future, Zuokai, as a great sinner who assassinated the Minister of Foreign Affairs, will become a part of his achievements. Strange markings suddenly appeared on Zuokai's body. Zuokai was surprised when he noticed those markings. While Zuokai was just standing there with the markings on his body, the warden pulled out a syringe as he approached Sun Mengyu and remarked that she should go on and let him see what effect the number 4 agent will have when it is used on a martial artist. Sun Mengyu was worried as the warden handed her the syringe, and as she asked the warden if he wanted her to die, she replied that Zuokai is a martial artist, so if she approached rashly, he would kill her. The warden acknowledged that he is very satisfied with Sun Mengyu's service both in the morning and night. He noted that she was such a useful tool that there was no way he could be willing to let her die, and Sun Mengyu shouldn't worry because he has restricted Zuokai's movements with his mental power, so he can't even move a finger at the moment. Zuokai was still grinning when he heard about mental power, and when he asked if it was the power of a hunter, he commented that it was interesting. The warden inquired if Zuokai had felt the large gap between martial artists and hunters, and he called Sun Mengyu and directed that she should do it. Sun Mengyu grabbed the syringe from the warden's hand. She stated that it was because of Zuokai that they, his classmates, have fallen into the current predicament, and as she continued, she just wanted to live so he should understand. She requested that Zuokai be quiet and not move. The warden queried Zuokai on how it felt to be betrayed by a companion, if it was painful, if he was angry, and he remarked that martial artists that have been abandoned are more valuable when turned into monsters. Sun Mengyu charged at Zuokai with the syringe in her hand, and as she bade goodbye to him, she called him a useless hero. But Zuokai looked unfazed, and he urged Sun Mengyu to repeat it. Sun Mengyu was about to repeat what she uttered, but as she bade goodbye, she was horrified when Zuokai grabbed the syringe she was holding and stuck it in her neck. She was in a panic, and as she asked Zuokai why he could still move, she pleaded that he should take out the syringe quickly. But Zuokai just grinned, and as he noted that it was a syringe, he inquired if that was how it was used. Zuokai pushed the plunger of the syringe, and as the liquid entered Sun Mengyu's body, she screamed no. Meanwhile, the warden was confused, and as he wondered what was going on, he muttered that he was sure that he had Zuokai immobilized with his power. Sun Mengyu's back was turned towards the warden, and as her flesh started squirming, she called the warden. She turned her head to look at the warden, and she had completely transformed into a monster as she growled that she was hungry. Sun Mengyu tried to catch the warden, but he managed to dodge, so the doctor got caught instead, and the doctor yelled that Sun Mengyu should let go of him and asked for help. While the warden looked at the doctor getting eaten with a horrified look on his face, Zuokai was calmly doing a countdown behind him. The warden was in a panic, and as he turned to Zuokai, he called him a bastard and asked what he was counting. Zuokai explained that it was the time it would take for the injury to fully recover, so the warden could already die. He released a powerful aura as he punched the warden. The wall behind the warden was destroyed, and he was lying on the ground. but his face was still emitting an aura. Zuokai went to approach the warden, and he clicked his tongue as he remarked that it was like trying to hit a bar of soap as it doesn't feel like flesh at all, and he inquired if the warden just used the weird mental power trick again. The warden inquired Zuokai if he didn't even know that a C-rank hunter could use his mind to wrap around his entire body, which was enough to make him withstand a rocket blast so a nobody like Zuokai could even scratch him. When Zuokai heard about hunters and mental power, he commented that it was worth researching, so the warden should show him his strength again, and he might let him live a bit longer. The warden got back up in a weird manner, and as he called Zuokai a sinner, he warned that he should watch his words because the world's top martial artist is Beryl compared to a C-class hunter, and he queried Zuokai if he knew what it meant. He glowered at Zuokai and declared that he could never win against him. The warden fired a ball of aura from the palm of his hand. But Zuokai was unfazed, and he simply dodged the warden's attack with minimal movement, just by moving his head. Zuokai dusted off the debris that fell onto his shoulder and observed that the destructive power was good, but it was not concentrated enough and wastes a lot of energy. He also noted that the flexibility is average as it changed direction twice, but the second turn was extremely stiff and easy to avoid. The warden gathered his aura at the palms of both his hands, and as he exclaimed that it was ridiculous, he asked Zuokai if he thought it was some food critique show and asserted that the last attack was just to say hello. He inquired Zuokai if he stated that he could only use one bomb at a time and fired multiple balls of aura. The warden was unhinged as he taunted that Zuokai should keep running and he would see where he could hide at the moment. Zuokai was running so fast to avoid the warden's attack. But instead of being intimidated, Zuokai had a smile on his face, and he seemed to be enjoying it. Zuokai grinned as he grabbed a pebble and muttered that without the protection of his kai, his fragile body would die if he got hit once, but that was what made it fun. He threw the stone at an incredible speed. The stone hit the warden's barrier, and it created a sound. When the warden noticed the stone, he questioned Zuokai if he was throwing stones at him. But instead of responding, Zuokai grabbed a handful of stones. He threw those stones like the first one. The stones hit the warden's barrier, which created multiple sounds, and as he laughed and mocked, he asked Zuokai if he didn't seriously believe that those stones could bust through his mental defense and hurt him. Zuokai grabbed another stone, and he commented that it was worth a try. He flicked the stone, and it moved towards the warden at an extreme speed. The stone bounced off the warden's barrier multiple times, producing a sound each time it hit, and the warden insisted that he mentioned Zuokai was out of his mind. But he trailed off. The sound of the stone reverberated through the warden's mind, and he was confused, as he seemed to be under hypnosis. A skilled hypnotist could mess with someone's mind using words, sounds, smells, actions, and eyes. In the world of martial arts, a certain sect, whose main method of attack was the use of concealed weapons and flying objects, has created the hypnosis technique, a technique that distorts the opponent's consciousness by simply using the sound of the concealed weapons and the path of its flight without the need for true kai, and its effect could make the opponent fall into a state of weightlessness, confusion, and even coma. Zuokai went ahead and bombarded the warden with his punches. The warden slowly opened one of his eyes as the hypnosis began to wear off. He sinisterly glowered at Zuokai as he sneered if he had fun playing earlier. Seeing that Zuokai was standing in front of him, the warden released his aura into the palms of both his hands and growled that it was such a close distance that Zuokai couldn't run away anymore. But the warden was astonished when Zuokai shattered his defenses by flicking his finger. The flick of Zuokai's finger was powerful that the warden was sent flying. Zuokai observed that the warden had a solid defense because it took 16 strikes in the same spot within 3 seconds to break through the defense. The warden stood back up, and as he called Zuokai a bastard, he demanded if he was trying to humiliate him. He was enraged as he shouted that if Zuokai had only used a little more force, he could have killed him earlier, and he queried Zuokai why he stopped. Zuokai inquired the warden if he didn't tell him that it was just a test for the mental power, and he mentioned that he wouldn't kill him until his research was over. The warden reprimanded Zuokai for daring to treat him as an experimental subject, and he warned that Zuokai was lucky earlier, so it was his only chance to kill him, and that he shouldn't think that his little trick would work a second time. Zuokai hit the warden's torso with his knees without any warning. But while the warden was sent flying, he kept laughing and declared that it was useless. The warden called Zuokai stupid and boasted that his mental defense has been restored, so he won't give him another chance to attack continuously. Zuokai remarked that if the same attack pattern is used, there is no point in testing, and as he inquired the warden if he didn't think so, he called him his lovely experimental subject. Suddenly, the warden coughed up blood. The warden was vomiting so much blood on the floor, and as he demanded Zuokai what he had done to him, Zuokai explained that while breaking through the warden's defense, he had learned the strength, thickness, and number of vibrations per second of his mental power, and by knowing that, he could target the warden's body directly with his mind power. But Zuo-kai mentioned that it was rare for two people to have the exact same mental power, so if he needed to break through the opponent's mental defense before using that technique, it seemed to be of little use because in a real battle, victory or defeat could be decided the first time the mental defense is broken. The warden accused Zuo-kai of being a madman who could not be understood by common sense. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion. The warden's aura balls were flying all over the place. On the other hand, one of the guards noticed something, and he wondered if it was the sound of an explosion. The other guard inquired if it could be that someone had escaped from the prison. But the guard who noticed replied that it could not be because it was in the direction of the interrogation room and the warden was right there. But the warden, who was running with all his might while releasing his powerful auras behind him, suddenly appeared in front of the guards, and they were surprised. The warden just ran past the guards, and he did not care that they got hit by his auras. A few moments later, the warden hit a dead end, and while he was coughing, he was still releasing his powerful auras on both his hands, and he wondered if he had killed Zuo-kai. But as the dust and debris the explosion created began to dissipate, Zuo-kai inquired the warden why he was running, and he stated that he loved experiments. Zuo-kai emerged from the smoke created by the dust, and as he urged the warden, he suggested that they should keep the experiment going. A man was kneeling on the floor and asking for the key, while a man in uniform was standing in front of him. The man's face was filled with lumps and bruises, and he explained that he has a copy of the key, but he really doesn't know which room it belongs to. The man in uniform stated that it was the room key of the foreign minister, but he corrected himself and clarified that it was the former foreign minister's and Jiangmen room key, so at that moment, he already knew, which surprised the man kneeling, and he insisted that he didn't want to know at all and he wouldn't utter a word, so he requested that the man in uniform let him go. But the man in uniform slowly released his dark aura from his hand. The man kneeling was astonished when dark tentacles suddenly emerged from the floor, and the man in uniform ordered that they should devour the man. While the dark tentacles were pulling him down, the man admitted that he was wrong, that he shouldn't have accepted the deal, and he tried to plead. But the man in uniform just stood there as the dark tentacles continued to pull the man onto the floor, and all he could do was scream. As the man disappeared into the shadows on the floor, the blonde man behind the man in uniform asked if it was over. The man in uniform confirmed yes and that all relevant personnel and evidence have been entirely eradicated. So if the blonde man killed him too, nobody will ever learn that Jiangmen's death was orchestrated by him. The blonde man laughed as he remarked that the man in uniform shouldn't joke like that because he was his best subordinate, so he can't lose him, and he did a good job that time. However, they cannot claim yet that all relevant personnel have been eradicated because the most important witness, the framed prisoner Zuo-kai, has not been confirmed dead. The man in uniform inquired the blonde man if he could already tell him why Zuo-kai was important when crafting him as the fall guy for Jiangmen's murder required considerable time and effort, all to ensure it appeared completely unforced and above suspicion. The blonde man revealed that the owner of the Ming Xin martial arts school, Zuo Dao, was the real underground emperor of the Western Mountain City before the beasts appeared, and his influence spanned both the underworld and lawful society, commanding respect even from major corporations. And the man in uniform should have heard of him. The man in uniform acknowledged that he grew up hearing Zuo Dao's stories, and he asked what his relation to Zuo-kai was. The blonde man disclosed that over a decade ago, Zuo Dao adopted an orphan and named him Zuo-kai. But the man in uniform stated that it didn't matter if Zuo-kai was Zuo Dao's son because Zuo Dao, the strongest martial artist in the Western Mountains, was currently not even comparable to a B-level hunter. But the blonde man explained that besides the well-known Ming Xin martial arts school, the so-called useless old man owned several undisclosed, shady assets hidden from public view in the Black Snake Society, a subsidiary organization of the Ming Xin School of Martial Arts, and that although most of the members were just hooligans, they could grasp a lot of secret information. The man in uniform queried if it was the rebels, and the blonde man acknowledged that he was clever. He explained that after the war ended, those individuals in the shadows, like rats in the gutter, completely concealed themselves, so if they wanted to root out the rebels, they had to rely on the information network of those hooligans. The man in uniform was horrified as he pointed out that indeed, capturing the rebels, especially their leader, would be a significant achievement, but if their actions were exposed, assassinating the foreign minister and jeopardizing the peace agreement were grave crimes. The blonde man asked the man in uniform if he thought he would have the guts if it was just him. He stated that the demise of the foreign minister, along with the control over the Black Snake Society, ties back to the power plays among the higher-ups, and he has a powerful consortium backing him up. He added that he doesn't want to spend his whole life holding the boring title of the Special Intelligence Department, Director of the Intelligence Analysis Department, and he asked the man in uniform what about him, if he wanted to be a group leader for the rest of his life. The man in uniform responded that, of course, not, because he also has his own ambitions, and as he addressed the blonde man, Director Kyan Longhe, he declared that he would follow him and asked if he should deal with Zuo Kai as well. Kyan Longhe advised that the man in uniform shouldn't do anything yet because Zuo Kai is the key figure in the incident, so to avoid causing trouble for his boss, they need to distance themselves from him. The man in uniform inquired Kyan Longhe what would happen if Zuo Kai recovered from his injuries and woke up talking nonsense, and Kyan Longhe assured that he shouldn't worry because he kept Zuo Kai alive intentionally to use him as bait. Kyan Longhe stated that if the Ming Zin martial arts school steps in to rescue Zuo Kai, it works in their favor as it provides them the perfect opportunity to lure Zuo Dao in, and that way, they could manipulate Zuo Dao into doing our bidding while at the same time. They will have a justifiable reason to eliminate Zuo Kai, but of course, the old man Zuo Dao has already lost his will to fight and there is a possibility that he will not save Zuo Kai, so in that case, the idiot warden will kill Zuo Kai and help them clean up the last evidence. He mentioned that as long as Zuo Kai dies, it is not up to him to decide what crime to convict Zuo Kai of because the Ming Zin martial arts school was also suspected of colluding with the rebels. So if the old man Zuo Dao wanted to save the lives of his disciples in his martial arts school, he would need to sacrifice the Black Snake Society. On the other hand, at the prison, the lights in the rooms were lit up, and the place seemed peaceful. But inside, the warden was running for his life, and as he asked for help, he shouted that Zuo Kai shouldn't come any closer. Suddenly, a monster commanded that the warden should shut up. He asked the warden why he was screaming in a panic, and as the warden bowed down to him, he addressed him as Lord Limbs and explained that there was a prisoner who was chasing him. Another monster arrived, and he reminded that he had said earlier that the trash was no good for the warden's job, to which Limbs responded by asking him if he would do the warden's job, and he remarked that he shouldn't forget that thanks to the loyal slave, they could live a leisurely life. Zuo Kai walked into the scene calmly. The warden was sweating profusely when he saw Zuo Kai behind him and asked him if he had found help while calling him his lovely experimental subject. He was horrified that he took a step back, and as he addressed the two monsters as Lord Limbs and Lord Alubai, he requested that they be careful because Zuo Kai is very dangerous. The warden quickly ran away and requested that they be sure to stop Zuo Kai while he was going to sound the alarm and ask for support. Alubai laughed at Limbs and asked if the warden was what he called a loyal slave when he just ran away and left them behind. Limbs was pissed, and he demanded that Alubai should shut up and not make a move because once he had dealt with Zuo Kai, he would go back and eat the damn warden. But Zuo Kai asked him if he seemed pretty confident. Limbs suddenly gathered his energy in the palm of his hand and declared that no one talks about the food without his permission. He released a powerful beam of aura and directed it towards Zuo Kai, who was in front of him. But Zuo Kai was unharmed, and he looked uninterested as he observed that it was the claw cannon again. Zuo Kai managed to move closer to Limbs to avoid his attack, and he commented that he would be unharmed if he stood just a bit closer. He grabbed Limbs' arm, and his grip was strong that the shell on Limbs' arm cracked. Zuo Kai pulled Limbs and noted that it was such an old-fashioned move and he was tired of watching it. He slammed Limbs into the floor. Meanwhile, Alubai was on guard when he saw what Zuo Kai did. Zuo Kai asked Alubai if he was going to hinder his experiment too, and he remarked that he didn't mind killing armored beasts like him, even if they were rare and protected animals. Suddenly, huge claws stomped on the floor. It was Limbs, who stood back up, and as he towered over Zuo Kai, he taunted that Zuo Kai claimed that he had him when that attack was painless and there was not even a scratch on him. But Zuo Kai looked unfazed. Zuo Kai was amused that Limbs woke up so quickly, and he observed that without cultivating true Kai, it is really difficult to cause harm to Limbs in a head-on battle. Alubai and Limbs surrounded Zuo Kai, and as Limbs asked Zuo Kai if he was already feeling despair, Alubai retorted that Zuo Kai had insulted their armored beast clan, so he was not getting out of there alive. But Zuo Kai was still calm, and he explained that the arm's sixth segment could become fragile if bent in the opposite direction. The eyes were particularly sensitive to light, and the fourth spine segment has a small, shell-hidden hole. Alubai was astonished, and he asked how Zuo Kai knew that. Without any warning, Zuo Kai charged at Alubai to attack his arm and asked if it was a secret. Alubai screamed in pain and exclaimed that it hurt so much. Limbs acknowledged that the weakness of the arms and eyes were trivial, but he asked Zuo Kai how he discovered the hidden weakness of the spine and who was it who betrayed them. But Zuo Kai nonchalantly revealed that he dissected 200 or 300. He's lost count of how many armored beasts it was, so he might understand their anatomy better than themselves. But when he thinks about it, what strikes him most is their meat, dry, hard and bitter, extremely unpleasant to eat. Zuokai confessed that, to be honest, as a martial artist, exploiting the opponent's physical vulnerabilities is a highly dishonorable tactic, so if anyone were to find out, they would totally make fun of him. Limbs agreed that it was very good, and as he charged at Zuokai, he declared that it was not too late, so they should fight with honor. But Zuokai grinned, and he concluded that, as he came to think of it, he was lucky because there was no one around there to watch, so as long as he killed them all, no one would know what he had done. It was morning in the prison, and there were no people outside. But inside, there were a lot of captured men, and as the warden and the guards supervised them, the warden tapped one of the rebel's shoulders, asked him why he was dawdling while calling him a rebel bastard, and commanded that he should walk faster. The rebel was pissed at the warden, whom he called Yin Ziyuping, and as he declared that he misjudged Yin Ziyuping, he asked him if he desired power and wealth so much that he would betray his own friends. Yin Ziyuping smiled evilly as he shamelessly inquired the rebel if he shouldn't be happy if they could do him a favor since they were friends, and he urged that the rebel should calm down and cooperate with him because he should think about his wife and his newborn son. The rebel was enraged that he called Yin Ziyuping a bastard, and as he was about to attack Yin Ziyuping, he threatened that he would kill him. But suddenly, huge claws appeared. It was Limbs, and he pinned the rebel on the ground while he demanded him what he wanted to do to his loyal slave. He boasted that thanks to Yin Ziyuping's information, he got a good reward for capturing more than 40 rebels, while the rebel shouted that Limbs should get off him while calling him a monster. Limbs paid no attention to what the rebel protested, and he revealed that he heard that the rebel was a liaison officer for the rebel army, so if he spilled the names of all the rebels he knew, he would spare his life. But the rebel retorted that it would just happen in his dreams because he had nothing to say to Limbs, and he called him a monster again. Yin Ziyuping called Limbs and remarked that those men were tight-lipped and wouldn't talk easily, so he requested that they leave the task to him because, with his interrogation techniques, the rebel would tell them everything he knew. As he picked the rebel up, Limbs laughed and commented that Yin Ziyuping was cruel to his own kind, and he liked him more and more, so he would leave all the rebels they captured at that time to him, so they were all his. The rebel was enraged, and as he cursed Yin Ziyuping, he warned that his quest for power would be his downfall because greed would consume him and he would die miserably. Yin Ziyuping suddenly slammed a remote on a table, destroying it. Back in the present, Yin Ziyuping cursed as he questioned himself why he was thinking about the past at that time, and he complained that those maintenance personnel were too lazy because the communication system was damaged during the war and hasn't been fully restored yet, and even mobile phones cannot be used. He noted that the prison's alarm system was also wrecked in the recent fight and was completely non-functional. Suddenly, an explosion occurred. Yin Ziyuping was alarmed when he felt that, and as he exclaimed that he had to hurry up because he had never seen such a powerful martial artist like Zuokai before, he asked himself if Zuokai could really take down 2 C-class monsters on his own. He was anxious as he acknowledged that if there was even a slight chance that those monsters could be eliminated, and given that there was no outside support, his only fate would be death. Yin Ziyuping was pissed as he declared that it was a joke because he worked so hard to become the warden and he was not done climbing the ladder as he aims to reach the top, so his life has just begun. He realized something, and he stated that there was still hope because there was also a temporary alarm system for testing in Area B. The prison lights were all lit, and there seemed to be no problem when seen from the outside. But a huge explosion suddenly occurred, and it was huge that it could be seen above the fences. Meanwhile, the students were talking, and one of them asked Juk Xuan what he meant and if he wanted them to leave both Zuokai and Meng Guangxian behind and just run away on their own. Juk Xuan questioned them what they were thinking about at that moment when Zuokai is a brave man but no mind as he ruined the plan and killed the foreign minister, which is why they were imprisoned. And as for Meng Guangxian, he is a hypocritical and pedantic who dared to sneak into the building with a few classmates just to save Zuokai, which was ridiculous because his actions will just lead those classmates who trust him to lose their lives in vain. One of the students was enraged as he called Juk Xuan, and he accused that all Juk Xuan asserted earlier was just to cover up his fear of death. Juk Xuan confidently affirmed yes, that he wanted to live, and as he inquired the others if they didn't want to live, he argued that it was their chance because there were explosions everywhere, and the prison was in chaos. He turned his back on them to walk away, and as he proclaimed that it was up to them if they wanted to stay there and be buried with Zuokai and Meng Guangxian, he asked if anyone wanted to escape with him. One of the students who had a bowl cut urged that Juk Xuan should wait for him because he wanted to come too, and the student confronting Juk Xuan earlier confronted him and asked what he remarked. The student with the bowl cut walked towards Juk Xuan while he apologized as he explained that he wanted to live, and another student followed behind him and mentioned that he still has his grandfather waiting for him at home. Glancing over the students following him, Juk Xuan questioned what was wrong with being afraid of death and assured that there was no need to feel guilty because the one who should apologize was Zuokai, so everyone should get ready to leave. The student with the bowl cut was about to open a door, and he advised that it was the shortcut, so they should break down the door together. But he was suddenly sent flying when Yin Ziyuping kicked the door open from the inside. As the student crashed on the ground, Zhuge Xuan and the others were alarmed. Yin Ziyuping came out the door, and as he mocked them if they wanted to escape, he asserted that they were out of luck because he just happened to show up, so they should come and do him a favor and he will alleviate their punishment. Zhuge Xuan was surprised when he saw Yin Ziyuping, and he explained that they just panicked because of the explosion, and that was all. Yin Ziyuping just walked past Zhuge Xuan and ordered that he should shut up and that he doesn't need a large number of people, and a few less won't make a difference, so he will kill anyone who doesn't follow him. Zhuge Xuan quickly ran after Yin Ziyuping, and while calling him Lord Warden, he promised that he would do his best to work for him. Suddenly, another explosion occurred, and the limbs of the armored beasts were blown away by the explosion. Zhuge Xuan was horrified, and he screamed when he saw those limbs. On the other hand, Yin Ziyuping was agitated, and he grumbled that the two idiot monsters fell too quickly. One of the armored beasts suddenly landed in front of Zhuge Xuan, and Zhuo Kai was on top of it. Zhuge Xuan was astonished when he saw that Zhuo Kai killed the monster, and he wondered how Zhuo Kai became so strong and if it was due to an experiment. Meanwhile, Zhuo Kai called Yin Ziyuping and declared that at that moment, there was no person or monster that could interfere with them. Yin Ziyuping conceded that Zhuo Kai won, so he would cooperate with him, and he would release all his classmates and provide them with a temporary hiding place to hide from monsters. But Zhuo Kai insisted that there was no need because Yin Ziyuping's only fate was to become his experimental subject. One of the students called Zhuo Kai and expressed that it was such a relief to see that he was alright because they have been so worried about him. The other student suggested that since Yin Ziyuping has surrendered, Zhuo Kai should let him help save them all. Zhuge Xuan urged that Zhuo Kai should calm down and think about it, and as he asked Zhuo Kai if it wasn't his fault that they were there in that prison, he stated that saving them was Zhuo Kai's responsibility. Yin Ziyuping pointed his aura at Zhuge Xuan as he remarked that it was well said, so Zhuo Kai should take his offer or Zhuge Xuan dies, which horrified Zhuge Xuan, so he called Zhuo Kai and pleaded that even though they were not exactly on good terms, he has always had respect for him. But Zhuo Kai just looked at them with a bored look on his face, and he remained silent. Yin Ziyuping was taken aback by Zhuo Kai's reaction, and as he asked Zhuo Kai if he was not close to Zhuge Xuan, he pointed out that Zhuge Xuan has been Zhuo Kai's classmate for years, so he should consider the friendship. But Zhuo Kai just confidently retorted that Yin Ziyuping should do it because he doesn't respond to threats. Yin Ziyuping was pissed, so he called Zhuo Kai a monster, and as he asked him if he didn't care about his classmate's life at all, Zhuge Xuan called Yin Ziyuping and begged that he shouldn't kill him because he knows Zhuo Kai's weakness. Zhuge Xuan revealed that Meng Guangxian is Zhuo Kai's best friend, and he is inside the building, so catching Meng Guangxian would be more beneficial than him. Yin Ziyuping scoffed and acknowledged that Zhuge Xuan was also an incredible scumbag because he would sell out his classmates to save his own skin, and he was almost impressed, which made Zhuge Xuan ask if Yin Ziyuping could spare his life. But before Zhuge Xuan could finish his question, Yin Ziyuping refused because he hates assholes who betray their friends, and he fired his aura at Zhuge Xuan. Zhuo Kai just stood there as a huge explosion caused by Yin Ziyuping's attack destroyed the place. Yin Ziyuping quickly ran away as he hid through the smoke created by the explosion, and he taunted that Zhuo Kai should look carefully because Zhuge Xuan's death was in his hands. But to Yin Ziyuping's surprise, Zhuo Kai suddenly appeared beside him and dismissed that it was nonsense. Zhuo Kai sent Yin Ziyuping flying as he punched him on the torso and vowed that Yin Ziyuping was the one who killed Zhuge Xuan, but he shouldn't worry because he will take revenge for Zhuge Xuan. One of their classmates called Meng Guangxian and mentioned that their classmates had all run away, so they should retreat too because if the hunters from Special Intelligence found out what was going on in the prison, it would be their end. But Meng Guangxian replied that he should go ahead as he would wait for Zhuo Kai so they could leave together. The classmate urged that Meng Guangxian should leave Zhuo Kai alone because he had gone crazy. Meanwhile, at the fight, a huge explosion occurred. Zhuo Kai remarked that it turned out that breaking the mental defense 9 times in a row had such an effect, so Yin Ziyuping's turtle shell regenerated more slowly. Yin Ziyuping began to regain his consciousness. He wondered how long he had been unconscious, if it was 5 seconds, 10 seconds, or longer, and what on earth Zhuo Kai did to him because he couldn't remember at all. Zhuo Kai commented that it was great that Yin Ziyuping was awake, so he should come on and keep attacking him using his full strength. Yin Ziyuping screamed, and he thought that the bastard Zhuo Kai kept insulting him and treating him like a toy. He thought that there were countless chances and many times for Zhuo Kai to kill him, but Zhuo Kai didn't. Yin Ziyuping thought that Zhuo Kai could keep smiling and he could play with him as many times as he wanted, but he would kill him in one move. But Yin Ziyuping thought that he couldn't move and that he couldn't do anything even with the enemy being that close to him. Yin Ziyuping cursed and asked Zuo Kai what he did to him, but Zuo Kai explained that he did nothing. Zuo Kai stated that it was like a rabbit facing a falcon or a sheep facing a lion, and fear is a biological instinct, so Yin Ziyuping's body was resisting his command and wanted to stay away from him. Yin Ziyuping shouted no, and that he could still fight, and he was going to kill Zuo Kai. Zuo Kai inquired if Yin Ziyuping could attack even more and exclaimed that it was great because he would do more detailed research on him. He added that Yin Ziyuping should let him see where exactly the hunter's mental power came from, whether it was from the Danshan, heart, or head, and that Yin Ziyuping shouldn't be afraid because he would be very careful and wouldn't let him die easily. Yin Ziyuping was filled with despair, and he screamed. He continued to scream as Zuo Kai examined him. A few moments later, Zuo Kai asked if Yin Ziyuping had died and observed that life was really fragile. Suddenly, Meng Guangxian called Zuo Kai, and Zuo Kai queried why he was still there, where the others were, and if they had run away. Meng Guangxian mentioned that they should not talk about it at the moment because Zuo Kai had injuries. Blood suddenly spurted all over the place. Zuo Kai asked if Meng Guangxian was talking about the blood squirting out of his body, and he clarified that Meng Guangxian shouldn't get him wrong because those were definitely not injuries, and he just got too excited and accidentally used too much force. So he broke a few bones, but it was just minor injuries. He added that he would be fine after a nap and collapsed on the ground. Meanwhile, at Zuo Dao's residence, a young lady stopped Kaiyan Long. She warned that he shouldn't get any closer. Kaiyan Long replied that the young lady shouldn't get him wrong because he just wanted to meet her master, the famous and unparalleled Zuo Dao. The young lady explained that Zuo Dao didn't see outsiders, so Kaiyan Long should go back. But Kaiyan Long asked what would happen if what he wanted to tell Zuo Dao was related to his adopted son Zuo Kai. But the young lady reiterated that Zuo Dao didn't want to see outsiders and requested that he leave. Kaiyan Long laughed maniacally, and as he yelled to Zuo Dao, he taunted that his adopted son Zuo Kai killed the Minister of Foreign Affairs and was about to be executed, yet he still dared not show his face. He asked if the former underground king of the Western Mountains had already turned into a coward as timid as a mouse and expressed that it was a disappointment. The young lady suddenly attacked Kaiyan Long, but the man in uniform blocked her punch. The man in uniform thought that the young lady's attack was strong, but he blocked it. Suddenly, the young lady kicked the man in the face. The man thought that the defensive mental power had been broken. The young lady wielded a knife, and as she lunged towards the man, he cursed in his mind. The man thought that it was too late to stop. Suddenly, Kaiyan Long stopped the young lady's attack, and he mocked that she was going to kill someone because she didn't agree with him, so she had a very bad temper. The young lady retorted that whoever insulted Zuo Dao should die. Kaiyan Long claimed that Zuo Kai assassinated the foreign minister, and the young lady wanted to attack them, the special intelligence staff, so dangerous people like her should be killed as soon as possible. But Kaiyan Long was taken aback when the young lady kicked him in the crotch. He gritted his teeth and groaned in pain. The young lady took that chance to escape from Kaiyan Long's grasp, and she quickly moved away from him. She prepared herself for the fight that was about to ensue. Kaiyan Long clicked his tongue and remarked that the part the young lady attacked was also too malicious, and she took advantage of his shock to get out of his grip, and it was a good thing that he was protected by his mental power, or his lower body function would have been disabled, so he had an additional reason to kill her. But Kaiyan Long suddenly wondered what was going on and why his mental power was locked, and he thought that there were at least 3 level hunters ready to attack him at any time nearby. A man came into the courtyard, and as he announced that the people from the Special Intelligence Department were very brave, he questioned them for daring to speak to his little sister like that. Kaiyan Long identified him as the 3rd disciple of Zuo Dao and the current president of the Black Snake Society, Zhu Rulan, and he asked if the 3 level hunters hiding nearby were Zhu Rulan's subordinates. He inquired if Zhu Rulan only used his power as a martial artist to bully others. Zhu Rulan responded that power is like a fist, and the power of his subordinates was also his power. The man in uniform was horrified when he saw that Zhu Rulan's hand was coming to grab him. Zhu Rulan asked Kaiyan Long if he had another option, and the man in uniform pleaded with Kaiyan Long to save him. Kaiyan Long yelled Zhu Rulan's name and demanded if he wanted to be their enemy. Zhu Rulan questioned if Kaiyan Long was a worthy enemy and if a lucky wild dog also wanted to climb onto their heads and defecate. And as the man in uniform screamed in pain, Zhu Rulan mocked that it was ridiculous and asked Kaiyan Long why he thought that the power he obtained by chance could be compared to what Black Snake had accumulated over decades at Mingzin Martial Arts School. Zhu Rulan stated that he had been patient up until that moment, so Kaiyan Long should listen carefully and get out of there. But Kaiyan Long scoffed, and as he asked Zhu Rulan if he was trying to scare him, he declared that he was there on behalf of the Special Intelligence Department to uphold the law and justice, so Mingzin Martial Arts School must give an explanation for Zuo Kai's murder. Zhu Rulan remarked that young guys could get hot-headed and make mistakes, and as he asked if it wasn't just about killing someone, he mentioned that when he was Zuo Kai's age, He had hundreds of lives in his hands. Qianlong argued that it was nonsense, and as he asked how that could be the same, he explained that Zhuo Kai had killed the foreign minister in Jiangmen, so he had strong suspicions that Zhuo Kai was collaborating with rebels to thwart the peace agreement. Zhu Rulan inquired if Qianlong had any proof and if he was right that the foreign minister had died but the peace agreement was still signed. Qianlong replied that evidence was not important, and it was not even important whether Zhuo Kai had any connection with the rebel army. But unless Zhu Rulan handed over the Black Snake Society, Zhuo Kai's life would be in jeopardy, so Mingxin Martial Arts School and Zhuo Dao would be involved. Zhu Rulan asked if Qianlong was after the Black Snake Society. He commented that he already understood and asked Qianlong which consortium was behind him. But Qianlong retorted that Zhu Rulan didn't need to know because he wanted to negotiate alone with Zhuo Dao. Zhu Rulan laughed maniacally and he asked if Qianlong seriously just uttered negotiate. Qianlong responded that he wanted to negotiate with Zhuo Dao and asked if that was funny. Zhu Rulan queried if the title of director and diplomat made him feel like nobility or something and added that he was a fool because to the monsters and consortia, he was nothing but a low-cost disposable tool, so he questioned how tools could negotiate with people. Zhu Rulan stated that Qianlong was an 11 hunter director of the Special Intelligence Department, and his head was only worth 50 bits on the black market. Qianlong acknowledged that Zhu Rulan was right that he was a cheap bastard, but the price on Zhuo Kai's head was far greater, so he asked if that didn't concern him. Zhu Rulan remarked that in a few days, he would say hello to his friend Zhuo Kai when he came out because he just wanted to have some fun and rest in prison. But Qianlong countered that it seemed that Zhu Rulan didn't care enough about Zhuo Kai because he was in the Black Gate prison. Zhu Rulan was surprised when he heard what Qianlong revealed and asked if he was out of his mind. Qianlong stated that Zhu Rulan should know the current situation in the Black Gate prison, and as he asked how long Zhuo Kai could live, he added that he was also not sure, to be honest. Zhu Rulan warned that if something happened to Zhuo Kai, it wouldn't be enough even if he killed him 10 times, so his family and friends would also be buried alongside Zhuo Kai. Qianlong responded that he was already ready for that, so it was Zhu Rulan and Zhuo Dao's turn to choose, so he should hand over the Black Snake Society, and he would let Zhuo Kai leave immediately. Suddenly, Qianlong's men came rushing and called him. One of them reported that they had just received news, and the other informed that all the prisoners in Black Gate prison had escaped. Qianlong reassured them not to panic as it was a good thing because those students must have been able to escape prison with help, so he asked if it was the rebel army or the Black Snake Society. He ordered them to keep investigating because they didn't understand that it was a chance to get credit. As one of the men stated that the students escaped from prison on their own and the warden was killed, the other mentioned that judging from the current clues, there was no help from outsiders. Qianlong was taken aback when he heard what his men disclosed. He was horrified and confused. A few moments later, 2 of Qianlong's men carried the other, whom Zhu Rulan had attacked. Qianlong followed behind them while looking dejected. The young lady asked Zhu Rulan why they didn't just kill them all. Zhu Rulan explained that the young lady couldn't kill someone in Zhuo Dao's martial arts school, so if she wanted to kill, she had to do it outside. But he must first investigate Qianlong and the consortium that ordered him. But the young lady complained that it was very boring. Zhu Rulan advised that times had changed, so they must be more cautious, and the young lady should restrain her temper, use her head more, and learn more from him. The young lady remarked that Zhuo Dao specifically instructed her not to learn from Zhu Rulan because he was timid and those who practiced martial arts should have more courage. Zhu Rulan argued that he had been so worried about protecting their school and asked the young lady if she had any idea how many people coveted their wealth and industry. But the young lady just replied that no one would dare bully them if only their senior brother and second senior sister were still in the martial arts school. Zhu Rulan screamed, and as he questioned the young lady for what she blurted, he remarked that Zhuo Dao could hear them talking even if he was in the bedroom. The young lady revealed that Zhuo Dao had gone out and hadn't returned to the school for days. Zhu Rulan confessed that the young lady scared him to death and that she should never mention those 2 traitors in front of Zhuo Dao in the future because every time he got angry, he beat him and Zhuo Kai. The young lady stated that she should go out and save her senior brother Zhuo Kai because he was very weak and if he died, Zhuo Dao would be sad. Zhu Rulan warned that it was enough and that the young lady shouldn't cause any more trouble because he would take care of finding Zhuo Kai. He added that Zhuo Kai was a fool who was not only a nerd but he also had to get involved in a protest, and he hoped that Zhuo Kai stayed alive and didn't cause any more trouble. But he admitted that it was annoying and questioned why there was no one in the entire martial arts school who could make him worry-free. On the other hand, Zhuo Kai was dreaming of the past when Qin Yuan asked him what he was looking at, and he replied that it was the reincarnation Taoist record, the interesting technique that was said to be practiced only after death, and he asked Qin Yuan if he wanted to take a look. Qin asked if it was the martial art technique that they had found from the Red Lotus sect and commented that if that technique were effective, the cultists they defeated would have resurrected to fight them again. Zuokai agreed that it was right, and as he asked himself why he didn't think of that, he realized that he almost got scammed and it was bad luck. Qin mentioned that Zuokai was only confused because he wanted martial arts techniques too much, and he must have traded the points earned from defeating the Red Lotus sect members for martial arts techniques. Zuokai confirmed that it was right, but the court was really too stingy because after eliminating so many Red Lotus cultists, he only managed to exchange for 3 mediocre second-rate martial arts because the points needed to obtain superior martial arts were astronomical. Qin explained that the court's willingness to allow the exchange of martial arts techniques guaranteed their authenticity, ensured no errors or missing information in the texts, and even provided special explanation and guidance, which was an extraordinarily rare concession from the imperial court, and Zuokai asked if that didn't happen in the past. Qin replied that there were many martial artists in the imperial army, and together with the military formations, they were far stronger than the martial arts sects on the battlefield. So in the past, when cultists coerced refugees into rebellion, the imperial army could easily deal with it. But the current situation was different because the imperial court had hired martial arts sects, even martial artists with no sect like them, to deal with the Red Lotus sect followers while the imperial army made almost no movement. So the situation at that time was very strange. Zuokai admitted that it was all too complex and he couldn't make sense of it, so he should just forget it because he would be happy as long as he could obtain martial arts and constantly become stronger. Suddenly, people started approaching them. Qin noticed it, so he called Zuokai and warned that some people were coming. Zuokai wondered if they were other Red Lotus cultists and exclaimed that it was great because he could earn points again. Qin corrected him, stating no and that they were just refugees who were bewitched by the Red Lotus sect and had never practiced martial arts, so Zuokai wouldn't get points by killing them. The messengers asked them what they had done, and as they mentioned that the messengers were all dead, Zuokai just lamented that there would be no points. Zuokai commented that the refugees were foolish people who should thank him because he saved them from the hand of the Red Lotus so they could already go home. But the refugees protested, stating that Zuokai didn't understand anything because the disaster that would destroy the world was coming and only the Red Lotus sect could protect them and feed them, so they didn't need Zuokai to save them. Zuokai questioned the refugees if he needed their permission to save them and asserted that, as a strong person, he could do whatever he wanted. Suddenly, one of the Red Lotus cultists lying on the ground began twitching. One of the refugees pointed at him and called out that everyone should look. The refugee asked if the cultist wasn't already dead, and the other refugee wondered why he should be scared of those 2 brats who insulted the Red Lotus. Suddenly, the cultist sprung up and decapitated the 2 refugees. He landed on the ground and faced Zuokai and Qin. Zuokai exclaimed to Qin that it wasn't an illusion and that the Red Lotus cultist had actually come back to life, so the reincarnation Taoist record, the cultivation technique that could only be practiced after death, was true. Qin quickly swung his sword at the cultist, but when his attack landed on the cultist, it created a loud ringing sound. Qin was surprised that the cultist's skin wasn't even scratched, and the cultist charged with his fist. Qin dodged the cultist's attack. Zuokai charged forward and declared that it was his chance. He delivered a clean punch into the cultist's stomach. But Zuokai was surprised when he noticed that the cultist was unaffected. The cultist quickly swung its sharp claws at Zuokai. Zuokai dodged, and as he stepped back to where Qin was, Qin asked him how he killed the cultist before. Zuokai explained that the cultist only cultivated external skills. Thus, his skin, bones, and muscles were exceptionally strong, so to kill him, he used the true Kai for a final blow that targeted the cultist's heart. But after his resurrection, he became tougher and his strength increased a lot, so even his true Kai could hardly enter his body at the moment. Qin remarked that it seemed that they could only use one method, and that was to retreat. As the 2 of them ran away, Zuokai asked Qin if he could slow down a bit, but Qin replied that he was already running very slowly. Zuokai cursed, and he asked Qin how he could run so fast without using his true Kai and if that was even possible. The other refugees were also running away, and as Zuokai exclaimed that Qin should wait for him, the refugees cursed and yelled that the 2 were coming after them while the messenger was right behind them. One of the refugees questioned what messenger the others were talking about when it was a monster. Suddenly, the cultist passed by 3 refugees and attacked them. The cultist sliced through the refugees' bodies without any hesitation, and he charged forward to attack Zuokai and Qin. Zuokai dodged the cultist's attack, and the huge rock that got hit was destroyed. Zuokai cursed and complained that they couldn't get rid of the cultist, and Qin suggested that they should just forget it and stop running because if it came down to a contest of stamina, they would only exhaust themselves to death first. Zuokai agreed and asked Qin if he was finally willing to take action. Qin Yuan asked Zhuo Kai what he was talking about. Zhuo Kai claimed that Qin Yuan should drop the act because even though he consistently employed only fundamental sword techniques, his demeanor and appearance made it clear that he came from a prestigious family. And it was how it was written in the novels, where the genius disciple who always hides his true identity wanders around the world, purposely avoiding using their sect's martial arts techniques. He added that the genius disciple makes a trustworthy friend on his journey, but because his true identity was exposed, his friend felt inferior, and eventually, the two became strangers. He asked Qin Yuan if he was not worried about that. Qin Yuan replied no and that he hadn't thought about it at all, so Zhuo Kai asked Qin Yuan what was holding him back. Zhuo Kai declared that whatever the reason was, they were currently in a critical moment, so Qin Yuan should hurry up and use his incredible martial arts skills to destroy the resurrected monster. But Qin Yuan responded that he couldn't because his master told him that if he wanted to surpass his predecessors and reach the pinnacle of martial arts, he must not use true Kai at his current stage of cultivation. Zhuo Kai was surprised, and as he asked Qin Yuan if the pinnacle of martial arts was more important than his life, he warned that if they didn't kill the resurrected guy, they were done for. Qin Yuan responded that it was his own choice and he wouldn't drag Zhuo Kai down, so he should leave first because even if he couldn't win, he would try his best to delay the cultist for him. Zhuo Kai acknowledged that he understood, but Qin Yuan informed Zhuo Kai that he was going in the wrong direction. Zhuo Kai stood in front of the cultist, and as he cursed that Qin Yuan was a stupid, annoying bastard, he asked him if he thought he could protect him and boasted that he was centuries too early. Qin Yuan and Zhuo Kai both charged forward while the cultist did the same. A huge explosion engulfed the area. An hour later, drops of blood were scattered on the ground, and Zhuo Kai reflected that it was as expected, that it was impossible. Zhuo Kai thought that no matter how many times they hit the cultist, their attacks inflicted no harm on him, but a single hit from him left them grievously wounded. He concluded that a fight like that was pointless, and the idiot Qin Yuan must have realized that too. Qin Yuan was still standing, but he was already exhausted and out of breath. As the cultist swung his claw at Qin Yuan blocked it with his sword, and as his arms trembled, he clicked his tongue in his mind, thinking that his right hand was broken and he could only hold the sword with his left hand. Zhuo Kai thought that even in that state, Qin Yuan still refused to use his true Kai, so he was a madman. Qin Yuan gracefully dodged the cultist's attack as he jumped in the air. He pointed his sword at the cultist while he was still up in the air. Qin Yuan swung his sword and managed to damage the cultist's body. Zhuo Kai inquired what it was and if it was a dance because it was as if Qin Yuan was intentionally coordinating with the enemy to perform a duet dance. He observed that the strength of the sword had also obviously weakened, and while Qin Yuan concentrated to gather his slashes into one point, Zhuo Kai wondered if he could really win like that. In the South China Sutra, there was a tale where a chef demonstrated his art of bull slaughtering to a king, and the blade was like running water, cutting into the bull's body so the bull didn't feel any pain. The audience was treated only to the beautiful, harmonious sound of the chef's knife, and by the melody's end, the bull's sinews and bones were neatly separated, and the beef had gently fallen like droplets of mercury. The king asked the chef how he could possess such remarkable skill, and the chef replied and explained that only by concentrating to the extreme and feeling the existence of the bull with the spirit could the blade and the spirit merge, consciously gliding over the bull's form, passing through the gaps between muscles and bones. Thus, even after 19 years and countless cattle, the chef's blade remained as pristine as ever without any damage. Applying the chef's skills in combat, they wondered if it was akin to slicing through willow branches in the breeze or perhaps like cutting feathers floating in the air with a sword. Qin Yuan applied the chef's skills during his fight, and he managed to cut off the cultist's arm. But Qin Yuan cursed in his mind as he thought that his consciousness had reached its limit, and he couldn't hold on anymore, so it was unfortunate. Suddenly, Qin Yuan heard sounds of fighting, and he assumed that Zhuo Kai was holding off the enemy for him. Qin Yuan thought that he shouldn't sleep because Zhuo Kai couldn't last long, so he should get up and strike with the sword just as he did moments ago. But Qin Yuan was surprised by what he saw when he opened his eyes. He saw that the cultist took a lot of damage and his whole arm was gone. The cultist's muscles seemed to have been ripped out of his body, and blood was dripping in that area. Qin Yuan asked if Zhuo Kai filled the gaps in the cultist's muscles and bones with true Kai, causing him to explode from within while in motion, and as he commented that it was the same principle as the sword he just used but with a completely opposite application method, he asked Zhuo Kai if he understood it after just watching it once. Zhuo Kai did not answer Qin Yuan's questions. Instead, he reflected that he could finally understand his feelings a bit because it was wonderful, and that kind of feeling was indeed worth exchanging one's life for, so it would be very interesting if they could reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Hot steaming buns were served on Qin Yuan's table. As the server informed that it was his order of 10 steamed buns and that he should enjoy his meal, Qin Yuan remarked that their buns were a bit small, so he should give him 2 more bowls of beef noodles without scallions and requested that the server hurry up. The server agreed and replied that he would let the kitchen know right away. Zuo-kai inquired why Qin Yuan was eating so much, and Qin Yuan explained that without using true kai, fighting and healing consumed more energy. Qin Yuan stated that it was not like he enjoyed eating. Zuo-kai queried why his master forbade him from using kai and how a top expert could fight without kai, and commented that it didn't make sense that Qin Yuan couldn't reach the pinnacle of martial arts by using true kai. Qin Yuan narrated that in ancient legends, there were mentions of a big fish called kan, and its meat was very tasty, and it could grow to be thousands of meters long. He noted that although it was delicious, it had no natural enemies and lived comfortably in the middle of the sea, and when the wind blew, it grew wings, and with the force of the wind, it rose up and flew into the sky, and he asked Zuo-kai what his opinion on such a creature was. Zuo-kai responded that it had enviable freedom. Qin Yuan questioned Zuo-kai when he used the word freedom, and he pointed out that without the sea's protection, kan would only be a delicacy on the table, and without strong wind, it couldn't fly. He added that martial artists pursue the strongest martial arts techniques and the strongest kai, but he wondered if martial arts would no longer exist if there were no techniques and no true kai. Zuo-kai requested Qin Yuan to wait and let him think because he was a bit confused. Qin Yuan concluded that techniques and true kai could make them stronger, but they were just tools, and as he inquired if Zuo-kai could use the trick that killed the Red Lotus cultist again, Zuo-kai replied that he tried several times, but it didn't work as it was very difficult. Qin Yuan advised that practicing the trick well should be the direction Zuo-kai strives for, so he should throw away the copy of the Red Lotus sect's exercise of unknown origin that he had in his hand because the Red Lotus sect's techniques may make him stronger quickly, but they all had huge flaws and dangers, so the dream of reaching the pinnacle of martial arts would only become an obstacle in his path. Zuo-kai argued that it was Qin Yuan's path and not his because the place he was born in was completely different from his, where the strong humiliate the weak and the only way to survive was to do his best, so he wouldn't give up any method that could make him stronger. Qin Yuan lamented that it was a pity because Zuo-kai was just talking about the pinnacle of martial arts. Zuo-kai revealed that he could already answer Qin Yuan's previous question. He explained that even if one day martial arts techniques and kai were to suddenly disappear from their world, martial arts would still exist because slashing a sword, punching with fists, and biting with one's teeth were martial arts too. Zuo-kai stated that true kai was also a martial art, and so were the techniques, so he would learn and understand everything about martial arts and use every martial art because it was his path. Suddenly, Zuo-kai woke up from his dream, and he was lying on the floor. He muttered that he didn't know why he was suddenly dreaming about the past. An old man suddenly inquired if Zuo-kai was awake, and he notified him that there was a note left by his companion. The old man handed the note to Zuo-kai. Zuo-kai read Zuo-kai's note, which stated that Zuo-kai was going to buy something to eat, and would be back soon, so he should wait for him there. And as Zuo-kai clicked his tongue and grumbled that the writing was really bad, he asked the old man what that place was. The old man replied that it was Weston Metro Station, and it was the station's name before the railroad line and that area was destroyed by war. Zuo-kai asked the old man if he lived there, and as he mentioned that the smell was really bad, even a prison was better. The old man retorted by asking if Zuo-kai thought he was happy to live there, and revealed that his house was blown up 6 months ago, and that was his life savings. Zuo-kai remarked that it was miserable and expressed his condolences to the old man. The old man laughed and shared that his situation was pretty good because the man in the sleeping bag next to Zuo-kai lost his job and couldn't pay his mortgage when the war came, and his house still existed, but it had been forcibly auctioned off, yet due to the depreciation of housing prices, the auction amount still did not meet his debt, so currently he had to pay off the loan every month. He stated that there were some even worse than that man, and he asked Zuo-kai where he was going. Zuo-kai informed that he had to go, and he would come back to listen to his stories. He went towards the railway. Zuo-kai thought that Meng Guangxian's voice came from there, and he heard that a robber demanded that Meng Guangxian give him money, but Meng Guangxian refused and suggested that the robber go find someone else because he didn't have any money. As Zuo-kai moved forward, he heard the robber snicker. He claimed that he recognized Meng Guangxian's uniform and that he was a student at Western Mountains University, and Meng Guangxian insisted that the robber was mistaken. But the robber challenged him for daring to assassinate a diplomat and for having a lot of nerve, and Meng Guangxian denied knowing what the robber was talking about. The robber argued that he should be in prison, and as he threatened to report him to the Special Intelligence Department, Meng Guangxian replied that if the robber wanted to report, it was his business, so he didn't care. The robber scoffed, and as he warned Meng Guangxian to see the knife in his hand, he demanded that he hand over the money if he didn't want to get hurt, but Meng Guangxian responded that the robber shouldn't even think about it. The robber cursed and insulted Meng Guangxian for daring to grab the knife, but he quickly apologized and begged for forgiveness. When Zuo-kai arrived, the robber was already on the ground, and as he asked Meng Guangxian if he took care of that on his own and if it was his first kill, he observed that it was not bad as it was a fatal stab. Meng Guangxian admitted that he didn't want to kill anyone, and he wondered why everything was going so wrong. Zhuo Kai assured that the robber was just a dead scumbag, so Meng Guangxian should relax because it was no big deal. Meng Guangxian explained that Weston Underground Station was the contact point between them and the rebel forces, but currently they were all gone, and they were abandoned by the rebels, so no one would save them, and they had no way out. Meanwhile, Qianlong was at the Black Gate prison. Qianlong remarked that it was interesting that all the surveillance cameras were destroyed, and as he asked what kind of coincidence that was, he noted that the Mingxin martial arts school did not take any actions, and the rebels hadn't moved either, and inquired who killed Yin Ziyuping. The man in uniform notified Qianlong that they had just restored some of the images, and it was Zhuo Kai who killed Yin Ziyuping and the armored beasts, and Qianlong asked how that was possible. The man in uniform speculated that maybe Zhuo Kai had been hiding his strength as a martial artist from the start, or perhaps he temporarily awakened and became a hunter, but the portion of the surveillance video recovered was too small to determine anything at that point. He reported that from the state of the prison, it could be inferred that the fighting lasted for a long time and Zhuo Kai's quick reflexes made him dodge most of the attack, which was the key to his victory. But his attack power was weak, making it difficult for him to cause effective damage to opponents, so the overall evaluation of Zhuo Kai's strength was equivalent to a relatively strong sea-level hunter. Qianlong noticed the burn on the man's head and asked if the logistics team didn't help him treat it. The man in uniform explained that he was the one who refused treatment because he would not remove the scar before killing Zhu Rulan and destroying the Mingxin martial arts school. Qianlong commended the man for his ambition but pointed out that it was already late that day, and he was not a dark-hearted boss who lets his subordinates work overtime despite being injured, so the man should go back and rest first. But the man insisted that there was no time to rest and stressed that the students had escaped from prison, and their whereabouts were unknown, so the plan to seize the Black Snake Society might fail at any time. Qianlong reassured him not to worry as the advantage was still on their side because, from the beginning, he had arranged for spies to monitor the prison from a distance so that if the rebels or Black Snake Society attacked the prison to rescue the students, his spies would track them all the way to their lair and uproot them. The man in uniform revealed that the students escaped from prison by themselves without any help from the outside world, and Qianlong acknowledged that although the probability was small, he had taken that situation into consideration. Qianlong clarified that if students escaped from prison on their own, spies would secretly follow a few key students, as those students would definitely have someone to contact for help. The man in uniform asked if Qianlong meant that those students would contact the rebels or the Black Snake Society, and he agreed that indeed there was a high possibility, so he understood that Qianlong appeared panicked in front of Zhu Rulan to deliberately show weakness. Qianlong concluded that winning or losing at the moment was not important because as long as Zhu Rulan relaxed his guard and let Black Snake make mistakes, the final victory would belong to them. Suddenly, Qianlong's other men reported a new discovery as they found some suspicious bodies at a distance of 1 kilometer from the prison. There were 3 dead bodies lying on the ground. Qianlong checked on those corpses. He was surprised and revealed that those were his spies. The Yuan mansion was beautifully lit up. Inside, Yuanjia's brother inquired why she came home so late, and Yuanjia replied that she was not obligated to report her schedule to him. Yuanjia's brother responded that he was simply concerned about her because vagrants, rebels, and hungry monsters were all out on the streets at that hour, so anything could happen. Yuanjia questioned if he was genuinely concerned, as it was unusual, since he is usually more worried about her competing with him for the family fortune. Yuanjia's brother replied that it was in the past because their father had already arranged Yuanjia's marriage, and her fiancé was the governor general. Yuanjia questioned if her father wanted her to marry a monster. Yuanjia's brother responded that as such, they were no longer rivals because there was no way that Yuanjia, who would marry a monster, could inherit the Yuan family fortune, and not only that, her marriage to the governor general would also cement the prosperity of the Yuan family's financial group. He remarked that Yuanjia needed to take good care of her body before the wedding because it was vital for their family's prosperity, and he laughed maliciously. A few moments later, the mansion garden became quiet. Yuanjia sat silently by the fountain. Her secretary requested that she share her plan with her father because if he knew her true capabilities, he would surely break off the engagement and name her the heir to the Yuan financial group. But Yuanjia replied that she had already been aware of the marriage for a long time. The secretary questioned if she was deliberately giving up her position as the heir and if she was willingly marrying the monster. Yuanjia replied that her father would never allow her to be his heir, and it was not about capability, it was simply because of her gender. The secretary stated that her father had always looked after her well and treated both her and the young master equitably, but Yuanjia responded that it was only what outsiders saw because, at heart, her father was quite the traditional person. Yuanjia remarked that her secretary shouldn't make that face and should not feel sorry for her because she had never been serious about the small stakes of the Yuan family's financial group, as she gets what she wants for herself, so they should get to why he was there so late, as he must have something urgent to report. The secretary responded that there had been trouble at the Black Gate prison because that afternoon, Yin Ziyuping and a monster were killed by Zhuo Dao's adopted son, and students of Western Mountains University had collectively escaped from prison as well. Yuanjia responded that Zhuo Kai was the adopted son of Zhuo Dao and questioned if the poor scapegoat was able to kill a sea-level monster. The secretary replied that perhaps Zhuo Kai had been keeping his strength hidden all along, or maybe he faced a crisis in prison that triggered his awakening as a hunter, and currently, Zhuo Kai's strength was assessed to be equal to a strong C-level but not yet a B-level. Yuanjia responded that Zhuo Kai was ultimately a minor character, and she questioned if there was any news from the Special Intelligence Department. The secretary replied that except for Zhuo Kai, the whereabouts of all students were unknown, as all the spies arranged by Qian Long had been killed and they didn't know who did it. But luckily, he had arranged for one of his men to follow Zhuo Kai, and he was still undercover. Yuanjia remarked that the spies tracking ordinary students were all dead, and her secretary's man who was spying on Zhuo Kai was still alive, and she questioned him if he assumed that was luck. She commented that they were being targeted and that someone wanted to dig them out. The secretary replied that it shouldn't be the Black Snake Society or the rebels, so perhaps it was another consortium. Yuanjia remarked that with such a big deal as the assassination of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, it was only natural that they would be targeted, which was why he wanted to throw Zhuo Kai into the spotlight, making everyone believe that he was the key player. The secretary questioned if Zhuo Kai was not important. Yuanjia replied that after being framed for the assassination of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Zhuo Kai had already served his primary purpose, and the task of monitoring Zhuo Kai had been handed over to Qian Long from the Special Intelligence Department, so the secretary should inform Qian Long that it was his last chance and he knew what must be done. She remarked that a mere sea-level hunter or martial artist wouldn't have any impact on their plan, so they should not lose sight of their true objective, to destroy the rebels and capture their leader, as it would be their ultimate triumph. On the other hand, Zhuo Kai was still at the Weston Metro station. Zhuo Kai awakened Meng Guangxian. He clicked his tongue and remarked that the human heart in that world was so fragile that excitement alone could cause fainting. Zhuo Kai commented that he should just forget it because Meng Guangxian was fine anyway, so he should explore the changes in his body, because if he had unconsciously practiced the reincarnation Dao record before his death, he wouldn't be able to use the martial arts techniques that could cultivate true Kai, which are internal skills. He commented that, however, it should be easier to cultivate external skills that strengthen the body, so he should start with the simplest iron sand palm and give it a try. Zhuo Kai pondered that the props needed to cultivate iron sand palm were 5 points of iron sand and a special potion. He also considered that he required the iron pot that was heating up. Zhuo Kai contemplated that all the props he required were right in front of him. He began pounding the heated iron sand in front of him with his fist. The hard and finely divided iron sand and the constantly increasing high temperature were all actually imagined by Zhuo Kai. But one could question how much influence the power of imagination could have on the body. Once, a certain psychologist conducted an experiment on a death row inmate. The psychologist tied the death row inmate to the bed and used a wooden knife to cut the inmate's wrist. There were no scars, no bleeding, and the death row inmate was in very good health. Immediately afterward, the psychologist turned on the faucet and dripped water into the iron basin next to the bed. He told the death row inmate that his wrist was bleeding out and remarked that bleeding to death was the punishment for his crimes. Under the illusion of trauma, the inmate writhed in agony until he died, and the symptoms of his death matched exactly those of dying from blood loss. So the mind and body are integrated with each other, and one could ask what would happen if they applied extreme imagination to martial arts training. Zhuo Kai remarked that the iron sand palm, 2nd level, was completed. He commented that it was a terrifying cultivation speed, and if it weren't for the fact that his body couldn't handle the transformation too quickly, he could definitely continue to advance his iron sand palm to higher levels. Zhuo Kai remarked that iron sand palm enhances the attack power of his hand technique, and what he needed to improve next was the whole body's defense, so he would choose Golden Bell Shield. He began to imagine a huge wooden hammer. Zuo Kai envisioned 4 martial artists using wooden hammers. One of the martial artists suddenly struck Zuo Kai with his wooden hammer. The other martial artists followed and pounded Zuo Kai. The Golden Bell Shield, level 1, was completed, and Zuo Kai replaced the hammer with an iron one. Zuo Kai remarked that they should come at him and questioned how a mere piece of iron could compare to muscles that had been trained for a long time. The martial artist struck Zuo Kai, and he was slammed on the ground. Meng Guangxian suddenly awakened, and he questioned Zuo Kai what he was doing. Zuo Kai remarked that Meng Guangxian was finally awake and that he was cultivating martial arts, and he questioned Meng Guangxian if he wanted to learn because he would teach him. Meng Guangxian questioned Zuo Kai if that was how he practiced martial arts. Zuo Kai held out a clean fancy jacket. He asked Meng Guangxian if it was the clothes he brought for him and remarked that it was really good. Meng Guangxian responded that if they don't change their clothes, their identity will be easily discovered, and those uniforms make them too conspicuous, so Zuo Kai should place the clothes he changes out into the bag and discard them. Zuo Kai remarked that it was considerate of Meng Guangxian, and he inquired if he had reflected on what he mentioned earlier about learning martial arts. Meng Guangxian questioned Zuo Kai about how long he would need to practice martial arts before he could defeat an enemy like Yin Ziyuping. Zuo Kai replied that Meng Guangxian's qualifications are very ordinary, so it will take about 3 years. Meng Guangxian commented that it takes 3 years just to defeat a C-level hunter, so learning martial arts cannot save Zishan as there are B-level, A-level, and S-level hunters in the Special Intelligence Department, not to mention thousands of monsters, and he questioned how many they could possibly kill. Zuo Kai asked Meng Guangxian what it matters, and Meng Guangxian replied that he felt tired as it feels like they can't change anything. Meng Guangxian stated that the rebels have abandoned them, and if they get caught by the Special Intelligence Department of the monsters, their fate will be worse than death, so he doesn't even know if he will survive until the next day. Zuo Kai acknowledged that he understood, and he asked Meng Guangxian what he intended to do next. Meng Guangxian responded that he was leaving Zishan and was going to a safe place, and Zuo Kai could reproach him all he wanted as he had let his classmates down and he had let Zuo Kai down too. Zuo Kai inquired when Meng Guangxian planned to leave and added that he was coming with him. Meng Guangxian questioned if Zuo Kai was leaving with him, and Zuo Kai replied that he would escort Meng Guangxian out and ensure his safety, and after that, he would stay there and kill all the monsters. Meng Guangxian chuckled and commented that it was just like Zuo Kai, the harder he is hit, the stronger he becomes, and as he expressed his gratitude to Zuo Kai for his kindness and acknowledged that he appreciated it. He noted that the journey away from the border may be more dangerous than staying there, so he doesn't want to implicate Zuo Kai. Zuo Kai responded that Meng Guangxian has saved his life twice, and if he doesn't repay him, he won't be able to sleep at night, so he should come on and they should go to the border immediately. Meng Guangxian instructed Zuo Kai to wait because he needed money, as they need to pay money to cross the border, and there wasn't much cash in Yin Ziyuping's wallet. And what was left after buying those clothes was too little, so once he has raised enough funds, he will ask Zuo Kai for his assistance. Zuo Kai asked Meng Guangxian what kind of problem money was, and he assured that Meng Guangxian shouldn't worry as he will handle it. The two of them continued to walk down the railway. Suddenly, a dark aura emerged from the ground. It was the shadow of the man in uniform. He observed that Zuo Kai's senses are sharp because, while they were passing by, Zuo Kai paused for a second, and his shadow almost got discovered. Qianlong inquired what Zuo Kai and Meng Guangxian were doing at the moment, and the man responded that they began to move after changing their clothes, but his shadow couldn't hear sounds, so he was not sure where they were. Qianlong remarked that it doesn't matter and that the man should just keep his shadow at a distance and just follow them from afar. The man asked Qianlong why they don't just arrest Zuo Kai since he has been spotted. Qianlong questioned if the man had forgotten about those dead spies outside the prison and who he believed did it. The man asked if it was a certain large consortium. Qianlong replied maybe, and if they act rashly, they will only become victims of high-level political struggles, so at the moment, they could only wait for an opportunity, wait for Zuo Kai to slip up again, as it was the only way they could justifiably arrest him. The man asked if the crimes of assassinating the foreign minister, killing Yin Ziyuping, and escaping from prison were not enough, and Qianlong stated that they were not enough as those will ultimately be seen as collective crimes committed by the students of Zishan University. And Zuo Kai is the adopted son of Zuo Dao, so given the social status of Mingxin Martial Arts School and the Black Snake Society, they will likely get away with just a fine. The man cursed and declared that they were assholes, suggesting that they should just put another charge on Zuo Kai, just like the death of the foreign minister. Qianlong inquired what the man was rushing for and if he was trying to get him killed, and he remarked that he was working in the Special Intelligence Department but lacked brains as they may also be under surveillance at the moment, so he shouldn't do anything. The man suddenly observed that Zuokai had stopped in front of the railway carriage, and it was a mess as there is a financial company called Baoxing in the railway carriage, which appears to be an illegal underground loan company, so he speculated if Zuokai was planning to borrow money. Qianlong remarked that the man was a fool because Zuokai is the young master of the Black Snake Society, and there was no reason why he would need to borrow money, so he should hurry and give him the list of all the subordinate organizations of the Black Snake Society. The man replied that he understood and that it was all there. Qianlong noted that he found Baoxing, and sure enough, Baoxing Financial Company is a subsidiary company of the Black Snake Society, so they were completely screwed as their last chance was gone. The man remarked that Qianlong was being too pessimistic because as long as Zuokai hasn't returned to Ming Zin Martial Arts School, anything could happen. Qianlong inquired if the man didn't understand that Zuokai deliberately used that small, inconspicuous company to make contact with Zhu Rulan or Zuo Dao, and he commented that the safest choice at the moment is to wait until everything is arranged and the criminal's identity is cleared before returning to Ming Zin Martial Arts School, so they have already lost. Meanwhile, Raymond, the boss of the Baoxing Financial Company, was in one of the carriages. Raymond inquired if a man was fully aware and stated that after the loan contract is signed, upon the arrival of the agreed-upon date, regardless of the methods used, their Baoxing Financial Company will reclaim the loan and interest. The man thanked Raymond for his willingness to give him a loan and assured that he would never default on the interest. Raymond replied that before formally signing the contract, there is one more thing to do. The man questioned Raymond about what exactly had to be done. Raymond just told the man not to move. He began sniffing the man's neck. One of Raymond's men, the man in the purple suit, questioned what he was doing, and another man, the man in the blue shirt, remarked that it was his first day on the job, so it must be new to him, so he suggested that he take a guess first. The man in purple speculated if it was a lie detector test and remarked that Raymond was pretending to smell the other person to apply psychological pressure and verify their ability to repay the loan. The man in blue responded no and explained that Raymond was smelling the man's pheromones. He noted that he was not sure about the details either, but Raymond insists that there are 3 genders in their world: Alpha, Beta, and Omega. He explained that in the neck of Alphas and Omegas, there is a gland primarily for secreting pheromones, and Raymond wants to use pheromones to find his one and only Omega to be his life partner. The man in purple asked if an Omega could also be a man and if it was okay even if it was a man. The man in blue questioned what the man in purple was afraid of and explained that Raymond was not interested in him because before all their employees joined the company, Raymond had tested them, and they were all betas. Raymond suddenly inquired why the 2 of them were slacking off and instructed them to bring him the money as he just smelled the man and it was a milk-flavored pheromone so he wouldn't default on his debt. The man in blue responded yes and stated that he would get the money. Suddenly, a man crashed inside the carriage and bumped against the 2 men inside. Raymond commented that it was interesting, as he couldn't believe that someone dared to cause trouble in his place. The man who crashed explained that Zuokai insisted on forcing his way in, and he couldn't stop him. Zuokai inquired if it was the place to borrow money and stated that he was in a hurry. 1 year ago, Dr. Liu stated that Raymond was really good, as it was his first day of imprisonment and he had already engaged in a fight with the prisoners, and 5 of them were injured, and 1 was serious enough to be sent to a regular hospital for emergency treatment. Raymond declared that they brought it on themselves and he warned them in a susceptible period, but they still insisted on provoking him. Dr. Liu inquired what the susceptible period was. Raymond explained that as an adult, about 3 times a year, the glands in the back of his neck emitted pheromones uncontrollably, and during that time, he became cranky, irritable, and destructive, and it was exacerbated by the smell of omega pheromones, which is why he asked to be placed in a single cell and provided with appropriate medication. Yin Ziyuping laughed and questioned what Raymond would say next and if he was going to mention something crazy like the men could get pregnant too. Raymond responded that Yin Ziyuping should shut up and asked him if he wanted to die. Yin Ziyuping quickly took a step back. He was terrified when he realized it. Yin Ziyuping cursed internally as he considered that at that moment, he actually wanted to run away. He accused Raymond of being a bastard brat and asked him if he knew the consequences of threatening prison guards. Dr. Liu summoned Yin Ziyuping and requested that he step outside, explaining that he was interfering with her work, but Yin Ziyuping stated that the prisoner was very dangerous. Dr. Liu instructed that Yin Ziyuping should go wait at the door. Yin Ziyuping apologized and said that he was going out immediately and he was right at the door, so if Dr. Liu wanted anything, she should feel free to tell him. He closed the door behind him. Raymond inquired if Dr. Liu was in a very high position and noted that Yin Ziyuping seemed to be very afraid of her. But Dr. Liu responded that it was not important as she was the doctor there and Raymond was the patient, so she would help him as much as she could. Raymond asked Dr. Liu if she really wanted to help him and mentioned that he had filled out the medication request form the other day so she should give him the drugs on the list, and he could make up his own inhibitors. Dr. Liu explained that she had reviewed Raymond's application, and it included controlled substances, so she could only apply to the higher level hospital after confirming his symptoms. Raymond insisted that Dr. Liu should at least give him a single cell first because that prison was weird as omegas and alphas were imprisoned together, and he couldn't live with omegas during the susceptibility period as it would hurt them. Dr. Liu recounted that Raymond's first victim before he went to prison was completely naked with clothes torn, multiple bite wounds, and severe bleeding, and as she asked him if it was also because of his susceptibility period, Raymond clarified that it was his first period of susceptibility as an adult, so he went to the hospital to get a prescription for a suitable inhibitor, but the doctor examined him and gave him nothing, so he lost control on the way back. Dr. Liu added that the hospital took an X-ray of Raymond, and if he had waited another half day, he might have seen the results, as there were no so-called glands in the back of his neck that could release pheromones. Raymond suggested that there must be something wrong with their equipment because, although Dr. Liu may not feel it, that room was already filled with his pheromones. Dr. Liu responded that unfortunately, she really didn't feel anything, and she asked Raymond if he had any evidence that could prove the existence of pheromones. Raymond explained that a powerful alpha could use pheromones to suppress inferior alphas, and he was a top-notch alpha. While the 5 prisoners he had conflict with that day were all alphas and were under the suppression of his pheromones, so they suffered a devastating defeat, and he wasn't injured at all. He mentioned that Yin Ziyuping earlier also instinctively felt fear in front of him. Dr. Liu speculated that maybe they were afraid of Raymond because they thought that he was a felon, an uncaring lunatic. Raymond questioned Dr. Liu if she didn't believe him. Dr. Liu affirmed that she was sure Raymond was not lying to her, but what he thought of as common sense might be somewhat different from the real world, and she asked him when he started believing that alpha, beta, and omega were real categories in the world. Raymond stated that on the 15th of last month, the day he came of age, the world changed overnight, but historically, socially, economically, and politically, nothing had changed, and the only thing that seemed to have changed was people's perception of gender. Dr. Liu acknowledged that Raymond may feel confused and upset, and that he didn't mean to hurt others subjectively, he just couldn't control his own mind and behavior, he was just sick. Raymond disagreed, asserting that he was not sick and there was something wrong with that world as it was becoming so strange and he could sense that there might be great dangers coming. He maintained that he was not crazy. Dr. Liu was speechless while Raymond reiterated that he was not crazy. She mentioned that staying in prison was dangerous for Raymond and other prisoners, so as soon as his mental illness was confirmed, he could leave Blackgate Prison and receive real treatment. Suddenly, the prison's alarm went off. Dr. Liu inquired if someone had escaped from prison. On the other hand, at the prison grounds, a guard reported that the prisoners had escaped and that they should be careful because there was something off about them. In the year 639 of the Holy Calendar, the first group of hunters awakened and acquired superpowers, and regardless of race or gender, everyone had the opportunity to acquire superpowers, even prisoners. Gale was one of them, and he contacted Raymond and stated that he was there. Dr. Liu questioned Gale if his abdominal injury had healed and what was wrong with his hand. Gale claimed that it was God who gave him the power to take revenge and that he was there to kill Raymond. Dr. Liu called Yin Ziyuping, and as she asked him what he was doing, she instructed that he should come in quickly. But Gale responded that Dr. Liu should stop shouting as it was useless because Yin Ziyuping helplessly watched him kill 3 prison guards and run away in fear. Raymond dismissed it as a lot of crap. He challenged Gale if he wanted to kill him and stated that he should come then. Gale insulted Raymond, calling him a fool and threatened that he would cut him to pieces. But Gale suddenly noticed his hand, and he questioned why his God-given powers were gone. Raymond assaulted Gale. He insisted that Dr. Liu should look because he was not crazy. Raymond asserted that even if an inferior alpha acquired superpowers, he couldn't resist a powerful alpha, and it was the fundamental principle of that world. Back in the present, Raymond was surprised when Zuo-Kai grabbed his face. Raymond could not react and was taken aback when Zuo-Kai pushed him. Zuo-Kai asked Raymond if he was finally sober and stated that there was no point in continuing that fight. Raymond wondered how that was possible and why his pheromones were useless against Zuo-Kai when he had tried more than 10 times to fight with alpha hunters after escaping from prison. And as long as they were alpha, even B-level hunters would completely lose their abilities and become weak in his presence. He considered that it was not that the pheromones failed, as he failed to suppress Zuo-Kai in the confrontation of pheromones who had musk-flavored pheromones, and he wondered if Zuo-Kai was also a top-notch alpha. Zuo-Kai inquired what was strange about what Raymond was doing and mentioned that although his personality and appearance were completely different, Raymond felt very familiar to him, so he asked him if he knew the leader of the Red Lotus sect. Raymond asked Zuokai what the leader of the Red Lotus sect was and if he was there to preach, and he stated that he had no interest in cults. Zuokai suggested that they should forget it if Raymond didn't know the leader, so they should get down to business as he had come there to borrow money. But Raymond questioned Zuokai as he had suddenly broken in and injured his men, yet he was telling him that he just wanted to borrow money, and he expressed that he thought Zuokai was there to cause trouble. Zuokai clarified that he was there to borrow real money collateralized by human lives, and Raymond should tell him how much the 5 lives of him and his men were worth. The man in uniform called Qian Long and stated that they started fighting, and Qian Long asked the man if he was sure if it was Zuokai and the Baoxing Financial Company. The man declared that he was sure, and Qian Long asked where the Baoxing Financial Company got the courage from and questioned them for daring to attack the son of their sponsor. The man remarked that those gangsters were the lowest level of the Black Snake Society, so it was likely that they had never seen Zuokai, and it was a good thing. But Qian Long argued that it doesn't make any sense because even if the gangsters didn't know Zuokai, there was no way Zuokai did not know that they are subordinates of the Black Snake Society. He cursed and mentioned that Zuokai probably noticed that he was being watched, so he acted with the Baoxing Financial Company to hide their true intentions. The man commented that Qian Long's guess makes more sense, but they stopped fighting. Qian Long cursed, and he pondered what the hell Zuokai was contemplating. The man asked Qian Long if it was possible that Zuokai was simply mentally ill. Meanwhile, the carriage became quiet again. Zuokai stated that Raymond should sit down. Raymond explained that he admits that he was not Zuokai's opponent, but he asked Zuokai if he could beat the entire Black Snake Society. Zuokai asked what the Black Snake Society was. Raymond asked Zuokai how long he had been living in Zishan and if he had never heard of the Black Snake Society, and Zuokai asked him if he was supposed to know about it. Raymond mentioned that Zuokai should just ask anyone when he goes out, and he will know, as the Black Snake Society is the largest and strongest underground force in the Zishan region. And he suggested that Zuokai try getting out of there with the money and added that he will call him Big Brother as long as he can survive for 3 days. Zuokai asked Raymond if he was not going to give him the money after blabbering so much. Raymond explained that if Zuokai wanted the money, he should take it because their monthly salary is only a few yuan, which is not enough to fight him. But after leaving his door, Zuokai shouldn't regret it because B-level and A-level hunters will come to him one by one, and he shouldn't blame him for not advising him when his body is thrown into the sewer. Zuokai clicked his tongue and remarked that Raymond is a terrible speaker. He added that he just borrowed money and it was not like he wouldn't pay him back the money. Raymond commented that Zuokai really wanted to die, and as he agreed, he asked how much Zuokai wanted. Zuokai asked Raymond how much would be the travel expenses to King Q for 3 people. Raymond explained that if he wanted to escape from Zishan via the border area, and added that it was not a small amount, and more importantly, even if he got the money, he wouldn't be able to reach King Q as there are many guides who claim to be capable of guiding him to King Q, but most of them are money scammers. Zuokai acknowledged that it makes sense, and as he asked Raymond if he knew a guide who could really lead the way, Raymond questioned Zuokai if he was robbing him and asking him to introduce him to a guide and if he was brave enough to use the guide that he would introduce. Zuokai mentioned that he was in a hurry, so if Raymond could help him find a guide, he would give him an additional broker fee included in the loan. Raymond wondered if Zuokai was serious, and he considered that he should find a shady broker to kill Zuokai halfway. Zuokai asked Raymond if he gave it a thought, to which Raymond agreed and stated that he would consider Zuokai a friend and help him find a guide. Zuokai expressed that it was really great, so without further delay, they should leave because maybe they could reach King Q by night. Raymond asked Zuokai if he was coming too. Zuokai asked Raymond if he had forgotten that he was borrowing money for 3 people's travel expenses. Raymond cursed and declared that he would kill Zuokai. A few moments later, the 3 of them went to the slums. The area was quiet. Meng Guangxian stated that it has been an hour since the decided time, and Raymond explained that if he doesn't believe him, he could leave because for such an urgent order, he went to an agent, and he currently owes him a favor. Zuokai mentioned that someone was coming, and they were surrounded, as there are 5 people in front and 5 in the back, and they smell like mountain people. Raymond complimented that Zuokai has a good nose. He explained that they used to hunt wild animals, known as poachers, on the border between Zishan and King Q. The old man remarked that Raymond knew a lot about them and asked Raymond who introduced him to them. Raymond responded that it was Starlight Unicorn number 6. The old man explained that it was his old friend. He asked if the 3 of them were going to King Q as it wasn't common and if they were planning to flee on their own and leave their family members behind Zishan. Raymond admitted that he is an orphan. Meng Guangxian stated that his parents died in the war last year. Zuokai mentioned that he does have a family, but he doesn't know them. The old man claimed that they weren't speaking the truth, but since they know Starlight Unicorn number 6, he has one last piece of advice for them. He warned that it was dangerous to walk through the line, and out of 10, 5 will die on the road as the mountain road is difficult to walk, and what was even more dangerous were the monsters and guards patrolling the border. Then Guangxian stated that he was already mentally prepared, and Raymond suggested that the old man should stop talking nonsense as it was getting late, so they should start immediately. But the old man apologized and declared that he won't take Raymond's order, and the next day he will help them find another guide, but not that day. Raymond stated that he had already paid the deposit. The old man explained that as for the deposit, he will refund Raymond twice because he was getting older and he just wanted to do business in peace, but the three of them don't look like they are any ordinary fugitives. Zuokai announced that they were leaving that night, and he asked the old man what would happen if he insisted on him accepting that order. The old man asked Zuokai if he was going to force him, and he called Mustache, Round Head, and Mountain Chicken to come out and greet the guests. He also called Cyclops, Scarface, and Little Leopard and stated that they should get out to work. But Zuokai remarked that the old man shouldn't scream and not give him that look because they are not dead. They just fainted. Zuokai asked the old man again what would happen if he insisted on him accepting their order, and the old man declared that he would do as Zuokai commanded. On the other hand, one of the poachers was lying on the ground. The man in uniform called Qian Long and stated that Zuokai and the others were leaving. But Qian Long claimed that there was no need to hurry because Zuokai would notice if he got too close. He asked the man if he had noticed how Zuokai made the move and made all 9 people unconscious. The man replied no, and that Zuokai's speed was very fast and his movements were very subtle. Qian Long explained that Zuokai used small stones and he controlled the force well so that everyone would only get slightly unconscious. He noted that Zuokai didn't awaken to become a hunter, he practiced martial arts, and those days, Zuokai was good at cultivating and Zuodao was good at hiding. The man claimed that Zuokai got into the guide's car, so it seemed like they really planned on going to King Q. And as he stated that Qian Long stated that they could only arrest Zuokai legally when he makes a big mistake, he inquired if it wasn't a big mistake to escape from Zishan. Qian Long affirmed yes, of course, since it was Zuokai's country of origin, so it was an opportunity from heaven. The old man stated that everyone should get ready because they are leaving in 5 minutes. Zuokai asked if all of those people were going to King Q, and if he could take care of that, and the old man replied that Zuokai shouldn't worry. The old man explained that counting the 3 of them, there are only 15 people who are actually going to King Q, and some people just came there to say their final goodbyes to their loved ones. A man inquired of his mom and dad why they weren't coming to King Q with them and stated that he really couldn't relax while they were there. The dad remarked that it was a stupid thing to say, and he asked the man what will happen to the chickens, ducks, and vegetable fields in the yard if he leaves. The mom mentioned that she was used to living in the countryside, and she hasn't even visited the city often, and King Q is too far away, so she doesn't want to go. The man requested that his mom and dad think about it again as he had prepared all the travel expenses. He explained that Zishan was really too dangerous and no one could tell what those monsters would do. But the dad assured that the man shouldn't worry too much because they grow their own vegetables and eat their own food in the countryside so they could still live a decent life. The man's daughter stated that her grandpa and grandma shouldn't leave her behind. Her grandma advised that she should stop crying, as she would be fine and everything would be fine. Suddenly, the old man called for everyone's attention and declared that the time had come, so they should get ready to go. A few moments later, they walked along the edge of a mountain. The path was narrow, and they continued to walk in a straight line. Suddenly, Raymond lost his footing. He cursed and announced that he quit, so he was going back immediately. Zuokai argued that Raymond shouldn't go because he had already paid the toll, and Raymond claimed that he didn't know at that time that he had to walk through such a steep mountain road, and it was simply threatening his life. Zuokai questioned what he should do, and he stated that Raymond already knew their plan, so if he insisted on going back, he would have no choice but to kill him. Raymond suggested that if Zuokai was cautious, he should keep an eye on the guide because that old man obviously had a grudge against him, and he asked Zuokai what he was staring at him for. Zuokai responded that he had memorized the old man's scent and he couldn't run away, but as for Raymond, he looked a lot like the leader of the Red Lotus sect, so it was more dangerous to get him out of his sight. Raymond asked if it was the Red Lotus leader sect again and stated that he didn't know him at all, but he inquired what the scent was when the old man was far in the front and Zuokai could smell him from that distance. Zuokai noted that for a martial artist, it was quite common. Raymond commented that it was awesome, and he asked Zuokai if he could teach him, as he could even smell omega pheromones from a further distance, and the previous loan could all be counted as his tuition fee. Suddenly, the man from earlier lost his footing. He screamed and pleaded for help as he fell down. One of the immigrants reported that someone had fallen down. Another immigrant advised that they shouldn't get close as it was dangerous there and that the asshole should stop squeezing him and should let go. The old man instructed that everyone should calm down and stand close to the stone wall and walk near it because they would reach the safe area in another half hour. Raymond cursed upon hearing that it would take half an hour. Half an hour later, the group arrived in a cave. Raymond remarked that the mountain road finally ended. But the other immigrant questioned what he was happy about when 3 people had already died at the beginning of the journey, and he asked if they could really walk safely to King Q. Meanwhile, the child stated that her dad was missing. Her mother reassured that it was okay and that her dad was just waiting for them on the other side of the mountain. Suddenly, one of the immigrants found it strange and asked if anyone had seen where the guide had gone because he had just seen him on the stone and he was gone in the blink of an eye. Raymond asked Zuokai if he wasn't lying when he said that he could smell the old man and stated that the old man had just left them and ran away. But Zuokai clarified that the old man was deep in the cave and he had 3 people with him while he was walking towards them. When one of the immigrants heard that there were 3 people, he speculated if it could be the ghosts of the 3 people who had just fallen. But another immigrant dismissed it, saying that he should stop talking nonsense as there was no way it was possible. Suddenly, Captain Lin remarked that it was really an interesting point of view. He stated that for them illegal immigrants, he was indeed as terrifying as a ghost. The old man revealed that there were a total of 12 people in that group of illegal immigrants, and there were a few rich people among them who should have a lot of money on them. Raymond cursed the old man and asserted that after charging them so much toll, he had actually sold them to the patrol, which was outrageous because the bastard agent, Starlight Unicorn number 6, had said that he was a reliable guide, so he would beat him until death when he went back. Captain Lin affirmed that the old man was indeed the most reliable guide, and he could prove it, but every 2 days, it was their tradition to select a group of illegal immigrants as spoils of war for the patrol team, so it was just their bad luck. The old man offered that they had another chance, and as long as they handed over some money, precious metals, or jewelry, Captain Lin would allow them to continue to King Q. Then Guangxian inquired what would happen to illegal immigrants who could not pay. The old man explained that they would be captured and execution would be carried out on the same day. He added that it was also for their own good, and as he asked Meng Guangxian if he really thought that King Q was a good place, he said that King Q and Zishan were actually not that different with economic collapse, employment difficulties, public security chaos, and poor people with bad luck would soon starve to death when they arrived at King Q, so he was just helping them out in advance. Meng Guangxian accused the old man of being a shameless scum and questioned if using human life as a bargaining chip was considered a good deed. Captain Lin ordered that the old man should stop talking nonsense to the immigrants because in 5 seconds, if he didn't receive the payment, he was going to have to resort to coercive measures. One of the immigrants cursed Captain Lin and stated that no one would give him money. The immigrant was punched in the face by one of Captain Lin's men. One of Captain Lin's men announced that he had found gold bars, while another asked a woman if she had said that she didn't have money and stated that she could go without money as she could just exchange her body for it. The immigrants labeled them as bastards and declared that they should run. And one of Captain Lin's men stated that they were running towards the cave entrance, but he advised them that it was best not to do that. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred at the cave entrance. One of Captain Lin's men declared that they were idiots, as there were lord monsters guarding the entrance of the cave. But Zuokai questioned why there were armored beasts again and stated that those weren't even a challenge at all as they just exploded with just one punch. Suddenly, one of the armored beasts gathered its energy at the palm of its hand. It suggested that Zuokai should try it. Dust filled the area after the explosion. Zuokai inquired if it was a sharp armor cannon, and as he stated that it was very chewy and fragrant, he thanked the armored beast for its hospitality. The armored beast wondered if the sharp claw cannon got eaten and how could a human being do such a thing. Zuokai inquired what was confusing about it while grabbing its chest. The armored beast declared that Zuokai should stop it immediately. But Zuokai continued and crushed the armored beast into pieces while he remarked that any healthy adult male with proper exercise could do something like that. Zuokai started walking towards Captain Lin. Captain Lin warned that Zuokai should stay back. He stated that Zuokai should stop or he will kill the child. The mother pleaded with Captain Lin to let her daughter go and added that if he needed a hostage, she would become one. But Captain Lin insisted that she should get away and stay out of the way while kicking her. A loud banging sound filled the cave. Captain Lin was surprised when he heard that, and he quickly turned to look where the sound was coming from. Zuokai slammed one of the soldiers' heads into the ground, and he had already defeated all of Captain Lin's companions. Captain Lin quickly queried if he didn't hear what he uttered. He announced that Zuokai shouldn't come any closer because he will really kill the child. The child was terrified as she saw Captain Lin's sharp aura getting closer to her face. But Zuokai nonchalantly mentioned that Captain Lai should do it because he doesn't even know the child anyway. Captain Lin laughed and commented that Zuokai was just pretending like he didn't care, and was trying to trick him into letting the child go, so Zuo-kai shouldn't lie to him because if he just moved his fingers, the child would be dead. Meanwhile, Meng Guangxian was crouching behind Captain Lai, and his hands were trembling while he was holding a knife. Raymond pointed out that Meng Guangxian's hands are shaking very badly, but Meng Guangxian retorted that Raymond should shut up because he will really do it. Meng Guangxian was determined as he vowed that he could do it. But he remembered how he killed the man back at the subway. Meng Guangxian froze as he was horrified with that memory. He was startled when Raymond snatched the knife from his hand and charged forward. Raymond swung the knife at Captain Lin. Captain Lin was decapitated in an instant. The child quickly ran to her mother while Captain Lin's head and body fell to the ground. The mother thanked Raymond for saving her daughter and requested that her daughter tell Raymond thank you as well. But Raymond snapped that she should shut up and not bother him. Zuo-kai expressed that he couldn't believe that Raymond was kind that he took the initiative to save people. Raymond explained that the pheromone on the little girl has a rare durian smell and is the only sane alpha. He must protect the diversity of pheromones in that world until the world changes back to its original state. But he scoffed and muttered that even if he explained those things to Zuo-kai, he won't understand. Zuo-kai pronounced that Raymond passed, and Raymond questioned what he meant. Zuo-kai indicated that he was satisfied with the answer Raymond just gave, so he is willing to teach him the martial arts, the technique of being able to smell distant scents. Raymond pressed if Zuo-kai just got impressed by his answer and noted that it was weird, but since Zuo-kai agreed, he shouldn't go back on his word, and he must teach him when they go back. A few moments later, the old man led the group into a hole in the fence. The old man affirmed that it was the last hurdle, and further ahead, they will reach the territory of King Q, and according to their agreement, after they reach King Q, they will forgive him for his previous mistakes and spare his life. Zuo-kai replied that the old man shouldn't worry because he is the most trustworthy person, and in order to ensure the safety of the route, it is not a big mistake to collude with the patrol team, so he will not blame the old man. The old man responded okay and that he believes Zuo-kai. He probed if he could see the wire mesh in front of them and elaborated that it was a specially designed defense measure made by the patrol team, and touching the wire mesh will trigger an alarm, so they could only pass through the opened hole. One of the men urged that the old man should stop talking nonsense and lead the way, while the other observed that it was almost dawn. On the other hand, the shadow of the officer was watching them from a distance. He wondered how long they had to wait and proclaimed that Zuo-kai was about to cross the border. Kai and Long reasoned that the officer just saw that Zuo-kai easily killed 2 sea-level monsters, so his strength is beyond their expectations, and at the same time, there may be other strong men hiding besides Zuo-kai, so they have to be more cautious. The officer objected that if Kai and Long waits any longer, everyone will run away, and there won't be any chances later. Kai and Long countered of course not, and that he got a new plan. The officer professed that he didn't notice it when Kai and Long captured the child and interrogated if she was the daughter of an illegal immigrant and if Kai and Long killed her. It was the child that Raymond saved earlier, and she was unconscious while she was wrapped in Kai and Long's aura. Meanwhile, the mother lamented that her daughter was missing. She pleaded with one of the men to help her find her daughter. But the man argued that the mother should stop making noise because she will bring the patrol team there, and that they were about to arrive at King Q, so nobody wanted to accompany her there to waste time. One of the men who walked past the mother quizzed who was to blame if she didn't look after her own daughter and conveyed that she shouldn't look for her as she could have another daughter when she gets to King Q. Kai and Long's voice filled the mother's head. He voiced that she should see that those heartless bastards killed her husband and did nothing to protect her daughter, and not only that, they also took her daughter away, and they are going to King Kui to live a good life, so she should. And he claimed that she should look at their disgusting faces and demanded if she was going to let them go just like that. Meanwhile, the old man asserted that it was okay and the route was safe, so everyone should follow the footsteps he just left and come to him quickly. The mother approached the fences and reached out her hand. The old man wondered if she was crazy and cautioned that she shouldn't touch the wire mesh because she was going to kill all of them. But the mother did not listen, and she quickly grabbed the wire mesh. When the alarm immediately got triggered, the mother repeatedly exclaimed that they should die and that all of them should die together. The old man cursed at the mother and questioned if she even knew what she was doing. But the mother was already out of her mind, and she stated that they should give her daughter back. The old man inquired who cares about her daughter and if she knew how difficult it was for him to develop that illegal immigration route. Kai and Long's voice filled the old man's head, and he declared that his partner, the captain of the patrol team, has been killed, and his route has also been exposed. The old man clenched his fist and swung his arms. Kai and Long's voice continued inside the old man's head, and he asserted that they cut off the old man's money, so he had to make them realize the price for offending him, and they must die in pain and despair. The old man punched the wire mesh in front of him. He was manic as he bombarded the wire mesh with his punches. One of the men queried if the guide was beating up the wire mesh, and the other man remarked that they should leave the old man alone because the alarm has gone off and the patrol team will be there at any moment, so they must go to King Q quickly. But the man was startled when he bumped into an invisible barrier. One of the men probed what the man hit because there was nothing in front of him, and the other man commented that the opening was blocked by an invisible barrier, so there was no way through. The old man laughed and noted that as long as the wire mesh is attacked from the outside, the highest level alarm will be triggered and all wire mesh areas will be blocked by energy barriers so none of them could escape. The wire mesh produced a high voltage electric shock. The old man made contact with the high voltage electricity when he punched the wire mesh again. He fell on the ground, and his body was burnt by the electrocution. On the other hand, the officer wondered if they were all crazy, especially the guide who chose to be electrocuted to trigger the highest level alarm, and observed that their luck was very good. Qianlong mentioned that it was not luck because his skill, bewitchment, has the ability to manipulate other people's emotions. And the little girl also came there alone because she was bewitched as she believed she could find her father before he killed her. He explained that thanks to the little girl's disappearance, he was able to induce the emotions of her mother and the guide, triggering the highest level alarm. And the patrol officer who will rush to the scene must be at least a B-class hunter, just in time to test out Zuo Kai's true strength. The officer inquired if it wouldn't be better to contact the patrol team in advance and ask them to help in that case, and Qianlong responded that the members of the patrol team also belong to different financial groups and different factions, so it may not be beneficial to them to tell them Zuo Kai's whereabouts in advance. Qianlong pointed out that more importantly, if the patrol team is prepared, all the credit will go to them, so all they need is a hunter who doesn't know anything, and when he and Zuo Kai get injured, that is when they will take action. A few moments later, the patrol officer arrived at an incredible speed. He expressed that it was boring, and as he demanded if they were the ones who disturbed his sleep, he uttered that he considered there was some kind of emergency, but there were just 9 illegal immigrants there. One of the men was concerned, and as he pronounced that the patrol team had arrived, the other man posed what he was afraid of and announced that the patrol officer was only one person, so the guy wearing a red jacket could easily handle him because he's super strong. When Zuo Kai heard about the red jacket, he pressed whether they were talking about him. The patrol officer conveyed that it seemed that the men believed in Zuo Kai's power. He moved so fast that his movement could not be seen and cut one of the illegal immigrants' bodies in multiple pieces. One of the men voiced that one of the men was dead while the other cursed and sought to know when the patrol officer got over there when he was obviously so far away. The blood of the 2 men was spilled. The patrol officer swiftly moved past them and cut them into pieces effortlessly. He called Zuo Kai's attention and revealed that he would save him till the end and kill him, but Zuo Kai was uninterested and retorted that he was nice. The patrol officer maintained that his ability increases his speed, so they should see if Zuo Kai could surpass his speed and protect the illegal immigrants. He charged forward at an incredible speed to kill the remaining illegal immigrants. The patrol officer beheaded another man and affirmed that there are 6 left. He's slashing around, and as he cut up 2 more illegal immigrants, he was counting down. The patrol officer continued to swing his sword and kill the remaining illegal immigrants. He opined that it was boring because Zuo Kai didn't save anyone. Zuo Kai indicated that it was indeed extremely fast, and he couldn't even see the moment when the patrol officer killed someone. The patrol officer averred that it was a waste of time and a disappointment, so he will kill Zuo Kai and go back to sleep. Zuo Kai stared intently at the patrol officer, and he was focused when he saw him move. The patrol officer quickly moved behind Zuo Kai and was ready to attack. He reckoned that he would cut Zuo Kai into 2 pieces from behind, but he was startled when Zuo Kai elbowed him in the face. Zuo Kai's attack was strong that it sent the patrol officer flying. The patrol officer crashed and skidded on the ground. Zuo Kai acknowledged that although he hit the patrol officer hard, it felt so soft, and he interrogated if he was right that he is a B-class hunter because he is much more durable than C-class hunters. The patrol officer snapped that Zuo Kai was a bastard and a liar because he could obviously keep up with his speed. Zuo Kai protested that he was not lying and that the patrol officer was much faster than him. The patrol officer vowed that he won't be careless at that time. He promised that he will come to Zuo Kai at full speed. The patrol officer was moving side to side, and he was fast that he couldn't be seen. But as he was about to swing his sword at Zuo Kai, his face was met by Zuo Kai's fist. The patrol officer dug his feet on the ground and skidded on the ground to stop himself from being pushed farther away. He recounted that at that time, he was sure that Zuo Kai was slower than him, but he quizzed why he got hit first, to which Zuo Kai answered and elaborated that the average person's reaction speed is between 0.2 seconds and 0.3 seconds, and for those who are in good physical condition, the value could even reach 0.1 second. The patrol officer complained that Zuo-kai was humiliating him, and he couldn't believe that Zuo-kai was comparing him to an ordinary person. Zuo-kai clarified that the patrol officer's speed in motion was far beyond that of ordinary people, but when he specified reaction speed, he meant the interval between the time his conscious mind gives a command and the time his body starts to act. And a hunter's reaction speed is certainly faster than that of an ordinary person, but the patrol officer's reaction speed is no different from that of a C-class hunter, and 0.05 seconds seems to be his limit. He insisted that 0.05 was enough for him because experienced martial artists could judge their opponent's next move by observing the movement of the opponent's muscles. So the patrol officer's biggest mistake was not killing him first because he had come to fully understand all the movements in his body. The patrol officer deemed that Zuo-kai was an idiot because he actually told him the secret of his victory so easily. He surmised that things would change as soon as he changed his movement. Zuo-kai raised his hand at the same time the patrol officer was about to attack him. He used that hand to slap the patrol officer effortlessly, like he was swatting a fly. Zuo-kai concluded that as expected, the patrol officer changed his movement. He warned that it was not something that could be changed easily, and it would only expose the patrol officer to greater flaws, so he got him. Raymond stated that he really didn't understand it, and as he inquired why he was following him, Meng Guangxian remarked that he wanted to find the missing girl. Raymond laughed, and as he questioned if he was actually going back to find a little girl with no relatives when they were about to arrive in King Q, Meng Guangxian commented that it doesn't waste much time, but he queried if he was really sure that the little girl went in that direction. Raymond inquired if he didn't tell him that he could smell the pheromones and the nearby trees, flowers, plants, and stones all contained the residue of the little girl's pheromones, so they were close to finding her. Meng Guangxian wondered why he stopped. Raymond shushed Meng Guangxian and noted that something was wrong because there were two more people there. They saw Qian Long and the officer standing over the girl's body that was lying on the ground. Meng Guangxian announced that it was the Special Intelligence Department, and they killed the little girl, and Raymond commented that he should calm down. Raymond observed that they are hunters, and the man with the long hair is Alpha, so he can handle him, but the other hunter is a Beta, and he cannot suppress his abilities, so if they find them at that moment, they are dead. Qian Long coughed up blood. The officer inquired what was wrong with him. Qian Long explained that he just tried to use the bewitching skill to interfere with Zuo-kai, and as a result of that, he has suffered from a backlash. The officer queried how Zuo-kai's spirit could be so strong. Qian Long declared that it was incredible. He noted that because of his ability, he is not good at close combat, but as an 11th hunter, his mental strength is really strong. So everyone underestimated Zuo-kai because his mental strength should be above that of an 11th hunter. And not only that, if they consider him as a pure partial artist, he could crush the B-level hunters in close combat. The officer mentioned that the patrol officer was about to be killed by Zuo-kai, and he inquired if he needed his shadow's help. Qian Long replied no. He insisted that the officer's shadow needs to enter the battlefield at the most critical moment, but the officer refuted and remarked that the battle was almost over. Qian Long pointed out that the officer shouldn't worry because there is another way to use his bewitching skills, and he could use bewitchment to upgrade the hunter from B level to closer to A level, but he has to stay absolutely focused. The officer stated that he got it, and he requested that Qian Long leave it to him, as he will ensure the safety of the surrounding environment. He assured that with him, he won't let Qian Long be distracted in any way. Meanwhile, Zuo-kai jumped away from the patrol officer as he released an explosively powerful aura. Zuo-kai remarked that it was interesting, and he questioned what was going on there and if the patrol officer got stronger. The patrol officer looked menacing as he released his dark aura and crouched on the ground. Zuo-kai inquired if the patrol officer had gone mad already. He observed that not only did the patrol officer throw away his sword, he also made that weird posture, and he wondered if the patrol officer was ready to attack directly from the front. The patrol officer charged at Zuo-kai at an incredible speed, and Zuo-kai was pushed back even though he managed to block the attack with his arms. Zuo-kai was surprised by the patrol officer's speed. He was still skidding on the ground and was being pushed back when the patrol officer charged at him again to deliver another attack. As the shadow of the officer watched the fight, he realized that the situation had completely changed. The officer considered that after the B-level hunter fell into a frenzy, his speed increased significantly, and Zuo-kai could only barely defend himself and was getting beaten up one-sidedly. He mused that when both of them were exhausted, he could intervene on the battlefield next. Zuo-kai quickly moved away from the patrol officer to regain his footing. The officer wondered if the battlefield moved over there, and he reflected that it was fast, and he was going to be caught up in it. He was alarmed when he saw Zuo-kai's huge hand that was about to grab him from behind. Zuo-kai mentioned that as he assumed, he felt that something was wrong from the beginning, as if someone was using strange spells or powers to shake his spirit. He noted that the other hunter's condition was also very abnormal, and he questioned the officer's shadow if it was all his fault. The officer's shadow clarified that Zuo-kai should wait because he got it wrong and that he was actually there to protect him. But Zuo-kai insisted that he didn't believe the officer's shadow, and it was the end of it, so the hunter's abnormal state should also be resolved. But the patrol officer was still releasing the dark aura and was in a deranged state to kill. Zuo-kai wondered if he guessed wrong. On the other hand, Meng Guangxian and Raymond were still in the forest where Kai and Long and the officer were. The officer collapsed on the ground. Meng Guangxian observed that the officer fell, so the opportunity came. But Raymond cautioned that Meng Guangxian shouldn't get excited because Kai and Long isn't a level hunter, so before he completely suppresses Kai and Long's ability, Meng Guangxian's participation in the battle will only hinder him. Meng Guangxian acknowledged that he got it, but his expression turned dark. Raymond swung his leg and put all his force into it. He kicked Kai and Long in the face and was splattered. Kai and Long cursed and complained that it was the second time that he had been interrupted that day. Raymond questioned why he killed the little girl. Kai and Long was puzzled for a moment as to what Raymond was talking about. He saw the little girl that was lying on the ground. Kai and Long laughed, and he wondered if he meant that little girl. He queried if that was all just for the little girl, and Raymond wanted to fight him because of that. A street gangster dares to provoke a level hunter from the Special Intelligence Department. Raymond remarked that Kai and Long was destroying the diversity of pheromones, and in that world, there may no longer be pheromones with durian flavor in the future. Kai and Long argued that it was ridiculous, and in short, he inquired if he just wanted to cause trouble. He stated that although his skills aren't of the combat type, he could kill Raymond by using just the basic mental power. But before Kai and Long could land his punch, Raymond gave him an uppercut, and he lost his balance. Kai and Long exclaimed that his mental power disappeared, and he demanded what he did. Raymond declared that Kai and Long didn't have to know because for an inferior alpha like him, living in that world was just a waste of oxygen, and there was no need to keep his pheromones. Kai and Long believed that it was over. He assumed that he was never good at close combat to begin with, and if he didn't have his mental power, he might really have been killed by the little gangster, Raymond. But he realized that his bewitching ability seemed to not have been completely eliminated. Raymond inquired if he had any last words. Kai and Long declared that Raymond should wait a minute because, after all, the little girl was actually killed by Zuo-kai, and Raymond got curious. Kai and Long considered that it was good because it was working, and he mentioned that Zuo-kai is a felon who escaped from prison, and if he hadn't tried to escape across the border, their special intelligence department wouldn't have tracked him to that place and the little girl wouldn't be dead. Raymond pondered it and he questioned if he was trying to make his actions sound reasonable by what he was saying. Kai and Long acknowledged yes, and by killing him, Raymond was protecting Zuo-kai. He was protecting the scumbag who killed the little girl, and he queried if he was close to Zuo-kai. Raymond replied no, and he has nothing to do with Zuo-kai because he has known him for less than a day. Kai and Long declared that Raymond was a very talented young man, and him being a small-time gangster at the Black Snake Society is a real pity, so he wanted him to join the Special Intelligence Department. He continued that Raymond just needed to do him a favor and that he should help him catch Zuo-kai, but he took it back and insisted that Raymond should help him kill Zuo-kai. Raymond demanded if he wanted to kill Zuo-kai. Kai and Long confirmed yes and that Zuo-kai was too dangerous. Raymond swung his fist at Kai and Long without any warning, but Kai and Long was able to block it. Kai and Long demanded to know what he was doing, if he was going to antagonize the Special Intelligence Department for the scumbag Zuo-kai, and if he wanted to become a criminal. Raymond retorted that Kai and Long was a bastard and that he should shut up because if Kai and Long wanted to kill Zuo-kai, he had to kill him first. Kai and Long wondered what the hell was going on and reasoned that it was completely incomprehensible because the bewitchment should have already taken effect. Raymond remarked that Zuo-kai told him that he would teach him martial arts, and Zuo-kai promised him that he would teach him the technique that allows one to smell things from a distance. He declared that until he finds his destined Omega, no one can kill Zuo-kai. Kai and Long cursed as he got pummeled into the ground. Raymond was enraged, and he bombarded Kai and Long with his punches. Raymond's pheromones started acting strange. As he indicated that the pheromones were out of control, he questioned it for being at that time of the year, and he got concerned. Kai and Long quickly noticed that Raymond froze. He quickly kicked Raymond and sent him flying. Kai and Long muttered that it was weird. He inquired why Raymond stopped moving, and as he coughed and noted that at least he was still alive, he queried if he should kill Raymond immediately, but he responded no because Raymond's ability was too weird, so if he killed him, his mental power may disappear forever. He asserted that he should use his bewitching skill to see what the patrol officer was doing first. Qianlong quickly connected back to the patrol officer's consciousness. The patrol officer was already defeated, and Zuo Kai was grabbing him by the collar while unconscious. Zuo Kai seemed to have felt Qianlong's presence. On the other hand, Qianlong perceived that the patrol officer was useless trash because without the rage buff, he died too quickly. He concluded that Zuo Kai's strength was far beyond his expectations, and all plans were off, so it was better to focus on staying alive. Qianlong wondered if Zuo Kai glanced in his direction at the moment when the bewitching skill was interrupted, and he recognized that it was time to leave as he couldn't stay there any longer. Meng Guangxian showed himself, and he was trembling while holding his knife. He instructed that Qianlong shouldn't move. Qianlong clicked his tongue and remarked that there was someone still hiding. Meng Guangxian stated that he noted that Qianlong shouldn't move and that he should stay there because he was not allowed to go anywhere. Qianlong turned to face Meng Guangxian. He declared that he knew Meng Guangxian. He added that he was Zuo Kai's friend and the president of the student union of Zishan University, and as he suggested that they make a deal, Meng Guangxian inquired what the deal was. Qianlong questioned if he was right that he wanted to escape from the border, and he indicated that it was no problem and he won't interfere with him, so from that point onward, he will no longer be the enemy of Zuo Kai and Meng Guangxian. But in exchange, Meng Guangxian will let him take his stupid subordinate and leave safely. Meng Guangxian pointed out that Qianlong's subordinate is unconscious. He can't use his powers properly, and his body is covered in bruises, so he has no reason to let him go. Qianlong complained that he kindly gave Meng Guangxian a chance to live, but it was how he repaid him. Meng Guangxian inquired what was funny. Qianlong laughed and stated that Meng Guangxian was a born coward because first, he escaped from prison, and currently, he was escaping from Zinshan, and he questioned what else he could do besides running away. Meng Guangxian fell silent when he heard what Qianlong revealed. Qianlong declared that Meng Guangxian couldn't save the little girl, and he couldn't save the Zishan University students who believed in him, and he inquired if he didn't feel guilty. Meng Guangxian acknowledged that he felt sorry for them. Qianlong laughed, and he questioned if apologizing was enough. He pointed out that those students believed in Meng Guangxian and participated in the parade, which led to the diplomat's death, and he also led them to escape from prison, aggravating their crime, and he quizzed if he knew what kind of treatment those students would receive if they were caught. Meng Guangxian queried what he should do, and Qianlong insisted that Meng Guangxian should kill himself because only in death will his apology count. Meng Guangxian acknowledged that he got it. A part of Meng Guangxian remarked that he should wait and inquired what he was doing and why he wanted to commit suicide. Meng Guangxian responded that it was because he is a useless coward. The part of Meng Guangxian explained that if he killed Qianlong, he wouldn't be a coward, and if he was not a coward, there is no need to commit suicide. Meng Guangxian inquired if it was real, but he admitted that he was afraid of killing someone. The part of Meng Guangxian clarified that they are the same person and he won't lie to him, so Meng Guangxian should come on and give him the knife because he is good at killing people. Qianlong questioned what was going on and noted that the bewitching skill seemed to be ineffective again. Meng Guangxian swung the knife. He swung it at Qianlong, and Qianlong managed to block it with his arm. Meng Guangxian pleaded that the other part of him should stop it because he can't stand blood. The part of Meng Guangxian declared that he was a good boy, so he should be good and obedient. He continued that Meng Guangxian should close his eyes, find the right place, and stab because as long as he can't see, he won't be afraid. Meng Guangxian questioned if he really wanted to do that, and the part of Meng Guangxian insisted that it was really tiring, so Meng Guangxian should just forget it because he would do it himself. Qianlong cursed and confessed that he admitted defeat because Meng Guangxian was either crazy or insane, and meeting them is really equivalent to 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Blood was splattered all over the place. Zuo Kai was meditating on top of a huge rock. His eyes were closed as his aura shrouded him. Zuo Kai remarked that Raymond was back and wondered if he found the little girl. Raymond revealed that the little girl was dead, and as he speculated what happened there, he mentioned that they had only been gone for a while and the illegal immigrants were all dead. Zuo Kai explained that a hunter from the patrol team arrived, and his speed was very fast, so before he could react, the hunter killed everyone. And there are also people hiding in the dark who are able to manipulate a hunter's consciousness to make them more violent. Raymond clarified if he meant the ability to bewitch. He added that it was a hunter from the Special Intelligence Department hiding in the distance. The little girl was also bewitched by the hunter, and Meng Guangxian was still depressed as he just killed the hunter. Meng Guangxian kept staring at his hand with a dark look on his face. Suddenly, Zuo Kai tapped him on the shoulder. Zuo Kai admitted that although it can't be seen, Meng Guangxian is quite capable at critical moments, and he would apologize to him because the guide is dead and he couldn't save him. So the road from there to King Q may not be easy to walk, but there shouldn't be too much danger either. Meng Guangxian declared that he is not going to King Q. He is going back to Zishan to save his classmates because they risked their lives to carry out the rebels' plans, but the rebels betrayed them by refusing to save them. But he shouldn't betray his classmates, including Zuo Kai, because they got involved because they believed in him. Zuo Kai consented and assured Meng Guangxian because he still owes him a favor, so they will rescue those students and their debt will be settled. Meng Guangxian insisted that it was not the same as requesting Zuo Kai's help to leave the border, and as he probed if he understood that he was going to atone for his sins and he was ready to die. He explained that the death of the foreign minister and the escape from the Black Gate prison had brought shame to the Special Intelligence Department, so they would be serious at that time, which is why even the rebels are already afraid. When Zuo Kai heard Meng Guangxian mention the rebels, he advised that Meng Guangxian shouldn't make an example out of those cowardly guys and that no one could stop him from returning his favor. Meng Guangxian confessed that he is impressed and that Zuo Kai has a beautiful mentality, so it seems that no matter what kind of difficulties he encounters, nothing could defeat him. Zuo Kai proclaimed that the three of them are more than enough to defeat the Special Intelligence Department, and Meng Guangxian laughed. Zuo Kai started laughing too. Raymond also joined in, and the three of them laughed together. But Raymond realized that Zuo Kai mentioned that it was the three of them, and as he challenged if he was counting him in again, he emphasized that he wouldn't be confronting the Special Intelligence Department. Zuo Kai questioned whether he didn't understand the situation yet and pointed out that Raymond has assisted wanted criminals to sneak across the border, even killed patrol hunters and special intelligence hunters, so he is already in the same boat as them. Raymond relented and promised that he will be honest with Zuo Kai. He declared that if they are not going to King Q, he will be going to King Q because he doesn't want to be in trouble with the Special Intelligence Department. Zuo Kai doubted if it was real and assumed that Raymond really wanted to learn martial arts from him and learn the technique of smelling the scent from afar because he was looking for something. The stone Zuo Kai kicked hit Raymond's leg. Raymond cursed and bargained that he will do it if they agree that after saving their classmates, Zuo Kai has to teach him and no other conditions are allowed because he doesn't want to mess around with crazy people anymore. A few moments later, they were back at Raymond's headquarters. Meng Guangxian suddenly called Zuo Kai and mentioned that he had a bad feeling. Zuo Kai inquired what he was worried about, and Meng Guangxian recalled that he and Raymond met two hunters from the Special Intelligence Department, and he and Raymond killed one person together. Meng Guangxian revealed that after that, the other hunter, who had fainted, disappeared, and perhaps he took the opportunity to escape because on the way back, there was no trace of him to be found. Zuo Kai reassured Meng Guangxian not to worry too much because a waste that abandons his companions and runs away on his own won't cause any hindrance to them. Suddenly, Raymond arrived. Zuo Kai wondered if he didn't go to collect information and why he came back so soon, and Raymond disclosed that there was news, but he corrected himself and clarified that to be precise, it was a notification. Raymond explained that it was a notification from the Black Snake Society that the Special Intelligence Department has reached a cooperation agreement with the Black Snake Society, and it will be the main force in capturing the fugitive students from Zishan University. Meng Guangxian expressed surprise that the relationship between the Black Snake Society and the Special Intelligence Department hasn't always been like water and oil and investigated the reason for the sudden cooperation. Raymond confessed that he was wondering about that too, but as for the reason, the higher-ups wouldn't tell that to a little guy like him. Zuo Kai concluded that they shouldn't think about it so much because they are going to the headquarters of the Black Snake Society to meet their president, but Raymond cautioned that Zuo Kai wouldn't want to offend the Special Intelligence Department, while also offending the Black Snake Society, and he appealed for Meng Guangxian to advise Zuo Kai. But Meng Guangxian declared that he agrees with Zuo Kai, which made Raymond wonder if Meng Guangxian wasn't always very cautious before. Meng Guangxian speculated that the Black Snake Society and the Special Intelligence Department have always been at odds, and their cooperation is very fragile. So if they could figure out the reason, maybe they could borrow the power of the underworld. But of course, it is a dangerous gamble. A few moments later, Raymond brought Zuo Kai and Meng Guangxian to the Black Snake Society headquarters. Amazed, Zuo Kai verified if it was the headquarters and remarked that it was a tall building. Raymond reminded Zuo Kai what he told him before, that he will find a way to introduce him to the top brass of the Black Snake Society, but he shouldn't interrupt him while he is talking. Otherwise, it will easily cause misunderstandings between them. Zuo Kai acknowledged that he knows and clarified that he is not a fighting maniac, so Raymond should go ahead. Meanwhile, the man guarding the headquarters noticed Raymond and the others approaching. He recognized Raymond as the boss of the Baoxing Financial Company and declared that with his position, he is not qualified to enter the headquarters building. Raymond insisted that he had something important, so he would request the man to contact Sandy for him, as he should be at the headquarters at that time, and Sandy owes him a favor. The man stepped forward and firmly stood in front of Raymond. He revealed that Sandy died last month, and he has seen a lot of guys like Raymond who don't know what's good for them and want to climb to the top. So he should get out of there and get on with his work so he doesn't get his head in the sand. But Raymond pressed how Sandy died and requested that he wait because if Sandy wasn't there, there is also another person. Suddenly, Wood addressed Zuokai as the young master. Raymond was surprised when he heard that. Wood politely inquired why he was there. Zuokai wondered who he was, and Wood introduced himself. He recalled that he used to hug Zuokai when he was little, and as he verified if he forgot him, he called out the guards and ordered them to bow to their master, Zuokai. The guards immediately bowed at Zuokai and addressed him as master. Meanwhile, Raymond puzzled what was going on and cursed as he speculated if it was Wood, the general staff officer of the Black Snake Society, who was said to have a power face for years, and he confirmed if he was right that Wood wouldn't be as respectful like that even in front of the president of the Black Snake Society. Zuokai explained that his memory wasn't very good lately, and he was there to see the president of the Black Snake Society, to which Wood consented and assured he would notify the president right away so he would request Zuokai to sit upstairs with his friends for a while because their president will be there soon. Meanwhile, the shadow of the officer was observing them from a distance. The officer instructed the Afro officer to go back to the Special Intelligence Department and notify them to dispatch at least 5 level hunters from the operation room because he wanted to finish the Black Snake Society and Zuokai together that day, and the Afro officer complied. He promised that Kai Long should wait a little because he will be able to avenge him soon. Zuokai and the others entered the headquarters. Raymond remarked that he never expected that one day he would walk into the office of the president of the Black Snake Society. He observed that the decoration is really stylish, and he wanted to renovate his office like that too. Meng Guangxian wondered about renovating his office and remarked that it will cost a lot of money. Raymond replied that he was just saying and inquired if he couldn't even dream. He commented that it was strange that Meng Guangxian didn't seem surprised at all, and as he speculated if he was right that he knew Zuokai's identity from a long time ago. Meng Guangxian explained that Zuokai's surname is Zuo and he is a very strong martial artist, so if they reflect about it a little bit, he should be related to Zuo Dao, and the Black Snake Society is owned by Zuo Dao. Raymond complained why he didn't tell him earlier. He declared that he was so worried because he assumed that they were going to get killed by the Black Snake Society. Meng Guangxian clarified that he wasn't completely sure about it and Zuokai has lost his memory, and he wondered if he remembers what king or person the president of the Black Snake Society is. Zuokai replied that he didn't know and inquired why he was asking. Meng Guangxian explained that if they knew about Zhu Rulan's personality in advance, they could develop a better communication strategy because, after all, the Black Snake Society is already in cooperation with the Special Intelligence Department, so it is not easy to persuade Zhu Rulan to help them save their classmates. Raymond mentioned that he knows a little bit about the character of the president of the Black Snake Society, and although Zhu Rulan has a feminine name, he is a bloody and cruel monster. He added that it was rumored that even Zhu Rulan's master, Zuo Dao, couldn't restrain his character. Raymond warned that there is no mercy in Zhu Rulan's heart, and even if a child of 8 years old stands in front of him, he will kill him without hesitation. Meng Guangxian expressed disbelief if it was real and remarked that it was very different from Zuokai's character. Raymond cursed as he disputed if Zuokai has a good character in his impression, and he reminded Meng Guangxian to consider what Zuokai did: robbery, kidnapping, and murder. Meng Guangxian pondered about it and concluded that Zuokai is the adopted son of Zuo Dao, so no matter what, Zhu Rulan will have to at least show some respect. But Raymond cautioned that Meng Guangxian shouldn't be naive because the Black Snake Society has always been the pinnacle of underground power in the Zishan region, and as the ruler of the Black Snake Society, only violence and crime flow in Zhu Rulan's veins. Meng Guangxian acknowledged that he got it and thanked Raymond for the warning because he let his guard down a bit after confirming Zuokai's identity. He suggested that they should rehearse first and wondered what he was going to say when he saw Zhu Rulan. Zuokai declared that Zhu Rulan should step aside because the position of the president of the Black Snake Association will be occupied by him from that point onward. Raymond advised that Zuokai should stop joking because it was not funny at all. He warned that Zhu Rulan is dangerous, and not only him, but also the forces he controls and his subordinates. Suddenly, Zhu Rulan burst through the doors behind Raymond. He demanded if he was not lying to him and if Zuokai was back. Zuokai considered that Zhu Rulan was interesting because he is the first martial artist that he saw after coming to that world and his foundations are good, but he is not much of a threat. He sensed that there are hunters around Zhu Rulan and they were B class, but he corrected himself and determined that maybe they were a class and there are 3 people. Zhu Rulan commanded that Meng Guangxian and Raymond should step aside. Zuokai judged that from that distance, even if there were 3 A-level hunters guarding Meng Guangxian, he could still suppress him first. Zhu Rulan towered over Zuokai, But Zuo Kai was unfazed, and he stared right back at Zhu Rulan. Suddenly, Zhu Rulan grabbed Zuo Kai by the shoulder. He exclaimed that it was great that Zuo Kai was finally back, and as he interrogated where he had been those past few days, he confessed that he had scared him to death. Zuo Kai's feet lifted off the floor. Zhu Rulan insisted that Zuo Kai should let him see if there are any injuries. He questioned why he wanted to kill someone instead of learning to be a good boy and if he made bad friends, and he urged that Zuo Kai should never do such dangerous things in the future. Caught off guard, Zuo Kai stuttered as he responded that he would consider about it, and he repeated that Zhu Rulan should step aside because the position of the president of the Black Snake Association will be occupied by him from that point onward. Zhu Rulan responded that it was good to have Zuo Kai back, and the rest are all just little things, so from that point onward, Zuo Kai will be the president of the Black Snake Society. On the other hand, 4 rebels have gathered at a bar. One of them mentioned that it was the first time in 2 months that the bartender summoned them to meet, and another speculated if something happened. The bartender revealed that the Special Intelligence Department and the Black Snake Society have joined forces, and the Black Snake Society will be responsible for capturing the escaped Zishan University students. One of the rebels noted that if the Special Intelligence Department had the help of the Black Snake Society, not to mention the students of Zishan University, even they could get caught, and he wondered why the Special Intelligence Department and Black Snake Society joined forces. The bartender clarified that he is not sure, and he just received the information when the other rebel suggested that they should not mention the relationship between the Black Snake Society and the Special Intelligence Department for the time being, as he still insists that they should save those students, and he inquired if their leader still did not change his mind. The bartender replied that the leader's attitude hasn't changed yet because there are too many students from Zishan University who are wanted, so it is very difficult to transfer them all to a safe place, and not only that, the risks of the rescue operation are too high as more than half of the rebels could be exposed. He indicated that the Zishan region is completely under the control of the monsters at the moment, so they must keep a low profile. Suddenly, Yuanjia walked into the bar. She disagreed and insisted that they have to save the students. The bartender inquired who it was. Yuanjia replied that it was an honor to meet all of the high-ranking members of the rebels, and she introduced herself. The bartender wondered if she was Yuanjia of the Yuan family's financial group and how she could come in there. King Deafu insisted that they should be the only ones who know about that day's gathering, and the other rebel speculated if he was suspecting him. Yijing chimed in, and as she requested the others not to be nervous, she clarified that she invited Yuanjia. One of the rebels questioned if she had betrayed them. Yijing reassured, of course not, and explained that Yuanjia was the person she often contacted, and her code name was Huang Kue. The other rebel wondered if Yuanjia is Huang Kue and if the person who has provided important information and resolved several major crises was the eldest daughter of the Yuan family. The bartender reminded that Yijing knows the rules, that no matter how great a contribution Yuanjia has made to the resistance, she cannot participate in their gatherings without notice. But Yijing emphasized that Yuanjia has some very important information to report, and it is so important that maybe even their leader would be willing to reveal his true identity and meet her in person. The bartender insisted that it was impossible because even they could not see the true appearance of their leader. Yijing replied that it was just a joke and the bartender shouldn't take it so seriously. She prompted Yuanjia to reveal the information she found, and Yuanjia revealed that Zuodao, the strongest warrior in Zishan, once took a disciple with a mysterious identity, and it wasn't until that day that she discovered his identity. She added that the head of the Special Intelligence Department was the senior brother of Ming Xin Martial Arts School. One of the rebels argued that it was not possible and speculated if the Special Intelligence Department and the Black Snake Society didn't always have a bad relationship in the past. Yuanjia explained that the eldest disciple of Zuodao surrendered to the monsters and founded the Special Intelligence Department, but Zuodao was unwilling to surrender to the monsters, so that may be the reason for the deterioration of their relationship. The bartender wondered why the Black Snake Society was working with the Special Intelligence Department at the moment, and Yuanjia clarified that it was because of Zuo Kai, the adopted son of Zuodao, who was a student at Zishan University. She explained that Zuo Kai participated in the student movement and assassinated the Minister of Foreign Affairs and let the student prison break. Yuanjia emphasized that the relationship between the Special Intelligence Department and the Black Snake Society is more like a deal rather than a cooperation because, according to her investigation, the Black Snake Society will only arrest students from Zishan University on the condition of ensuring Zuo Kai's safety. The bartender concluded that with that one deal, it is likely that the Special Intelligence Department and the Black Snake Society will be in it for the long haul, and at that point, they are in danger. He cursed and regretted that Zuo Kai was actually Zuodao's son, and if he only knew that news earlier, the Black Snake Society would have had a chance to be a foreign aid to their resistance. Yuan-Jia advised that the bartender shouldn't regret the past and that no matter what, they must disrupt the deal between the Special Intelligence Department and the Black Snake Society. She suggested that with either assassinating Zuo Kai or saving the students, they should let the Special Intelligence Department and Black Snake Society be suspicious of each other because only by winning the support of the Black Snake Society could the rebels continue to survive and grow in strength and finally drive the monsters out of their homeland. The officer stated that the Black Snake Society is sheltering a big criminal, Zuo Kai, and they are from the Special Intelligence Department, so the guards shouldn't block their way. But one of the guards retorted that the officers should get back because they are bastards from the Special Intelligence Department and it wasn't a place for the likes of them. Ignoring the guard, the officer called Zuo Kai and declared that he knew he was in there, so if he didn't come out in 1 minute, he would make the Black Snake Society bleed to death. Suddenly, Zhu Rulan complained that it was so noisy. He threatened that he wanted to sue the officers for obstructing business operations because they were running into someone else's office in the morning and barking like a dog. While Zuo Kai challenged if he was looking for him, the officer insisted that Zuo Kai could no longer run away that day. But Zuo Kai mocked if he wasn't the coward who ran away and left his friend behind and interrogated him for daring to stand in front of him with a few helpers. Zhu Rulan laughed and recalled that he remembered that he knew the officer too. He remarked that he was Kai Long's little follower and teased if the scar on his head still hurt. The officer asserted that he has always remembered the humiliation that Zhu Rulan gave him back then, so it was time to pay him back. He called the other officers, and as he snapped at what they were still staring at, he commanded that they should catch Zuo Kai, and if anyone gets in the way, they should arrest them too. He promised that he would take all the responsibility, which made the bandana officer laugh, and he exclaimed that it was what he was waiting for, so they should go. Zhu Rulan declared that he will stand right there and that they should see which one of the officers dares to arrest him. The officer challenged if he wanted to use violence to confront the Special Intelligence Department and warned that it was very good because Zhu Rulan could go to hell together with Zuo Kai. The bandana officer shouted that they should kill them, while the guards yelled that they should block the officers who shouldn't even think about getting close to Zhu Rulan. Suddenly, Zia Lexuan commanded that they should be quiet. The guards quickly fell on the ground, and they realized that they couldn't move. The officers were also pressed against the ground, and they realized that it was a huge mental power because, without using any special abilities, Zia Lexuan completely suppressed everyone. Seeing Zia Lexuan, one of the guards realized that it was S-level mental power. The officer quickly recognized Zia Lexuan and exclaimed that he didn't expect her to come too. Zuo Kai wondered who Zia Lexuan was and remarked that she is very strong, to which Zhu Rulan clarified that she is Zia Lexuan, secretary to the director of the Special Intelligence Department and an S-class hunter. He demanded what he was doing and ordered that he should come back quickly. Approaching Zia Lexuan, Zuo Kai remarked that she is strong, so she should come, and they should have a fight while the officer addressed Zia Lexuan and informed her that he is the big criminal Zuo Kai and the Black Snake Society is willing to violently resist law enforcement in order to protect him, which disregards the rules of their Special Intelligence Department. Zuo Kai scoffed that the officer was a coward and instructed that he should stay away and not disturb his fight. When the officer heard what Zuo Kai stated, he emphasized that Zia Lexuan is an S-class hunter, and as he exclaimed if he was out of his mind, Zia Lexuan commanded that he should kneel. Zuo Kai doubted if she wanted him to kneel down and insisted that it is not his style to admit defeat before the fight even starts. The officer accused if he wasn't deliberately trying to commit suicide to protect the Black Snake Society, and as he urged that Zia Lexuan shouldn't get provoked by Zuo Kai and that he must live, Zia Lexuan just ordered that he should kneel. The officer was surprised when he was pushed to the ground by Zia Lexuan's mental power. He looked terrified and confused at the same time. The officer demanded what she was doing. Zia Lexuan instructed that the officer should apologize to Zuo Kai, and the officer wondered why. The officer insisted that Zuo Kai is a criminal. He claimed that Zuo Kai sneaked across the border and tried to leave Zishan last night, and not only did he kill the border patrol members and monsters, he also killed his boss, Director Kai Long, of the Special Intelligence Department, so it was a very clear signal that it was a betrayal of the Zishan Provisional Government. Zia Lexuan responded that she had checked what the officer claimed, and last night, Zuo Kai was drunk and lost his way, and he happened to see a patrolman and a smuggling gang at the scene of a crime smuggling people and taking bribes, so out of a sense of justice and self-protection, Zuo Kai killed criminals, which was an act of self-defense. The officer shouted that it was nonsense. He accused Zia Lexuan of turning the facts around and insinuated if she had been bribed by the Black Snake Society. Zia Lexuan declared that it was enough and the officer should stop his slander because Zuo Kai is a good citizen. She explained that the Minister of the Special Intelligence Department, Mr. Fang Beiju, has just given instructions to recommend Zuokai as a candidate for that year's top 10 outstanding young people in Zishan. Zuokai was so surprised that he couldn't help but inquire if he was one of the top 10 outstanding young people. The officer laughed and remarked that he understands. He inquired if the minister also had a relationship with the Black Snake Society and if they weren't all angry that Qianlong was dead and he was brutally murdered by Zuokai. The bandana officer immediately addressed Zuokai as the young master, while the Afro officer clarified that it was all a misunderstanding. The bandana officer admitted that they were all fooled by the officer, and the Afro officer promised that he would beg Zuokai to forgive them for their offense. Zuokai assured that it was alright and that he is not interested in beating up someone who has lost the will to fight. The bandana officer complimented that it was as expected of Zuokai and that it was how a talented man should be, while the Afro officer suggested that if there is anything they could do for Zuokai in the future, he would request him to feel free to ask. The officer complained that the other officers were a bunch of trash who have no spine, and they have no self-respect at all. Ignoring the officer, Zia Lexuan talked to Zhu Rulan and mentioned that she would take the people from the Special Intelligence Department back since the misunderstanding has been resolved. But Zhu Rulan interrupted that she should wait and wondered if there wasn't another person who hadn't apologized. Zhu Rulan stood in front of the kneeling officer. He clicked his tongue and accused that the officer was fabricating facts and framing the president of the Black Snake Society, so if he let him lie, he wouldn't be able to sleep at night, to which the officer retorted that they were bastards and he wouldn't apologize to him. Zhu Rulan urged Zia Lexuan to look at the officer. He complained that the officer was so stubborn and he is obviously holding a grudge, so he can't trust the Black Snake Society to cooperate with the Special Intelligence Department when there is a villain like that in their department. Zia Lexuan urged Zhu Rulan to be reasonable. She explained that the person the officer wanted to arrest was Zuokai and not Zhu Rulan, but of course, after taking the officer back, she will punish him well and give Zhu Rulan an explanation. But Zhu Rulan corrected that he was no longer the president at that moment because 5 minutes ago, the position of the president of the Black Snake Society was occupied by Zuokai. Zia Lexuan acknowledged that she understood, and the officer queried what she wanted to do. Zia Lexuan remarked that the officer was an idiot because if he had sincerely apologized before, he might still be alive and that he shouldn't blame others but blame himself. The officer challenged Zia Lexuan to come near him because, according to the rules of the Special Intelligence Department, Zia Lexuan cannot kill him without the permission of the minister. Zia Lexuan reassured that the officer shouldn't worry because she won't be the one who kills him. In an instant, the officer was tied to a cross while completely naked. The officer pondered what was going on, why he was tied up there, and where his clothes were. The bandana officer exclaimed that it was terrible because the officer was actually naked and paraded on the street. He remarked that no one would have thought that the Special Intelligence Department and the Black Snake Society would actually cooperate, and the officer's luck was too bad. The officer called his colleagues bastards and urged that they shouldn't go. He begged that they should help him and put him down because they are colleagues, and he wondered if they wanted to humiliate the Special Intelligence Department. The bandana officer regretted that it was a pity because the officer no longer belonged to the Special Intelligence Department. He advised that the officer should look at himself and questioned where the uniform of the Special Intelligence Department was. The Afro officer interrupted that it was enough, and the bandana officer shouldn't tease the officer because he has lost everything already and he will be left there for 3 days. He remarked that they don't know what the Black Snake Society will do to the officer after 3 days, and as the bandana officer speculated that it could be killing or raping, he wondered if that wasn't really bad. He reminded the officer that he almost got them into that situation and it was all his fault, so they will leave him to enjoy. The officer threatened that Zhu Rulan and Zuokai should just wait because he will never give in like that, and even if he dies, he will climb out of the grave and drag them into hell together because he will seek justice for Qianlong. Meng Guangxian and Raymond were at Mingxin Martial Arts School. Raymond remarked that it was a comfortable sleep and wondered if it was night already, while Zhu Rulan inquired about Zuokai's whereabouts and whether he was still sleeping, to which the attendant explained that he was seriously injured, so he was still resting. He led them and mentioned that the dinner had been prepared for them, the honored guests. Raymond commented that it was so sweet because he had been hungry since last night. The attendant assured him that that day's dinner would not disappoint. Gold bars neatly piled on the table greeted them as they entered the room. Zhu Rulan was inside as well, waiting for them. Raymond questioned what they meant and whether that day's dinner was gold bars, while Meng Guangxian speculated that the room was probably not the dining room. Zhu Rulan clarified that he would get straight to the point and he was holding 2 bearer checks in his hand plus the gold on the table, so the 2 of them should take the money and leave Zuokai. Raymond protested that he and Zhuo Kai were good brothers and challenged whether he was using that money to humiliate him. Zhu Rulan insisted that he was not negotiating, so they should take the checks and the gold and get out. They shouldn't show up in front of Zhuo Kai again. Meng Guangxian concluded that he finally understood why Zhuo Kai never talked to him about his family and questioned whether he was always so stubborn in controlling others' lives, to which Raymond concurred and added that even if he wanted to give them money, he should at least sign another voluntary gift agreement. Also, no checks, as he wanted cash. Zhu Rulan reminded that Meng Guangxian was the president of the Student Union of Zishan University, and it was he who led the student march and involved Zhuo Kai in the assassination of the foreign minister. What he did was to protect Zhuo Kai. As he raised the question about his own role, he emphasized that he would only bring danger to him. Meng Guangxian demanded whether he had ever tried to understand Zhuo Kai's thoughts. Zhu Rulan retorted that there was no reason to consider what he thinks. It was his responsibility to stop Zhuo Kai before he went crazy and killed himself, and he prompted Meng Guangxian to disclose what his original plan was. Meng Guangxian disclosed that it was stopping the Black Snake Society from cooperating with special intelligence, rescuing the students from Zishan University, and taking them to a safe place. Zhu Rulan laughed and warned that if he saved the lives of 1 or 2 people, the Special Intelligence Department wouldn't care, and the monsters wouldn't care either. But if he saved everyone, it would be clear that he was an enemy of the provisional government. He questioned whether he wanted to bring destruction to the Black Snake Society and Mingzin Martial Arts School. Meng Guangxian challenged whether he believed the Special Intelligence Department was sincerely cooperating with the Black Snake Society, and explained that they just wanted to use their network and informants to wipe out the remaining rebels, so once they were no longer useful, the Black Snake Society and even the Mingzin Martial Arts School would be swallowed up by them. Zhu Rulan ridiculed him as an idiot because his guess was wrong from the start. Yu Wengxin, the head of the Special Intelligence Department, was the first disciple of Zhuo Dao and the senior brother of Mingzin Martial Arts School. Meng Guangxian rejected the claim. Zhu Rulan taunted him, suggesting he was already scared, and stated that what he and the rebels saw as a terrifying enemy was a potential ally of Zhuo Kai. He considered him a born superior, destined to be at the top of the power hierarchy in the future. But as for Meng Guangxian, he was just a useless student, so he should take the money and leave Zhuo Kai because it would be good for both of them. Meng Guangxian agreed to leave, but as for the money, he declined it. But Zhu Rulan denied the refusal and forced him to accept both the check and the gold. Otherwise, he couldn't rest easily, and he would just have to kill him. Raymond urged Meng Guangxian to stop staring and take the money because Zhu Rulan was serious and ready to kill them both. Suddenly, Zhuo Kai applauded. He expressed that it was really exciting that Zhu Rulan still had that second face. Zhu Rulan challenged whether he shouldn't be resting. Zhuo Kai brought up the hypnotic gas in his room and dismissed its usefulness against him. Zhu Rulan corrected him, explaining that it was tranquilizing incense, a precious incense that healed the sick and injured, and providing restful sleep was just another function of it. Zhuo Kai accused him of trying to get rid of his companions while he was asleep, and he acknowledged it without denial. Zhuo Kai warned him to watch his attitude because he was the current president of the Black Snake Society, and he pressed whether the transfer of presidency was just a lie. Zhu Rulan confirmed that he had personally declared him as the new president, so that was of course true, and he questioned whether he knew why he was brought back to Mingzin Martial Arts School to rest. Outside, he needed to show his respect to his master, and he needed to show respect to him. But within the martial arts school, martial arts were honored and valued, and Zhuo Kai challenged whether the first was the truth in a martial arts school. Zhu Rulan affirmed it was exactly the case, so his reckless adventure had come to an end, and he should stay in the martial arts school and wait for their master to return. Zhuo Kai pointed out that martial arts were the most respected thing and provoked a fight. A few moments later, the two of them prepared to fight while Raymond and Meng Guangxian observed from the side. Suddenly, the young lady arrived, and she demanded why Zhu Rulan called her there in the middle of the night. He explained that he and Zhuo Kai had some disputes, and he wanted to fight with him, so he called her there to be a witness. She reminded that Zhuo Kai had not practiced martial arts seriously for many years and questioned whether he wasn't trying to be a bully at that moment. He justified it as something Zhuo Kai requested himself, so he would educate him on behalf of their master, and there was no point in going to college if he wouldn't get beaten up. Zhuo Kai asked if he was done and if they could begin. He already kicked him in the face. Zhu Rulan tried to comprehend whether he had just hit him and reasoned that he briefly lost consciousness. Zhuo Kai declared that in 3 seconds, he was about to die. Zhu Rulan admitted that although it was a sneak attack, his speed and strength were impressive, so it seemed that after he went to college, he didn't give up on practicing martial arts, and he speculated that their master would be very happy if he knew about it. Zhuo Kai challenged whether he thought that was a sneak attack and stated that for him, the battle had already begun from the moment he stepped into the arena. Zhu Rulan dismissed it as nonsense, which made Zhuo Kai laugh. As he questioned whether he was in a hurry, he promised to let him have some fun then. Zhu Rulan bombarded him with attacks. Zhuo Kai remarked that he almost got hit again, so he had a great foundation, but he urged him to stop dodging because it was so annoying. Zhu Rulan delivered a powerful straight punch. He was shocked when Zhuo Kai agreed not to dodge anymore. Zhu Rulan panicked and believed that he used it out of anger, and he didn't expect him to stop dodging. The young lady concluded that he was an idiot because that was a move that could instantly kill B-level hunters. Zhu Rulan's powerful aura surged around them. Raymond cursed while Meng Guangxian noted that there was an earthquake. Some of the aura surged underneath the floor and caused it to crack. Zhuo Kai commented that Tiger Leopard Thunder sound was so strong and Zhu Rulan was really good, so he should come on and keep going and hit him right in the temple. His Golden Bell Shield, 3rd level, was completed. There was a limit to how far one could train his muscle, and no matter how hard one tried to exercise, he would still be limited by factors such as innate body shape, skeleton, height, etc. Even experienced featherweight boxers would feel hopeless when facing heavyweight boxers. Extensive combat experience, agility, everything became useless because with just a single mistake, they would be knocked out by the bigger opponent. If one wanted to continue to grow stronger and wanted to achieve victory, they could only find a new way out, and it was to exercise the fascia and bones that were deeper than muscles. It was common knowledge for anyone who loved small animals and was in close contact with tigers. When tigers, leopards, and even kittens rested, their bodies vibrated slightly, and whole body vibration could stimulate the fascia, the bones, and the internal organs and tap the body's strength from a deeper level. The secret to the power of kittens lay there. Martial artists learned from cute kittens and created martial arts techniques that could exercise fascia, bones, and even bone marrow, and the most famous among them were the Yijin Jing and Zai Sui Jing of Shaolin Temple. The other first-class martial arts sects also created martial arts techniques that could exercise muscles and bones. However, in order to show respect to the kittens, warriors collectively referred to that cultivation method as Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound. It could not only be used in one's own body to strengthen muscles and bones, it could also be used in combat. Zhu Rulan threw his fist at Zhuo Kai. Zhuo Kai received a direct hit in his body. The punch was so powerful that he flew backward, but he dug his feet into the floor and stopped himself from being pushed back any further. His body shook as he tried to regain his balance, but he smiled. Zhu Rulan lunged at him again. His eyes showed fury. Zhuo Kai endured another hit and was pushed towards the floor. Raymond wondered if those two were really human beings and if it was even a sound that humans could make, while Meng Guangxian mused if it was like temple bells but corrected himself and speculated if it wasn't more like a blacksmith striking iron. The young lady observed that it was about to end. Zhu Rulan kicked Zhuo Kai and launched him in the air. He believed that it was not enough. He lunged at him once more. He struck his face with a punch. He kicked him in the body, but he kept believing that it was not enough. As he cursed in his mind, he questioned if his attacks were so weak and considered that he should at least defend against his attacks once. Meanwhile, Zhuo Kai's Golden Bell Shield, 4th layer, was completed. Zhu Rulan resolved that he had to force him just once to use all his strength against him and punch him once. But suddenly, his body twisted in so many ways. He crashed on the floor with a loud thud. The young lady remarked that he was an idiot as he had gone too far and his bones and fascia were twisted, so he should stay in bed for 2 weeks obediently. Zhuo Kai walked towards him. Zhu Rulan shook as he tried to move his arm. He questioned if his defeat was considered a humiliation or if it would cause him ridicule. He closed his eyes and braced himself for the worst. Zhuo Kai observed him for a moment. Suddenly, he opened his eyes when he recognized the feeling in his hand. It was 10 fingers interlocking. Zhuo Kai remarked that he shouldn't blame himself because he was already good enough. He pulled his arm. Zhu Rulan wondered what was happening at that moment. If Zhu Rulan took control of his entire skeleton just by touching his palm, he pondered what kind of martial arts realm it was. He was stunned when Zhuo Kai twirled him in the air. He landed perfectly on the floor on his 2 feet. He inquired if his body could move. Zuo Kai replied that he was hungry. He asked what they were waiting for and urged that they should go eat dinner. Raymond requested that he should wait for him because he just sat for a long time and his feet were numb. Zhu Rulan acknowledged that he was convinced that it was Zuo Kai's complete victory. The young lady inquired if his body recovered, and he responded that he had never felt better. It was like getting a super high-class massage. She remarked that Zuo Kai was so awesome. Zhu Rulan explained that after the emergence of hunters, the highest rating for martial artists was only sea level because, compared to the defense of psychic power, the physical body of a martial artist was too fragile, and the explosive power of top martial artists might be able to kill B-level hunters or even A-level hunters. However, even a C-level hunter could easily kill him and their master. But Zuo Kai was different, as he simply withstood his attack with his body, an attack that was enough to kill a B-level hunter, and was not even using any force-relieving techniques, so there was no doubt that he surpassed the limits of the martial arts. And he wondered how on earth he did it, if it was because he went to university, and if he should go to university and study too. But the young lady replied that he was not good at studying, and he would be an embarrassment to their master if he went. He scoffed and claimed that she shouldn't underestimate him because as long as reading and studying could make him stronger, he would definitely stick to it. But he observed that it was strange. She inquired what was wrong. He responded that after being massaged by Zuo Kai, something seemed to be flowing inside his body, and he realized he got it. The sun has risen. Zhu Rulan exclaimed that Zuo Kai scared him to death because he believed something was moving in his belly and assumed he was pregnant. Zuo Kai responded by wondering what he was imagining and questioned how a man could get pregnant in a fight, then explained that it was the true Kai. The young lady inquired what it was and admitted she had never heard of it. He explained that there are two concepts behind the establishment of martial arts techniques, and one of them is to improve one's ability to control their body and mind. And eventually, the boundary between the body and mind completely disappears, and the body and mind blend into one. Second, it was to cultivate a tool that could be controlled by the mind, which is Kai. Zhu Rulan commented that cultivating the ability to control both body and mind is truly the foundation of martial arts. However, blending body and mind into one seemed too much of a science fiction. Zuo Kai clarified that it was because they were missing the tools, and Kai is a tool that serves as a bridge between the body and mind. And only by mastering Kai could the relationship between them become more intimate. But the martial arts inheritance in their world has lost the method of cultivating Kai. On the path of martial arts, the control of body and mind and the tool of Kai are similar to walking on their own two legs, respectively. And only by walking on two legs could they move forward smoothly. But if a leg is missing, it will result in twice the effort and half the result, and they will quickly run out of energy and collapse in the middle of the road. Without the aid of true Kai, they too are already 1 in a million geniuses to have reached their current level of cultivation. So as long as they master Kai and connect their broken leg, they will become stronger quickly. The young lady remarked that a tool manipulated by the mind and capable of attaching itself to the body sounded a lot like mental power, and she wondered if Kai was different from the hunter's mental power. Zuo Kai clarified that during that period, several hunters cooperated with him to conduct research, and he had roughly figured it out. The hunter's mental power comes from the brain and reaches up to the dantian, and mental attacks require active triggering by the hunter, which is transmitted from the receptors to the brain and to the central nervous system, so the attack speed of mental power is very slow. A martial artist's true Kai comes from the lower dantian and is transmitted directly by the autonomic nervous system throughout the body, so Kai itself has the ability to sense, and warriors who cultivate Kai could react within 0.02 seconds. But it also has a disadvantage. Its nature is relatively mild, and at first it could only flow on the surface of the body, so only top-notch experts could release Kai to the outside. Zhu Rulan observed that he could see the mental power is slower, but its attacks are more furious and have a longer range, while Kai is fast and the power to control is more precise. But the attack power is weak and the attack range is short. Zuo Kai emphasized that there is no superiority or inferiority between mental power and true Kai because the powerful ones are always people and not tools. The young lady requested for him to guide them, and he confirmed that he does have a number of advanced martial arts techniques that could allow her to quickly surpass the level of an S-class hunter. Zhu Rulan urged what he was waiting for and insisted that he should teach it to them quickly, teach it to the disciples in the martial arts school, and it won't be long before Mingxin Martial Arts School could regain its former glory without having to look at others' faces anymore. Zhuo Kai warned that if he teaches them the techniques at that point, they will never be able to surpass the monsters. Zhu Rulan became startled when the monsters were mentioned. Zhuo Kai challenged if he dared only compare themselves to fellow human hunters and if they didn't want to target and defeat the monsters. Zhu Rulan insisted that if they talk about S-class monsters, they are targets that could be defeated, as 3S level hunters could hunt an S level monster. However, when it comes to the Legion level monsters that are above S-class level, the difference between an S-class hunter and a Legion level monster is as huge as the difference between an ordinary person and an S-class hunter. Legion level monsters could gather the power of all the monsters under their command to strengthen themselves, and it could interfere with physical laws within a certain range, rendering modern weapons ineffective. That is a monster that could only be fought with the strength of an army or even a country. Zhuo Kai acknowledged that he knows they are strong, but he believed they could win, and with their talent, it is possible for them to defeat a monster like that. Zhu Rulan wondered what he meant, while the young lady questioned if he was serious. Zhuo Kai declared that he could give them advanced martial arts techniques, and although they may soon surpass S-class hunters or be stronger, they will be trapped by the limits of the founder of the technique, unable to defeat Legion-level monsters because it was not their own technique but the technique of the founder whose strength is the maximum upper limit that they could reach. There is another option. They could create their own martial arts techniques, and it will give them unlimited possibilities. They may surpass Legion-level monsters or be killed by A-level hunters, and he challenged what they would choose. The young lady wondered what he meant, and Zhu Rulan declared that he chose to create his own martial arts. Zhuo Kai approved and said that it was very good and the first step was to generate true Kai in their body, and the young lady recalled that Zhu Rulan already gained true Kai the other day. She inquired if she had to fight him too. Zhuo Kai assured that there was no need. It was all right, and that was it. She confirmed that it was indeed a powerful feeling. Zhu Rulan complained that it was so unfair and wondered why it was so easy for her to gain the true Kai while it was super painful when it was his turn. He accused him of treating him differently. Zhuo Kai explained that he asked for it because at that time, he was eager to teach him a lesson. Zhu Rulan admitted that he cannot refute, while the young lady remarked that it was strange because she could feel the presence of true Kai in his body, but Zhuo Kai didn't seem to have any. Zhu Rulan agreed and remarked that it meant that he used pure physical strength to defend against his attacks before, and he speculated if it was because his true Kai was so strong that they couldn't sense it. Zhuo Kai denied and explained his body cannot hold true Kai. He speculated it may be because his martial arts realm has evolved to another dimension, so his body judges that he no longer needs such impure impurities as true Kai. Zhu Rulan reassured that he shouldn't be discouraged as he is already very good even without his true Kai, while the young lady promised that they will help him find another way to get stronger. Zhuo Kai declined and clarified that they got it all wrong because he doesn't care if he can't cultivate true Kai. Zhu Rulan reflected that he must have put a lot of effort into finding the existence of true Kai and discovering martial arts techniques from history, but he couldn't use it himself, so he was giving it to them, while the young lady observed that his expression clearly shows that he cares about them a lot. Zhuo Kai snapped that it was enough and they should shut up because if they don't stop with that bullcrap, he won't teach them anymore. They quickly covered their mouths. Zhuo Kai instructed that at that moment, the true Kai in their bodies is still very weak, and if they exercise intensely, it will easily dissipate, so what they need to do is relax and nourish themselves. They should avoid contact with outsiders as much as possible, prohibit all strenuous exercises, keep an optimistic and cheerful mind, and not put pressure on themselves. In a peaceful state, they should slowly cultivate and strengthen the true Kai in their body. Zhu Rulan wondered why he thinks it still sounds like pregnancy preparation. Zhuo Kai glared at him. Zhu Rulan repeatedly insisted that he will stop and urged him to continue. Zhuo Kai instructed that they should choose their own method, standing normally, sitting cross-legged, or standing in a stance. Everything is acceptable, and they should close their eyes but shouldn't close them completely, as they should leave a slit so that they could see the tip of their nose. Just like sunlight shining on trees, it falls naturally and gently. As he prompted if they felt it, he explained that the true Kai in their body would start activating and lightly pulsate. A few moments later, Zhuo Kai went to meet Raymond and Meng Guangxian. Meng Guangxian verified if it was done. He confirmed that they won't come out for a while, nor will they interfere with outside affairs. Raymond clarified if, in other words, he was currently completely in charge of the Black Snake Society. He affirmed that it was pretty much it, so Meng Guangxian should just go ahead and do what he wants and turn Zishan upside down. Meng Guangxian agreed and declared he was ready. The young lady remarked that there was something strange about Zhuo Kai's new personality. Zhu Rulan observed that he was a little different from before, and she inquired if he wasn't worried. He responded that it was normal for people to change and wondered what happened because she wasn't someone who worried about others before. She commented that Zhuo Kai changed a lot and he was very calm before, but currently, he was super arrogant. He explained that he experienced parades, killings, prison breaks, and it was normal for his personality to change. She added that not only that, he suddenly became very strong. He questioned if she was suspecting him and whether she believed he would deliberately hurt them in Mingxin martial arts school. She disagreed and clarified that it was not that, and she was just a little upset. He expressed that everyone had their own secrets, and he was willing to share his powers with them and teach them how to cultivate their true Kai, so she shouldn't delve too much into his secrets. She acknowledged that he was very kind to them, but she was worried about the Black Snake Society because it was in a difficult situation and he was overbearing and arrogant. So given his character, it might break down and even put the martial arts school in danger. Zhu Rulan stated that even if the Black Snake Society collapsed and the martial arts school was destroyed, it didn't matter. In the past, everyone used to respect their master, and he wondered if it was because of the power of the Black Snake Society or if she believed it was because of the connections with the martial arts school. She explained that it was because of martial arts and because their master was the strongest. He concurred and affirmed that their master was the strongest, Mingxin martial arts school was the strongest, and once upon a time, the situation used to be like that. But after the emergence of hunters and monsters, their years of hard training suddenly became worthless. However, Zhuo Kai guided them toward progress. She admitted that she was wrong and stated that martial arts was the most important thing. So as long as they could continue to become stronger and surpass monsters, even if the Black Snake Society and the martial arts school were destroyed, they could be rebuilt at any time. He confirmed and mentioned that the strong could do whatever they wanted, so he was already full of energy. Over the years, their master beat him more times than he could count, so he would seize the opportunity to cultivate true Kai. And when he returned, he would give him a good beating to vent his anger. Suddenly, she kicked his shin. He turned pale from the pain. He screamed and complained that she shouldn't hit so hard, and she reminded that he shouldn't bully their master. He explained that he was just joking and wondered if she understood. He added that the old man was like Zhuo Kai, so she shouldn't worry about him because he felt like even if he learned how to use true Kai, he still couldn't beat him. He questioned if he should say that they were worthy of being father and son and stated that he couldn't imagine them failing. On the other hand, Zhuo Kai was at the Black Snake Society headquarters. One of the rebels urged that they should do it immediately. All of them simultaneously attacked Zhuo Kai. He questioned if there were rebels on the first day. He easily dodged the rebels' attacks. He grabbed the leg of one of the rebels. He swung him around and sent the other flying. He laughed and challenged them to come at him together. Another rebel urged that they should kill him, as it was their best chance. One of the guards cursed and warned that the number of people was increasing, so they should block the door, and another insisted that they should protect the president. One of the rebels ordered that they should get out of the way. The guard accused them of being traitors and commanded that they should leave. On the other hand, Zhuo Kai continued to beat up the rebels with ease. A few moments later, the unconscious rebels covered the floor. Zhuo Kai inquired if he found out. Wood explained that the rebellion was initiated by Collar, a high-ranking member of the Black Snake Society, and he probed where he was. Wood reported that he was dead and he must have been silenced, so they only found his closest subordinate. But the subordinate laughed and mocked that they were idiots because they were dying and they didn't even know that. Zhuo Kai demanded who was behind all that and warned that he would die if he didn't tell him immediately. The subordinate repeatedly denied it and insisted no one was behind it because they were just trying to survive. Zhuo Dao disappeared, and maybe he was dead, while Zhu Rulan retired at that time and was replaced by a young boy, so the Black Snake Society was about to end. Wood expressed that it was sad and questioned if it was an excuse to cover up their ambitions. But the attendant argued that he was a smart man and questioned if he couldn't see that Zhuo Kai was a madman. He marched with his idiot classmates, resisted the monsters, and assassinated the foreign minister. And currently, the Special Intelligence Department was going to cooperate with the Black Snake Society to arrest his classmates. He challenged if they believed he would obediently comply. As he laughed, he wondered what was wrong and observed that their faces were also full of doubts. The guards looked very worried as they looked at each other. He warned that if they didn't complete the mission, they would offend the Special Intelligence Department, and the Black Snake Society would be finished. They all would be buried because of Zuo Kai and his stupid classmates, and he asked if that was what they wanted. Suddenly, Meng Guangxian arrived. One of the guards ordered that they should go and move, while one of their classmates cursed that the bastard should let go of him. He accused if he was going to arrest even his classmates in exchange for credit. Another classmate denounced that he wasn't a human while he checked if he was okay. He mentioned that he had only been out for a while and questioned what happened there. Zuo Kai reported that there was an internal rebellion within the Black Snake Society earlier, but everything was resolved. But he corrected himself and stated that one of them was still alive. The subordinate denied it and questioned if Zuo Kai arrested his own classmates. Wood followed up by asking what else he could say, and he raised the point whether arresting people in broad daylight didn't seem a little aggressive. In the evening, Yuanjia was at her mansion. Her secretary relayed that the Black Snake Society's rebellion failed and the insiders they instigated were all arrested. Yuanjia scoffed and expressed that it was strange that a group of gangsters with muddy legs could succeed, so she didn't expect them to succeed either. But as long as they got into chaos and the lower level members questioned Zuo Kai, her goal would be achieved. But her secretary disagreed and stated that they were already more loyal to Zuo Kai because he and Meng Guangxian arrested over 100 students in one day. So the lower level members all believed that he decided to sacrifice his classmates to protect the Black Snake Society. And many people also believed that he was a tough guy and was capable of doing great things. Yuanjia challenged if he was sick. If he arrested 100 students in one day without even talking to special intelligence first about the conditions, and if he was so eager to betray humanity and wanted to become a dog to the monsters. Members of the Black Snake Society escorted the students they captured. One of the students called Meng Guangxian and declared that they have known each other for so long and he is aware of his family situation, while another accused him of being a hypocrite and claimed that he must be wishing to die so badly. He inquired if he wanted him to betray his friends and tell him information and asserted that he should keep on dreaming. As Meng Guangxian instructed that they should take them to the basement and that it was the last batch for that day. The member questioned if it was necessary to torture them and remarked that interrogating them might make it easier to find the other students. Meng Guangxian replied that it was not necessary and he shouldn't do unnecessary things, as it will only cause trouble because they are people wanted by the Special Intelligence Department, and it won't be good if they die or get injured. They should provide them with food and water, and before handing them over, even if one of them is missing or sick, or if anyone is injured, he will punish him. The member agreed, he got it, and he didn't have to worry because Zuo Kai has explained everything. And there are B-level hunters and above on duty in the basement all the time, so none of those students could run away. Meng Guangxian commanded that he should go to work and take them away because it is so annoying to listen to them. He said he should meet him in the conference room later, and he would give him a detailed plan for tomorrow. And he consented. Everyone left, and the streets were empty. Meng Guangxian stood alone in a narrow alleyway. He ordered that Shen Hai shouldn't hide like a rat and come out. Shen Hai revealed that his senses had sharpened, and Meng Guangxian remarked that he had been looking for him and the rebels, but no one had contacted him. He clicked his tongue and noted that he didn't expect him to come to see him in person at that time. Shen Hai confessed that he had gone too far because that day alone, he arrested over 100 people. Some of them were even his closest friends. Meng Guangxian questioned if he wanted him to stop or, rather, if he wanted to assassinate him. Shen Hai denied and stated that he just wanted to talk to him alone because if he wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have come alone. But suddenly, another rebel crashed against the wall. Zuo Kai walked in. He called Meng Guangxian and remarked that the little mouse seemed to know him, and when he saw Shen Hao, he pointed out that there was another little mouse hiding there. While the other rebel coughed as he was in pain, Shen Hai became alarmed. Meng Guangxian questioned if he was also a member of the rebels and inquired if it was his sincerity. Shen Hai denied and claimed that he didn't know about it. He asked why he was there, and if he hadn't said that he would be going alone. But the other rebel declared that there was nothing to talk to them about because hundreds of people were arrested in one day, so they clearly betrayed the rebels and humanity. Meng Guangxian retorted if he actually had the nerve to say the word betrayal when they betrayed them, the students of Zishan University, because when they needed them the most, they, the rebels, disappeared into thin air. Shen Hai acknowledged that he knew he was angry and they were in the wrong. But the rebels were also facing difficulties, and he promised that as long as he and Zuo Kai cooperated with them, they would definitely move all the students to a safe area at that time. Meng Guangxian scoffed if he was planning to hold a symposium and chat all night and mocked that it was really funny that he was going to laugh out loud, and he should go away. Shen Hai questioned what he was talking about. Meng Guangxian said that he meant they, cowards, could go dig holes with the groundhogs, get out of his face, and leave him alone. Shen Hai asserted that he knew him, and no matter what he had gone through, he should wake up because worrying about the country, hating the monsters, and valuing his friends was the real him. But he added that he should go to hell because he knew nothing. Meng Guangxian asked if noblemen of the rebels would even care about the life and death of them, abandoned children, and claimed that even the dogs on the roadside wouldn't believe it. Shen Hai explained that the 200 students from Zishan University who participated in the march were arrested and wanted because they trusted them, the rebels, and he couldn't argue that the rebels were too weak to save so many students on their own. But if the Black Snake Society could cooperate with them, they could definitely change the situation and even counterattack the monsters, so he requested Zuo Kai to trust him one more time. But Meng Guangxian corrected that the number of students who participated in the march was 196, and as he asked if he couldn't even count, he insulted him as an imbecile. He asked if they realized that they had to hurry when they saw the Black Snake Society cooperating with the Special Intelligence Department and if they were worried that all their dens would be dug up, and stated that it was what they deserved. Shen Hai was about to respond, but the other rebel declared that it was time to go as some people were surrounding that area, and they were members of the Black Snake Society. Meng Guangxian advised that they should take it easy because killing the rebels wasn't their job, and he and Zuo Kai weren't interested in doing volunteer work. But he warned that if they dared to hinder his work of arresting students, he would kill them. Shen Hai agreed that it was what he was thinking at that time. The two of them disappeared. Meng Guangxian predicted that the next time they met, they would be enemies, and the rebels might attack the Black Snake Society at any time or kidnap or assassinate them. Zuo Kai reassured that there was no need to worry about that small matter at all, and he questioned if he regretted it just because he was misunderstood by them and his classmates. Meng Guangxian denied because rescuing his classmates was the highest priority, as it was a debt he owed them, so they could yell at him all they wanted. Zuo Kai asked about the rebels, and he claimed that he didn't care about those losers at all. There was only one chance to act, and the best way to save everyone was to pretend to work with the Special Intelligence Department. Zuo Kai remarked that it was easy to gather classmates in the basement of the Black Snake Society under the guise of arrest, and the difficulty lay in the method and timing of transfer. Meng Guangxian revealed that he had already thought of a preliminary plan. However, the Special Intelligence Department had secretly arrested some classmates, and they must first take the people in their hands as well. On the other hand, Xia Lexuan was in a dungeon. She called President Anthony and reported that in that month, the amount of crystals mined in the dungeon he was in charge of fell short of the target again, so the Governor General was dissatisfied. He explained that there was a mining accident in that dungeon last month, and he had hired hunters to clean it up several times. But until that time, there were still frequent riots happening, and as she could see, that day, another one died, and it was the miner who was killed by the undead that afternoon. She acknowledged that, indeed, the scent of the undead was strong and asked if he was sure he had hired hunters to clean it up many times. He confirmed that from last month up to that time, he cleaned it 15 times, but the undead could not be killed at all. The first mine disaster killed more than 200 miners, and the undead killed another 61 after the other. Not only that, the families of the miners who were killed were trying to get compensation from him when the economic environment was so bad at the moment that having a job was already good. But they still wanted compensation. There had been a disaster in the mines. The undead had appeared, and they were trying to take advantage of the situation. And she said that it was really strange. So when she had verified the situation, she would report the information. He asked about that month's magic crystal ore indicator. She said that the Governor General was only interested in the amount of magic crystals being mined, and if he didn't meet the standards, he would be changed. It was a rule and could not be negotiated. He repeatedly denied and stated that he had always supported the work of the Special Intelligence Department. She couldn't just ignore it because he took out a huge loan to buy the mining rights of that dungeon, and if it was confiscated, his company would go bankrupt immediately. She said that she was there just to help him, and she would arrange for the Special Intelligence Department to investigate the issue of the undead. She asked what his main difficulty was besides it. He said that he had a shortage of manpower as too many people had died, the news had spread, and he couldn't recruit anyone at the moment, so there were currently less than 50 miners working. He asked if it would be impossible to hire hunters to mine and said that the cost was too high and it was unrealistic. She promised that she would help him with the manpower. Soon, they would bring him more than 100 miners, so he shouldn't worry. And the only requirement was to keep an eye on those miners and not let them escape, and the only way for them to leave that dungeon was through death. They either died from exhaustion or were killed by the undead. Meng Guangxian inquired if she wanted to turn the students into miners and remarked that it was not a prison, it was not suitable for holding prisoners, and it could also be easily discovered. But she responded that it was the decision of the Special Intelligence Department and he had no right to refuse. He questioned if it was bait to lure the rebels out. She expressed amusement that he figured that out and confirmed that it was the idea. If the rebels chose to save them, they would be buried with them there. But even if the rebels did not come, it did not matter, as they would let the students who caused so much trouble suffer and work hard until they died, and it was the fate they deserved. He wondered if they really had to die. She countered by asking if he was not satisfied with that, and he denied it. They were only responsible for bringing people there, so they could not interfere with other matters. But she claimed that it was not good because after the students were sent to the dungeon, the Black Snake Society would need to work with them to guard them. Zuo Kai stated that it was not what they agreed on, and he questioned if she did not say that they would only be responsible for the arrests. She responded that it was the price for letting him survive alone. But currently, he had another friend, Meng Guangxian, and he questioned if he wanted to see him go mining with the other students. Meng Guangxian complained that it was not fair because guarding the dungeon might lead to a direct confrontation with the rebels, and she wanted to completely drag the Black Snake Society down the barrel and make it a tool to eliminate the rebels. She remarked that she thought it was also within the scope of an after-sales service, but of course, Zuo Kai had the final say whether the deal could be made successfully or not, as the price of friendship was immeasurable. Zuo Kai explained that guarding a dungeon was a tough thing with the out-of-control undead and the rebels, so he would take a stroll through it, observe the surroundings, and make his decision. Inside, two miners were busy digging magic crystals. The one with the helmet suggested that the weaker one should take a break and he should not work too hard as his hands were shaking. But he insisted that it did not matter because more mining meant more money, and in just a few more days, it would be over. The one with the helmet asked if he was close to collecting enough money for his daughter's surgery, and he admitted that he needed a little more. The one with the helmet commented that it was great because that morning, old Gavin died too, so once he had gathered enough money, he should quickly leave from there and search for a new job. The weaker one wondered if it was because of those undead and explained that those undead monsters killed humans the moment they saw them, so they were more ruthless than monsters. The one with the helmet noted that once the undead riot occurred, there would always be a break for a few days, so at least it was safe during that period, and he should be able to gather enough money. But suddenly, an undead appeared. The weaker one became terrified. The undead uttered crickets. The weaker one questioned how it was possible and noted that they were already there, while the one with the helmet urged that he should hurry up. The undead uttered charla and crickets. It laughed while the miners screamed as they got caught. At the other part of the dungeon, Zuo Kai and Meng Guangxian were walking together. Another undead appeared. Zuo Kai identified it as the undead, and he admitted that he really missed them, while Meng Guangxian asked if he was visiting the dungeon for a reason. Zuo Kai revealed that he thought of a way to transfer students safely and fast, and he inquired if he knew what those undead were. Meng Guangxian explained that the undead were different from monsters because rather than being creatures, they were closer to ghosts, and were reborn when killed. The undead could not communicate and were, in a way, more brutal than the monsters, killing indiscriminately. But fortunately, they could not leave the dungeon. Otherwise, it would really be the end of the world for mankind. Zuo Kai dismissed it as the same old deception. He clenched his fist. He released his golden aura and struck the undead with it. The dark matter that covered its head disappeared. Meng Guangxian exclaimed that it was impossible. The head of the undead was exposed, and it was that of a human. Meng Guangxian asked if the inside of the undead was human. The undead repeatedly accused them of being traitors and questioned why they wanted to be lackeys of monsters. Meng Guangxian asked what he was talking about, and as he claimed that he did not understand at all, he questioned if they were humans and why they were in the dungeon. The undead asserted that he was still acting stupid and that they were there, fighting off invaders, but they were destroying the foundations of the world. Meng Guangxian asked if the ore was the foundation of the world and realized that it was why the monsters instructed the Special Intelligence Department to mine and buy it at a high price. Zuo Kai clarified that, to be precise, the dungeon was the embodiment of the world's original power, while the undead were heroes from a past era who were chosen to become guardians after death, and the minerals in the dungeon, when mined, weakened the world's original power. When the original power was weakened, it was easier for the monsters to invade. The undead confirmed that was it, and human beings who had been blessed by the world had come there to defeat them, guardians, while ordinary humans kept digging for ore. He questioned what it was if that was not a betrayal. Meng Guangxian asked if by human beings blessed the world, he meant hunters. He explained that hunters and miners were entering the dungeon, and just because he killed everyone on sight, no one knew his identity or how important the ore was, so he questioned why he did not just communicate and if he knew how many innocent people he had killed. The undead were confused with communication, and Zuo Kai explained that they could not communicate because the monsters interfered with the rules of the world, so the image of the guardian was distorted into a terrifying undead, and their consciousness was also in chaos, leaving only the instinct to attack invaders. Meng Guangxian asked why monsters could not mine minerals on their own, and he answered that monsters were invaders, and in dungeons, their power would be limited, so they needed to pay a high price to defeat the guardians and mine for minerals. Meng Guangxian reasoned that it was why monsters hired humans, and as long as they paid money, they could get ore, but he corrected himself and said no. Money itself was worthless because a temporary government controlling prices could bankrupt tens of thousands of families, and in order to survive, many people had to become miners, working for monsters. Zuo Kai lamented that the poor miners were killed by the undead then, and when the undead realized that the people they killed were innocent people, he questioned what they were protecting. Zuo Kai declared that he could not protect anything and he could not stop the invasion of monsters. However, he advised that he should not worry as he would take his place and kill all the monsters. He urged him to just tell him where the hidden room was. The undead questioned how he knew the hidden room. He revealed that the leader of the Red Lotus sect told him, and frequent undead riots indicated that the source of that dungeon was about to be exhausted, so he suggested that he give him the hidden room to use it for something else. The undead refused, claiming that he could not trust him, and it was impossible for a living human being to know the existence of the hidden room. Moreover, his aura was very strange, and he questioned if he was really human. Zuo Kai insisted that he should tell him the location of the secret room because it was not a request but a command. But he responded that he was already dead and asked if he was trying to threaten a dead person. Zuo Kai stated that he could only use a rougher method than soul searching. It was a unique martial arts technique taught to him by the leader of the Red Lotus sect, which could seize memories, and it happened to work especially well on him, undead. However, that price would be very painful, and it would make him beg for death. But he recalled that he was already dead, so after he got everything he wanted to know, he would let him return to his muddled state again and brutally kill innocent humans. The undead screamed and ordered that he should stop it, that he was a devil, and that he would tell him everything. The undead guided them to the secret room. Zuo Kai declared that he really missed that place, and as he thanked him for guiding them, he stated that he could go. But the undead inquired if he hadn't noticed yet and remarked that all the guardians of that dungeon have been summoned to the hidden room. He should tell him the way to get the guardians back to their senses. Otherwise, that place will be his grave. Zuo Kai chanted and pronounced Bakam, turned the earth into glazed gold. The origin of the world, which was enclosed in an orb of powerful aura, emerged. He remarked that, sure enough, since the commands are universal, it was a lot easier, and he mentioned that they should throw them out. The orb sent the guardians who haven't regained their senses flying out of the room. The undead was so confused. He inquired how he was able to communicate with the origin of the world and stated that even they, the protectors, can't accomplish it. Zuo Kai claimed that there was still one left and the origin should get him out too. The undead requested that he should wait a minute and noted that if he was recognized by the origin of the world, at least he is not a bad person, so he should let them regain their senses, as they don't want to kill innocent humans anymore. Zuo Kai explained that he could only bring him back to his senses briefly because monsters have rewritten the rules of that world, and they, the guardians, will eventually go mad. The undead asserted that there must be a way because he has the soul-searching technique that could read their souls. He should also be able to change the state of their souls. He begged him to save them. Zuo Kai admitted that it was a lie and he just mastered a small technique that could torture the undead, and he didn't think he would really believe him, but he kindly led the way, saving him a lot of time. He waved him goodbye. The undead accused that he was a bastard. The orb was steadily floating in the air. Meng Guangxian questioned if he was saying that the little ball is the origin of their world, and even though it was just a tiny part, breaking it will ruin the dungeon that they are in. Zuo Kai stated that when a dungeon is destroyed, all of its creatures are transferred to another dungeon, and Meng Guangxian remarked that that method of transferring classmates is much safer than his previous plan. but destroying the dungeon would also be good for monsters. Zuo-kai explained that the unusual undead riots show that the dungeon is on the verge of collapse, and he has just communicated with it, so, in order to save human lives, it is willing to destroy itself in advance and transfer all the remaining energy in it to help him cultivate his true kai. Meng Guangxian inquired if he was not threatening the origin of the world too, and remarked that it seemed like something he would do. Zuo-kai replied that, unfortunately, he can't do something like that yet, so at that time, it is a fair deal. Meng Guangxian questioned about the deal, and he explained that, to put it simply, it has a problem. In another dungeon, a group of hunters discovered a shortcut, and there are very precious items present at the end of it, but it will take a lot of time to transfer them. In order to delay them, they need to work as the final boss part-time. Meanwhile, the group of hunters was still exploring the dungeon. The guy inquired if the architecture of the dungeon was a little different behind the shortcut, and the captain mentioned that if he was not mistaken, it should be a double dungeon. The guy questioned if it was really a double dungeon and remarked that they were going to get rich. The girl wondered if they shouldn't report that matter to the UN Foundation first because, after all, they discovered the shortcut while helping them with their daily undead clearing work, and the guy asked if she was serious and declared that it was the second double dungeon that had appeared so far. So as long as they defeated the final boss and obtained the power baptism ceremony, they may be able to directly become S-class hunters. But the girl reminded that he shouldn't forget that double dungeons are very dangerous. Moreover, their unauthorized attack on the dungeon may also dissatisfy the UN family group and lead the entire industry to ban them. The captain suggested that they should vote and that he agrees with the dungeon rating because it is a rare opportunity, and he doesn't want to miss it. The girl objected, as she thought that they should tell the UN Foundation the news and collect the reward safely. But the guy questioned how long that little money would last them and declared that in the end, they would have to continue doing dirty work like that for the Foundation. Only by becoming an S-class hunter could they truly change their destiny, so he would support them in dungeon raiding. The captain asked what his opinion was. He responded that he agrees, and the guy remarked that he shouldn't show up silently like that every time because it is creepy. The girl concurred, and it was 3-1, so she will take the risk with them all, but in the process of raiding the dungeon, they must at least make sure that there are no outsiders to disturb them. She inquired if he dealt with all the miners who discovered the shortcut. Lance stated that the 8 miners who discovered the shortcut were all killed, and he made it look like an undead killed them so no one will suspect a thing. The captain assured that he could rest assured because he was the one who did that job, so they should go. A few moments later, the team was still walking down the path towards the double dungeon. The guy remarked that not a single undead had appeared along the way, and they had been lucky, while the captain warned that everyone should be careful because the boss room was just up ahead. Lance should hide his body and find the right opportunity to attack. Lance agreed. As they arrived at the door, the captain expressed that it was really exciting, and he inquired what the final boss of a double dungeon would be like. Zuo-kai and Meng Guangxian were standing inside when they opened the door. Zuo-kai asked if they were the brave ones who came to challenge him and mentioned that he had been waiting for a long time. The guy wondered if the final boss was a human, but the girl mocked that he was stupid because it was clear that someone had come there before them. The guy questioned how that was possible when they were the first to discover the double dungeon. Zuo-kai denied and declared that he was the final boss, and he inquired what they were going to do. The captain suggested that they should go ahead and kill him because he killed the final boss and must still be in a weak state at the moment, while the guy claimed that the treasure and rewards were all theirs. The girl used her skill, Cold Forest Rain of Arrows. Zuo-kai complimented that it was nice teamwork. Sharp rocks grew from the ground after he stomped his feet, and they hit the guy and the captain. The girl flinched, but luckily the rock didn't reach her. She wondered what kind of monster it was because he just stomped on the floor. Zuo-kai challenged that they should try a little harder and inquired if they were willing to die before seeing the second stage of the boss. A few moments later, the captain and the guy lay in their own pools of blood on the floor. The girl also suffered the same fate. Zuo-kai admitted that fighting like that after resting for so long makes him feel good, and as he inquired if he was upset, he denied because they are all despicable bastards who deserve to die as they do all the dirty work for the Foundation. Zuo-kai stated that it was good and the task was completed, so they should go back immediately. The origin of the world transported them back. Meanwhile, Lance was hiding behind the door. He recognized Zuo-kai and inquired why he was there. A truck crashed against the fence. A rebel inquired where everybody was and where they went. Another responded that the students were all gone and the driver was the only one in the car. The driver questioned what they were trying to do and explained that he was just making a delivery, and he didn't know anything. One of the rebels claimed that it looked like they had all been fooled, so they should report the situation there to the leader. The bartender informed their leader that the operation had failed because the car was swapped and all the students were gone. The leader revealed that that morning, the students were transported from the Black Snake headquarters, and they should have been watching more closely. The bartender noted that the Black Snake Society has a powerful intelligence network, and the forces underground were intertwined, but they were still underestimating them, and the leader insisted that they should stop wasting time because at that time, they could not give up on those students, so they should continue searching. On the other hand, the students arrived at President Anthony's dungeon. They all changed into miners' uniforms and were lining up. One of the officers of the Special Intelligence Department instructed that they should line up, go one by one, and bring their tools with them. Zia Lexuan remarked that Zuo Kai was really obedient and sent everyone there, and she suspected if that wasn't their deal. She confessed that she expected he would secretly contact the rebels, sabotage the transportation process, and hand the students over to them because that way, she could have taken advantage of that opportunity to wipe out the Black Snake Society and the rebels. He replied that he doesn't get along with those losers. She stated that from that point onward, the Black Snake Society could cooperate more with their Special Intelligence Department. He questioned if she even had a cooperative attitude and mentioned that they agreed to guard the students together, but only the hunters from the Special Intelligence Department could enter the dungeon. Meanwhile, their Black Snake manpower could only wait outside. She justified that it was for their safety because the truth behind the abnormal undead riots in the dungeon hadn't yet been revealed, and the Special Intelligence Department was also there to do a better job of investigating. He acknowledged that it was what she was saying, but if something went wrong with the students in the dungeon, he suspected if the blame won't be on them, and he admitted that he can't feel at ease, so he also wanted to go into the dungeon and watch. She encouraged that he should go ahead. He walked towards the dungeon's entrance. An officer questioned if it was appropriate to let Zuo Kai enter the dungeon, and he advised that he should let him be. But they should keep an eye on him and not let anything happen to him, or he will be in trouble with the minister. The Black Snake Society has taken care of their biggest problem, and if the rebels wanted to rescue the students, they could only come to the dungeon. But she had already set up an ambush outside. Suddenly, the rebel leader declared that she had miscalculated. The officer demanded who he was and how he got in. When Zia Lexuan noticed the bandage, she suspected if he was the legendary leader of the rebels and remarked that she never thought that he would be stupid enough to walk into a trap. He insisted that rather than walking into a trap, he should be thanking her for bringing the students, as he will take those students with him. He promised he would see her later. The official cursed and pointed out the entrance to the dungeon. Zia Lexuan lunged and attacked the entrance, but the leader and Zuo Kai vanished. Inside, Zuo Kai noted that Meng Guangxian disguising himself as a rebel leader was a great idea. Meng Guangxian explained that the leader of the rebels always wears a bandage, and no one has ever seen his face. So with the bandage on his face, he broke through the Special Intelligence Department's blockade and came to the dungeon to rescue the students, and of course they will think he is the leader of the rebels. Zuo Kai added that at the same time as saving people, they could also shift the responsibility onto the rebels, killing two birds with one stone. Meng Guangxian remarked that the rebels owe them that, so they should go to the hidden room and transfer the students to another dungeon. Zuo Kai advised that he should relax because the barrier at the entrance to the dungeon wasn't that easy to break and they still had plenty of time. And Meng Guangxian wondered how he knew all that information. Zuo Kai disclosed that they were all told to him by the leader of the Red Lotus sect. Meng Guangxian doubted if it was the leader of the Red Lotus sect again and noted that if they could work with him to reveal the truth about the dungeon, at least they could defeat the plan of the monsters, so he wondered if he could contact him at the moment. Zuo Kai revealed that he was already dead. Meng Guangxian insisted that it was up to them to make that information public, but Zuo Kai disclosed that he and his followers were killed just for revealing the truth about the dungeon. The monster's government controls most of the information channels, so the truth will only end up as a rumor because ordinary people in high positions stand on the side of monsters. And as for the miners, even if they knew the truth, they would still continue mining in order to make money and eat. Meng Guangxian wondered if they couldn't change anything. Zuo Kai questioned why he thinks so much and proposed that they should just destroy all the monsters and it will be over, so spreading the truth wasn't important at all. Meanwhile, Yuan Jia was in the double dungeon with her secretary. She wondered if he meant that Zuo Kai appeared in the boss room of that double dungeon the other day, and he confirmed that Lance is his subordinate and could be trusted and his team of hunters was wiped out by Zuo Kai, and he was the only one who escaped. She remarked that it was interesting and that, according to another piece of information, Zuo-kai should be in Anthony's dungeon at that time, which is 300 kilometers from there. The secretary explained that even a hunter with spatial powers can't do that, so it is possible that the dungeon has the ability for spatial transfer. She said that it was why Zuo-kai cooperated with the Special Intelligence Department, and he had already planned to move the students in that way when the secretary said that he just received news that the Black Snake Society had transported the students to Anthony's dungeon, and the rebels had failed to intercept them along the way. She noted that the transfer of students should be within the next few days, so they should keep an eye on all the dungeons in Zishan, and if there are any changes, she requested that he notify her. Suddenly, the ground shook. The two of them were alarmed. The secretary wondered if the dungeon was shaking and described it as a phenomenon that had never happened before. She remarked that it seems that they have good luck because Zuo-kai was actually transferring students at the moment, and the destination was still that double dungeon. She asked how many hunters they could mobilize at the moment. The secretary replied that there are 35 B-level hunters and 100 degrees Celsius level and below hunters, and he will gather them there immediately. She added that at that time, the students of Zishan University will be her credit, and Zuo-kai's death will be used to stir up new chaos. An officer insisted that the students shouldn't be lazy and questioned if they were there for vacation. He declared that during the night inspection, if the quantity of the ore didn't meet the standard, everyone would be punished. One of the students claimed that he was a bastard. The officer demanded what he said and insisted that he should speak up. The student challenged him to go ahead and kill him because at least he would be saved from being humiliated by them, national traitors, but the officer just clicked his tongue and suspected if he truly believed that he wouldn't do it. Suddenly, the ground shook. The officer wondered if it was an earthquake, but he corrected himself, saying the space was moving. Another officer warned that everyone should be careful because there was a trap on the ground, and he suspected if the undead were going to riot again. The other officer noted, strangely, the trap swallowed only those students, and he questioned if it could be the rebels. Zuo-kai intervened and declared no, it was him. The officer doubted if he was crazy and if he even realized what he was doing. Zuo-kai questioned if he couldn't see and claimed that he was killing people. The officer suspected if he was also the one transferring those students and warned that if he broke the agreement, Black Snake would die. Zuo-kai inquired about breaking the agreement. He assured that as long as they were all dead, no one would know. On the other hand, one of the students wondered what that place was and where the hunters were. When another student suspected if it could be that they had been captured by the undead, the other cautioned that they should be careful and stay away from the wall. Meng Guangxian, who was still in disguise, emerged from the wall. One of the students confirmed that it was really the undead, but another urged to wait because the man looked like the leader of the rebels. Meng Guangxian questioned if he knew him, and the student denied, explaining he had just heard descriptions of him before. Meng Guangxian responded that in that case, self-introduction was unnecessary. He was there to save him, and he had already transferred their classmates to different secure rooms, and it wouldn't be long before they could leave and be free again. But the other student accused him of pretending to be kind because he was just planning to use them and throw them aside, and he challenged if he knew how many students were killed during that period. Meng Guangxian asked if they thought he was using them, if they believed fighting against monsters was safe and didn't come with sacrifices, and if they would have even tried to resist the monsters if it weren't for him. The student insisted that he should stop making excuses because if it weren't for Zuo-kai, all of them would have died long ago, so he would never surrender to the monsters, and he would never trust him or the rebels again. Meng Guangxian replied that it was very good, so in addition to his freedom, he would give him another special option. Meanwhile, the main hallways of the dungeon were quiet. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred. The officer commanded that they should kill Zuo-kai. Zuo-kai realized that there were 3 A-level hunters, and there were more people approaching them, and they were almost surrounded. One of the officers ordered him to surrender immediately. Zuo-kai noted that he had just killed 2 hunters, so their reaction was really fast, and the officer asserted that their people were guarding every intersection, front, back, left, and right, so he had no way to escape. But Zuo-kai declared that he was not planning to escape. The officer admitted that he certainly had some nerve because they did not just come there to investigate the undead riots but were also guarding against rebel attacks. But unexpectedly, he was the one surprising them at the moment. He demanded where the students were and where he hid them. Zuo-kai revealed that the students had been transferred to a safe place, and they would never find it. The officer warned that he shouldn't try to fool him because he could sense that the students were still in that dungeon, so if they took their time and searched carefully, they would find them. He guessed correctly that if he handed over the students and told him the secrets of the dungeon, he would spare his life. But Zuokai proposed another offer for the S-Class Hunter. He challenged him to fight one-on-one. And if he won, he would hand over the students and the secrets of the dungeon would be his. The officer laughed and mocked the one-on-one, questioning if he seriously believed he could fight him. Zuokai doubted if that was so funny. The officer admitted that he had read his file, and he had killed B-level hunters at the Zishan border, so perhaps he even had a level combat power. But S-Class and A-Class were leagues apart. Zuokai questioned if he would agree to a one-on-one fight. The officer refused, explaining that there was no way he could be his opponent, and that duel was pointless. Zuokai suspected if he was afraid. The officer confirmed that in terms of numbers, he had the upper hand, and he didn't have to take any chances, so all of them should attack. The other officers agreed. Zuokai suspected if it was a group fight and accepted, saying fine, he would join them. An undead emerged from the ground. Zuokai ordered that all of them should come out. The officer suspected if he could control the undead. Blood was immediately spilled. The other officers yelled no, and they called for help. Zuokai admitted that at that time, it was his side that was outnumbered. A huge explosion occurred. Zuokai suspected if he hadn't eaten yet and remarked that he should work harder. The officers did their best to maintain their shield and block the undead's attack. One of them admitted that he couldn't stop it. The undead broke through the shield. They were quickly eliminated. Zuokai agreed, that was it, and acknowledged that the undead are quite capable when serious. But S-Class hunters are really different because after being besieged by the undead for so long, it was amazing that he was still unharmed. More undead lunged at the S-Class officer. The officer cursed that he was a bastard and ordered him to shut up. He gathered a swirling aura in the palm of his hand. He used his skill, infinite consecutive cuts. Zuokai clapped. He complimented that the ultimate move was awesome and its attack range was also very far, but it would also consume a lot of energy from him, so he questioned if he could still fight. The officer insisted that it was enough to kill him, and his biggest mistake was to order the undead to scatter around to hunt down his men, because currently there are no undead around to protect him, so he is dead. But Zuokai argued that they should be reborn. In an instant, the undead were reborn. The officer wondered how that could be and how the undead could be reborn so quickly after being killed. Zuokai explained that it was because the dungeon was about to be destroyed, and the officer requested clarification about what he meant. Zuokai revealed that the rebirth of the undead requires the energy of the dungeon, but there was no need to save energy anymore, so until the dungeon is destroyed, the undead will continue to regenerate and play with him. The officer urged him to wait, and as he hesitated if he didn't want to fight him, he challenged him to come on because he agrees with the one-on-one. Zuokai admitted that he had been fighting the undead for a long time and wondered if he wasn't exhausted. The officer denied and insisted he shouldn't worry about his feelings because he could still fight. Zuokai insisted that it wouldn't be fair at all to fight him in the situation, and even if he were to win, it would appear that he has no martial ethics, so he is not interested, and the undead should just kill him. The officer repeatedly declared that he gave up. He should stop it. He screamed in pain. He was torn into pieces by the undead. On the other hand, Lance and other hunters were standing by the entrance of the double dungeon. The Brunette hunter reported that A-Class hunters have tried it, but the barrier at the entrance cannot be opened and the attacks were completely ineffective, while the black-haired one informed that half of their men were still being held back, including Yuanjia, who was outside the dungeon. The Brunette hunter noted that Lance was the only one who had ever been into that double dungeon, so he asked what he would suggest. Lance explained that Zuokai could freely enter and leave the boss room and may be able to control the entire dungeon, so the longer they wait there, the more dangerous it becomes. The black-haired hunter agreed. Even if they wait any longer, the barrier may not open either, and what they were going to do hasn't changed anyway, killing Zuokai and taking away the students. The brunette hunter emphasized that they have 7 A-class and 20 B-class hunters, and it is easy to kill Zuokai, so they should go. But he was horrified as soon as they proceeded deeper into the double dungeon. They saw the lifeless officers lying on the floor. The black-haired hunter questioned what on earth happened, why the hunters from the Special Intelligence Department were there too, and why they were all killed. The brunette hunter revealed that he read the officer's memory before he died, and it was Zuokai who did it. And among the dead, there was even an S-class hunter. The black-haired hunter suspected if Zuokai was that strong, and the brunette hunter clarified that, to be precise, they were killed by the undead controlled by Zuokai. Lance questioned if he was controlling the undead and how many he could control. The brunette hunter estimated that there were too many to count because in the memories he saw, those hunters seemed to be drowned by a tide of undead, and after the killing, the undead left in different directions, and Zuo-kai walked to the intersection on the left. Lance pointed out that it was the direction of the boss room, so they should let him lead the way. The black-haired hunter doubted if he was still thinking about killing Zuo-kai, and noted that the S-class hunter was dead and Zuo-kai could control the undead, which is something they couldn't deal with. Lance reasoned that it was why they had to go to the boss room at that moment because the battle had just ended and the undead had left, so maybe his control time had reached its limit and it was the best chance to kill him. The brunette hunter agreed because, from the memories he saw, the hunters of the Special Intelligence Department were all killed by the undead, and Zuo-kai didn't do it himself, so his own strength shouldn't be very strong. The black-haired hunter acknowledged, so he called everyone and instructed that they should follow him to the boss room because if they don't kill Zuo-kai at that time, he will lead the undead army and hunt them down. Everyone agreed. Meanwhile, Zuo-kai was in the boss room with the origin of the world. He announced that the dungeon was no longer safe because many more hunters came in and there must be an ambush outside. He suspected if it meant to transfer them to another dungeon, and as he considered that it was quite reasonable, he guessed if he was right that it was going to take another hour to transfer. He declared that in that case, while they were at it, they should finish the other part of the deal because he saved the students at Zishan University and killed the special intelligence hunters who were serving the world of monsters. So at that time, it should give him the remaining power of that dungeon. If it won't answer, he will take it as a yes. It should hand over the energy. And at that time, he will definitely be able to cultivate true Kai. Lance and his group stood in front of the entrance to the boss room. The black-haired hunter explained that in front of them was the boss room. The brunette hunter mentioned that Zuo-kai was waiting just behind the door, so everyone should prepare to attack. The door to the room swung open. They were greeted by multiple undead that guarded Zuo-kai inside. The hunters expressed surprise that there were so many undead. One of them questioned how they were supposed to fight those and claimed that it was impossible, while another urged not to panic because those undead weren't moving at all. Lance observed that those undead seemed to be waiting for Zuo-kai's orders. Zuo-kai meditated at the end of the room. The black-haired hunter noted that from the looks of it, he seemed to be using the dungeon's props to strengthen himself, so he hadn't noticed their arrival, so they had luck, and the brunette hunter advised that they should move slowly and not disturb Zuo-kai or the undead. They made their footsteps as light as they could as they entered the room. The undead's eyes were wide open. It moved its eyes as it followed their movement. One of the hunters questioned if they saw that and if its eyes moved, while another called him a bastard and insisted he shouldn't scare him. The brunette hunter ordered them to shut up and ignore those undead because their only goal was Zuo-kai. After 5 seconds, they should prepare to attack together. He counted starting at 5 and 4, 3 and 2. Suddenly, Zuo-kai declared 1. He moved swiftly and cut off the hunter's head. The black-haired hunter cursed. The other hunter wondered why Zuo-kai was waking up at that time, while the other speculated how that could be such a coincidence, and insisted that he was deliberately pretending. Zuo-kai claimed that no matter what they think, it was all their fault. The black-haired hunter questioned what their fault was. Zuo-kai explained that it was all because they disturbed his practice, so he failed again, and they were 50% responsible for his failure to cultivate his true Kai. But he corrected himself and said that it was at least 80%. The energy of the world's origin was the purest energy, and theoretically, it was perfectly capable of helping him cultivate true Kai. But at that moment, it could only be used to strengthen the body. It was a waste, so they should come on and go together, and he would just stand there so they could hit him as they pleased. The black-haired hunter asked what he was talking about and if they could beat him as they pleased. But he froze when he felt the presence of an undead behind him. He suspected they had been tricked and that it was Zuo-kai's purpose to order the undead to attack from behind. The undead dug its feet on the floor for driving force. It lunged at Zuo-kai, which startled that hunter. Its attack was so powerful that it created an explosion. Zuo-kai encouraged it, saying that it was good and it should go on. The other undead jumped in and attacked Zuo-kai as well. One of them swung its claws. It hit Zuo-kai on the stomach and sent him flying. He crashed on the ground. One of the hunters was taken aback, while the other questioned if Zuo-kai ordered the undead to attack him and what the hell he was thinking. Zuo-kai's muscles bulged. The system notified him that the Golden Bell Shield level 6 and level 7 were completed. He challenged what they were waiting for and if they didn't even have the courage to take action against someone who had no resistance. One of the hunters cursed that he was a bastard, while the other insisted that there was a limit to how much he could look down on people. Zuo-kai just snickered. The Golden Bell Shield was a top external martial art from the Shaolin Temple, but it was rarely valued because no matter how advanced the external martial arts were, they could not cultivate true Kai. Only the body could be tempered. Not only that, it took 2 years to master its first level, while the 5th level took 32 years. It had a total of 9 levels. However, even the top masters of Shaolin Temple often only reached the 6th level before their lifespan was exhausted. It was not only because it was difficult to practice, but it was also because the Shaolin Temple had a lot of profound and superb internal martial arts techniques, so no martial artist would waste a lot of time cultivating that external technique. Therefore, no one knew that after cultivating it to the 8th level, it would undergo fundamental changes. The bodies of the hunters and undead who attacked Zuo Kai were sliced into pieces, their blood spilled. The black-haired hunter accused Zuo Kai of being a bastard and questioned if he was not ashamed when he clearly promised not to do anything. But Lance insisted no, he didn't do anything, and he saw clearly that those hunters and undead shattered the moment they touched Zuo Kai. Just like class. The black-haired hunter asked how that was possible. Meanwhile, the system notified Zuo Kai that the Golden Bell Shield 8th level was completed and he obtained an anti-shock effect, so all attack targets would receive 50% damage immediately.
The undead roared like a raging tide as they charged at Zuo Qi. He stood there, completely unfazed, just fixing his cold stare on them. Then he unleashed his golden aura, and in an instant, the undead were wiped out. One of the hunters remarked that going up against Zuo Qi was no different from throwing themselves into the jaws of death, so there was no point in even fighting. But Lance warned him to stay sharp because a few undead were still standing, despite the relentless assault. And when the hunter wondered aloud if it was just a matter of strength, Lance insisted there was still a chance. Another hunter scoffed at that so-called chance and spat that he could go to hell, while a different one panicked, questioning how they were supposed to kill that monster, and urging everyone to run while they could. The first hunter barked at them to stop, demanding where they thought they were going, and warned that once all the undead were gone, Zuo Qi would never let them live. Another hunter dismissed him and snapped that it didn't matter, claiming it was better than dying right there since he was only a C-class and would drop dead just from touching Zuo Qi. The hunter retorted that there was no need for anyone to risk striking Zuo Qi directly, because his ability was energy conversion, so they just needed to channel their mental power into him, and he would deliver the final blow. A different hunter gawked at him, questioning if he was serious, and pointed out that even an A-class like him would probably die instantly from taking in too much power. The hunter shot back, challenging how he'd know without trying, and snapped that wasting time would get them all killed. The other hunter finally agreed but threw in a sharp warning, saying he asked for it, so if he died, that was on him. The hunter gritted out that it was almost ready. His body felt like it was on the verge of exploding, so this was the perfect moment. He cursed Zuo Qi and sent him to hell. A massive explosion ripped through the battlefield. Zuo Qi emerged, remarking coolly that it wasn't a bad attack at all. He teased that if the hunter tried a little harder, maybe he could even slice off his arm. The hunter's face went pale, insisting it was impossible, since that strike was equal to an S-class hunter's full might, yet it only managed to scorch his arm. Then the system notified Zuo Qi that the 9th level of the Golden Bell Shield was complete, granting him accelerated self-healing, and he sneered that it was pathetic if this was all they had. Suddenly, Lance declared that it was time and activated his skill, Erase. The origin of the world revealed itself. It floated ominously above Zuo Qi's headless body. Lance murmured if that was the source of his power, and blamed his own arrogance for everything. That treasure was his now. One hunter stammered, asking if Zuo Qi actually died just like that, and what Lance had done. Lance casually revealed he erased his brain, nothing more. The hunter refused to believe it, pointing out how even an S-class strike couldn't harm Zuo Qi earlier, demanding to know how Lance succeeded. He also questioned Lance's power, saying he thought it was invisibility. But Lance brushed him off, saying to focus on the first question. All of their combined attacks weren't wasted. Even though they barely scratched Zuo Qi, their strikes chipped away at his defenses, leaving an opening. And as for him, his true ability wasn't invisibility but erasure. When used on himself, it only appeared like invisibility because he erased his existence temporarily. But when used on someone else, this was what happened. He swung his arm, and a chunk of the hunter's torso and arm vanished completely. The hunter cursed at him, calling him insane. Lance glared back, asking if he still didn't get it, explaining the treasure could control the undead. amplify its wielder's strength and maybe even allow them to traverse different dungeons. That secret was his alone, so everyone else had to die. One hunter cursed loudly, rallying the others to take him down together, but another collapsed, admitting his mental power was drained dry, and yet another bitterly realized Lance had used them from the start, making them exhaust themselves against Zuo-Chi while he sat back and plotted. Lance dismissed their anger, claiming regret was useless, and coldly bid his companions farewell. One hunter felt despair wash over him, convinced it was over. But then, the origin of the world detonated. Lance clutched his hand, hissing in pain. His expression twisted as he screamed no, crying out that it was his treasure. The origin flew back to Zuo-Chi. It sank into his regenerating skull. Lance stared in disbelief, shouting that Zuo-Chi was supposed to be dead and demanding to know what was happening. Zuo-Chi's head fully regenerated. He fixed his sharp gaze on Lance, asking if he really believed he controlled the origin, and revealed it. Despised traitors serving monsters even more than it hated him. Lance groaned in frustration, lamenting the waste since all of the treasure's energy had been consumed to restore Zuo-Chi's brain. Then he froze when Zuo-Chi calmly touched his forehead. Zuo-Chi corrected him, saying he was wrong because minor injuries like losing his brain could be repaired through the Golden Bell Shield's 9th level self-healing, though it was supposed to take a long time. Now that his mind had recovered instantly, there was only one explanation. The Golden Bell Shield had reached level 10, and he smirked, thanking Lance because the technique was never meant to go beyond 9 levels. Thanks to the damage inflicted and the leftover energy from the origin, he had shattered his limits and completed the 10th level. And at his realm, martial artists rarely bothered with ordinary opponents anymore. But as a courtesy, he'd make an exception. Lance panicked, stammering that it wasn't necessary and he didn't need this. But Zuo-Chi calmly told him it was too late. His move was already made, leaving Lance trembling as he asked when that happened. Zuo-Chi answered evenly. It was back when he put his finger on his head. 3 hours later, the rebel leader pressed the bartender on whether they had tracked down the students, and the bartender casually dropped that Yuan Jia was shifting them to another underground base. The rebel leader leaned in, pushing if she was the same Yuan Jia from UNU Financial Group. The bartender confirmed without hesitation that she was one of Nightingale's trusted contacts, using the code name Siskin. And as the rebel leader muttered that it sounded insane, he probed for the trick she pulled to snatch the students away from Special Intelligence. The bartender explained that it was pure luck. They slipped in during a rare window when Special Intelligence wasn't watching, and for some unknown reason, the students had been moved to an underground facility under Yuanyi Financial Group's authority, along with 10 bounty hunters tied to Special Intelligence. The rebel leader pressed if this hinted at a hidden portal linking the underground cities, and admitted he hadn't heard of such a thing. The bartender remarked that Special Intelligence hadn't either, which was why they were caught off guard and plunged into chaos, allowing Yuan Jia to exploit the mess and dispatch her people to track the students. The rebel leader, catching the tone, pointed out that if he called them lucky, the whole thing clearly didn't go as smoothly as planned. The bartender confirmed it grimly. The facility was locked down after Yuan Jia's people hit the underground city, sparking a bloody battle. 5 A-rank hunters under her command and even 1 S-rank hunter died. And that was just the confirmed number after the city reopened. But the students had vanished yet again. By her prediction, there was likely another portal phenomenon at play, and they finally managed to locate 80 of the students in a neighboring city. The rebel leader narrowed his eyes, asking if it was only 80, and what happened to the remaining 100. The bartender revealed bluntly that he had taken them in. The rebel leader froze, caught off guard. The bartender explained that those students believed the leader of the resistance himself had saved them, and the ones still determined to fight the demonic beasts had been taken in by him, while the other 80 students headed for a safe zone to be evacuated and crossed paths with Yuan Jia. The rebel leader smirked faintly, musing how interesting it was, and pressed if that meant they had an imposter running around. The bartender pointed out that regardless, Special Intelligence pinned the student abductions on him, and they were seething. He could tell just by looking at the bounty, but the rebel leader dismissed it with a shrug, saying it didn't matter since they'd always be at each other's throats, and having someone stir up Special Intelligence while fighting the demonic beasts was anything but a problem. He would accept it, their anger, their hatred, their grudges. Meanwhile, the student stayed with Meng Guangxian and Zuo-Chi. Meng Guangxian admitted it was as far as he could escort them, Zuoqi frowned and questioned if he was really bailing already along with the 100 students, and Meng Guangxian told him the Black Snake had done more than enough. They couldn't afford to drag him into deeper trouble. Zuoqi pressed further, asking what he planned to do after that. Meng Guangxian explained that those students still had fire in them, and leaving them idle here would only waste their passion and talents. So he intended to train them, shaping them into fighters in their own right. Zuoqi acknowledged that sounded good and urged him to call if he needed weapons, gear, or supplies. Meng Guangxian replied that of course he'd holler if help was needed, but by then the Black Snakes would probably need Zuoqi more, so he should hurry back, prompting Zuoqi to call him a worrywart. Meng Guangxian added that the rebels would likely claim credit for rescuing the students since they needed the morale boost after being beaten down so long, but that didn't make the Black Snakes safe either because the Special Intelligence Agency was never known for reason. Elsewhere, Xiao Lexuan marched to the Black Snake Society building with other officers in tow. The guards blocked their path, tense and silent. Suddenly, Zhu Rolan appeared. He remarked that surely Special Intelligence had their hands full already and demanded to know what business they had at the Black Snake Society. Xiao Lexuan coolly responded that they were preparing to launch an investigation into the headquarters, as anyone could see, to confirm whether they had been sheltering any rebel members or students inside. He pressed if they had already suspected something when they escorted the students to the underground city and handed them over to her, wondering if she wasn't supposed to be the one keeping watch over them, and demanded to know what any of that had to do with them. She brushed it off, claiming it was all for their own good. He shot back that if that were true, then she should be looking for Zuoqi instead, since he'd been throwing himself into danger in the underground city too. She countered that there was no reason to worry, because they had been digging into him as well, and while the rebels were behind the rescue, their calculations showed Zuoqi's survival rate was still pretty high, so their immediate priority was clearing their own people of suspicion first. He pressed further, asking if she planned to clear their name and if she shouldn't run that by Yuanyi before making promises, adding that he'd also heard rumors of hunters tied to the Special Intelligence being spotted back in the underground city. She explained that the situation was a lot messier than he thought, because among the bodies they had identified, over 100 hunters belonged to Yuanyi, and they'd also uncovered traces of undead activity below. So the logical conclusion was that the rebel army had taken advantage of the undead chaos to wipe out both Special Intelligence and Yuanyi's hunters. More importantly, they'd been working closely with the demonic beast's government, while the Black Snake had kept a neutral stance. So if someone ended up taking the fall for that incident, he already knew exactly who they'd blame. He muttered that he understood, so they should just get out of the way and let them conduct the search. The guards shifted aside, allowing the officers to march straight into the building. Xiao Lexuan remarked that it was the right call since their chief was doing everything to back the Black Snake and, by extension, the Mingjin Dojo. Zhu Rolan cut in, asking if she was finally done talking and announced that if there was nothing else, he'd be heading back. She stopped him, saying there was one last matter. Since their coordinated plan to keep the students detained had fallen apart, their previous agreement was void. He narrowed his eyes and pressed for clarification, and she laid it out plainly. Black Snake had agreed to help them recapture the students and overlook Zuoqi's transgressions. That was the deal. But now that the rebels had taken in the students, they still owed Black Snake a favor. He groaned, accusing her of dragging this up again, and wondered aloud if she was ever going to let it go. She explained that in the Hunter Federation Army's martial training program, not every hunter there could control their powers, let alone release them fully, but there were exceptions. She pointed to their chief as an example, an A-rank hunter wielding S-rank power, and emphasized that was where martial arts training came in. With Mingxin's help, humanity's overall standing would soar. He retorted that he was pretty sure their master had already refused that offer. So if they were still worried about it, she could just train them herself. She dismissed that idea, saying it was impossible since he was already buried in responsibilities. And besides, working with the army wasn't exactly smooth sailing, adding that their chief had been watching him closely because of all the assistance they'd provided. Yet so far, it had been a one-sided give and take, with all the taking on his end. He glared and demanded if that was supposed to be a threat. She waved it off, calling it a friendly suggestion, but then added there was worse news. Their plan had been leaked. Yuan Yi knew everything, and they had gone as far as inviting the Dongtian dojo from the Penglai region to join in. He stiffened and asked about Dongtian, and she confirmed it was the very same Dongtian whose founder harbored a deep, bitter grudge against his master. warning that if they secured the army's support, their position would be in jeopardy, making this their last real chance. Meanwhile, the master of the Dongxian dojo sat in meditation. His disciple approached and announced that the time had come. He rose with cold resolve, declaring that he had waited far too long for this day, and that they would march to Xishan to finally crush his old enemy. Yuan Zhezhia lounged in her mansion, the kind of place that looked like wealth had grown roots. Her assistant reported that the students managed to slip the secret intel to the rebels, and the hunters' bodies were already handled, so no one would suspect anything. She remarked that those men were hers, and half of them died out there just to buy a favor with the rebels. He mentioned that the students would prove useful to their side, so she had earned their trust, putting them one step closer to unmasking their leader. She dismissed any attempt to console her, claiming she had already lost that one, and if she couldn't claim the Black Snake, she'd just have to destroy them. Then she inquired whether the master of the Dongxian dojo had arrived. He replied that he was waiting in the reception room, and she instructed him to bring the man in. A short while later, Master Ning appeared, his presence quiet but weighted. Yuan Jia expressed her thanks to him and Ning Qingshu for waiting, and added that he was recognized as the best in Penglai, so the Yingyi Corporation would reward him handsomely for his cooperation. But Master Ning brushed that off, remarking that rewards weren't his main concern, and pressed her on whether she had arranged the challenge as he instructed. She confirmed it would be decided in 3 rounds as he wanted, one with the disciples, one with the inner disciples, and the last between masters. He inquired if Ming Xin or Special Intelligence had raised objections about the format. She replied that the final say belonged to the government and the military, and she merely presented an idea that caught his interest, prompting him to ask how she framed it. She explained that a 3-round contest would better demonstrate the facility's ability to train its disciples, with the inner disciple round coming first to showcase their elite talent. As for the other disciples, it would display how they trained regular members. Since the hunters the military worked with were mostly average disciples mixed with elites, so they'd be testing quality and quantity alike. He commented that it was an interesting plan and remarked that he'd heard her younger brother was set to inherit the family business, which made it a shame that her abilities might go to waste. She reminded him that the dojo training plan was something Special Intelligence had been pushing for the military, so if he failed to defeat Ming Xin and win the government's acknowledgement, there would be changes in who took over Yingyi. He responded with a dry promise to congratulate her in advance. She leaned in and asked if he was confident. He replied that in Mingxin, the strong fed on the weak, so their outer disciples were often neglected to preserve resources. And though his disciple wasn't an inner one, he was on par with them, personally trained by him, and more than capable of holding his ground. Regarding the inner disciple round, he noted that 2 of their strongest had left, and the remaining 2 were either mentally fragile or inexperienced, so there was little to worry about. She mentioned that in 3 rounds, 2 wins would be enough, and if his disciples took those, the final wouldn't matter. But he insisted on entering the last round himself, saying that through those 3 rounds he would completely crush Zuo Dao and his Mingxin dojo. She countered that the disciple matches would already prove who was more qualified, and there was no need to take that risk since 2 victories would suffice. And she knew exactly what had gone down between him and Zuo Dao. The Orthodox, the Arhats, the Steel Gate, and the 30 schools of Penglai had all been torn apart by him, leaving more than 500 dead, including his master and senior brothers, and he was exiled after they united against him. But 20 years ago, he had been Penglai's worst nightmare. Master Ning commented that she had really done her research. She replied that of course she had, since Zuo Dao and Mingxin still held significant influence in Xishan, and even if he wasn't the strongest anymore with the hunter's rise, he remained a dangerous threat. He remarked that Zuo Dao had long strayed from the righteous path, and their way was about gaining strength through will, not being ruled by it. Over the past 20 years, he had been corrupted by worldly obsessions, wealth, lust, politics, while he himself had pursued discipline and mastery, so he had long surpassed him. She acknowledged her faith in him, but warned that things might not play out as neatly as he expected, since Zuo Dao had vanished, and rumors whispered that he might be hiding, dead by suicide, or already killed. Master Ning remarked that there was absolutely no chance he would die that easily, and besides, that fight would determine the fate of his treasured Mingxin. She replied that she got his thirst for vengeance, but what truly mattered now was that duel. Then her brother jumped in, chiming that he agreed with her. and that the duel was indeed a matter of serious importance. She turned toward him, demanding to know what he was doing there. He explained that the United Hunter Front training program would mark a massive milestone for the Yuanyi. So naturally, they were inspecting key personnel, but she countered that she was the one authorized to decide who got involved, based on the intel she had collected. So he had no business being there. He retorted that there was no need for her to act so cold, since it was perfectly normal for family members to look out for one another. And besides, he had already brought in a few guys to test him. She snapped that it was enough, declaring that Master Ning stood as Penglei's finest, so her brother better mind his manners. Master Ning waved it off, mentioning that it was fine, and that he could see why her brother might harbor doubts. Her brother smirked, saying he was glad to meet such an agreeable Master Ning, then pointed out that the three before him were all A-ranked hunters, and if he could last over 30 seconds, he would pass. Master Ning coolly responded that there was no need to waste time since all three could come at him together. One of the hunters scoffed that the old man shouldn't act so cocky, but Master Ning moved in an instant, his strikes so fast that no one could follow them with the naked eye. Before anyone blinked, the three hunters were hurled through the air while he appeared to stand there without effort. They hit the ground hard, spitting blood. Their bodies went limp, and they lay unconscious. The brother froze in disbelief. He demanded to know how that was possible, shouting that 3 A-ranked hunters had been flattened in a single heartbeat. The assistant noted that the hunters' defenses had meant nothing, and Yuan Jia muttered that she couldn't believe it either. Master Ning explained that his technique came from a cultivation method called Thunderous Tiger Leopard Roar, a path only a few could ever truly master, where energy flows through muscle, bone, and organ alike, constantly reinforcing the body, and each tier of mastery elevates it further. It also serves as a direct attack, channeling energy into one focused burst. It worked like slamming a hammer with such concentrated force that one blow could kill outright, rendering any defense useless, like being struck by a cannon. Against that kind of power, the body becomes a network of weak points, hence its name, the hammer cannon. One strike alone could ripple through the entire frame, breaking every bone in its path. Her brother accused him of crippling the men, fuming about how much he had invested in those A-rank hunters, and declared that Master Ning must be looking down on Yuanyi. Master Ning calmly assured him there was no need to panic, saying the men still lived because he had held back from fully shattering their bodies with his technique, and half a day's rest would be enough to get them back on their feet. Still, he warned, they had their pride, and the next time anyone tried to test them, they might not show such restraint, prompting her brother to admit that he understood and that the Yuanyi Corporation would gladly welcome Master Ning's assistance, granting him full support. Master Ning replied that honestly he cared nothing for the reward, but if anyone dared meddle in his coming fight with Zuo Dao, he would simply return to Penglai and wash his hands of the entire affair. Meanwhile, one of the Mingxin students wondered aloud if everyone had heard about the challenge match scheduled in a month. Another mentioned that it was the reason Xu Ruolan had gathered them and explained it would unfold in 3 rounds, one for the outer disciples, one for the inner, and one among the masters. And another student asked when their master Zuo Dao would return. Someone else worriedly asked if they could even win if he truly didn't come back. Zuo Qi replied, of course. He asked if everyone was ready and announced that they would push forward with next month's training. Xu Ruolan remarked that with word spreading about the undead breakout in the underground cities, he was starting to worry he might stumble into danger himself. Zuo Qi scoffed that it was a joke, tossing out whether he really believed those undead were capable of hurting him, then pointed out that hunters existed for a reason. Xu Ruolan told him to hold it and quit talking, because whatever he had done back there, he wanted no part of hearing it. He wasn't interested, only wanting to know what was happening with the students. Zuo Qi replied that they wouldn't be seeing them again, nor would they have anything to do with the Black Snake Society, and not even the Special Intelligence Department would manage to dig up a trace of that. Xu Ruolan noted that the chaos underground caused the students to disappear, which would naturally become the official explanation, and no one would blame them. The Black Snake Society would take the fall. But he added that the Special Intelligence Department was already dangling a deal, the Hunter Alliance's militarized martial arts program, and even though their master had always opposed it, they had no leverage to refuse right now. Zuo Qi commented that he had nothing to add since it was a perfect setup to seize influence over the military through that program and forge them into their own force. Xu Ruolan pointed out that taking control of the military wasn't going to be easy, And beyond that, they had a bigger mess because the Yuanyi Financial Group had invited the Dongtian Dojo to join, and they'd absolutely accept. Zuoqi pressed about Dongtian. Zhu Ruolan explained that they came from the Penglai region and carried a grudge against their master. So if the army threw support behind them, Mingxin and the Black Snake Society would both be in danger. Zuoqi pressed again, wondering if they were formidable. Zhu Ruolan answered that they were the strongest in Penglai, not ones to underestimate, and it would all be decided in 3 rounds. One among the disciples, one among the inner disciples, and one among the masters. And their timing couldn't have been worse, especially with their master missing. Zuoqi declared that he could handle Dongtian himself, then asked if he was confident about the rest. Zhu Ruolan admitted he wasn't feeling that sure since he and his junior sister had only just begun to grasp true energy, leaving little room for growth, and their master's habit of overlooking the other disciples meant they wouldn't stand a chance against Dongtian's group. Zuoqi remarked that he got the picture, so they might as well start training. Moments later, Zuoqi led the disciples to the training ground. One of them wondered if that was going to be their new training spot, joking that it had to be a prank, while another pointed at the pillars towering 30 to 40 meters high and questioned if they were really supposed to climb them. Zuoqi stated that they'd be stationed on the chains hanging from those pillars, cultivating on top of them for the next month. One disciple blurted that it was madness, while another protested that a fall from there would wreck them, or worse, kill them outright. So he was sure there had been some kind of mistake. Zhu Ruolan confirmed there was no mistake and declared that from that day onward, Zuoqi would serve as Mingxin's substitute master, putting him in full control of the month's training regimen. One disciple repeated if he was the substitute master, Zuoqi, and another checked if he was serious. Sandy remarked that he surely knew. Even as the master's eldest son, he wasn't exactly seasoned in martial arts, making it absurd to let him take charge of their training. Zuoqi instantly swung his fist like he couldn't wait to get things moving. He remarked that he would just have to show off a little to make his point. Everyone froze for a beat when he placed his fist on the pillar. Then the thing collapsed into dust like it owed him money. He casually asked if that was enough for them. Sandy remarked that it was only a soft touch, yet by simply placing his hand there without leaving so much as a scratch or tremor, he still shattered the pillar, proving he could crush brute strength with sheer control. Zuoqi observed that he seemed to have an eye for precision and asked what his name was. He introduced himself as Sandy Lee and declared that mastering the art of gentleness over strength mirrored the peak of true martial skill, so he considered him no different from the master himself, and it would be an honor to train under him. Another disciple jumped in, saying the same went for him, and another followed, eager to join the training too. But one of them scoffed that they were insane and announced he was done with this nonsense, quitting on the spot. Zuoqi told him to go ahead if that's how he wanted it. The disciples spat a curse and ranted that they were all lunatics chasing death just to reach the top of martial arts, demanding what the point was in being the strongest if their time was already gone. Zuoqi commented that it looked like the weak ones had just been weeded out, so it was time to begin. Sandy and the others climbed onto the chains, wobbling as they tried to steady themselves. Sandy figured he had spent 30 minutes just trying to get used to the movement. He wondered what the real training would be like if this was only the start. The chains quivered like wild snakes every time he shifted. He drew a slow breath to calm himself. He reminded himself not to get distracted, or he'd actually fall this time. He had only half an hour, so wasting a second wasn't an option. But he grumbled inwardly that the thing was shaking too much and creeping him out, since it was already swaying like crazy after just one punch. He doubted whether he could even cultivate properly that high up, and hoped Zuoqi wasn't just messing with them. He decided he should stop overthinking because staring below only made him lose focus, and throwing too much force around would just show that he lacked control. So he had to ease up and slow his movements. He told himself to loosen up and picture standing on solid ground. Then he started wondering how long it had been and whether his time was almost up. Pushing his fear aside and locking in on his cultivation, he started losing track of time, his body responding better with each passing moment. It felt like 3 days worth of training packed into one session, and he couldn't help but wonder what the real boot camp would be like after this. Meanwhile, Zuoqi noted with a hint of surprise that none of them had fallen yet, especially Sandy, whose steps were firm and whose heart stayed calm. Zhu Ruolan commented that the disciples taking part were all top-tier elites, hand-picked by him. and Sandy stood out as the best, pushing the others to push harder in that moment. But soon, the rest began losing balance, clutching at the chains as panic set in. One of them broke down, crying for help. Shu Ruolan remarked that it looked like not everyone was cut out for the challenge. Zuoqi replied that there was no need to fret because the real training camp hadn't even started yet, and he was sure they'd all be thrilled once it did. A sack of glowing fruits got handed to the disciples. One of them remarked that the fruits and bottles looked odd, and while he pressed if they were even safe to eat, another cut in, scoffing that the flaming dragon fruit and violet lotus were both premium grade, though he admitted he didn't recognize the bottles. Another chimed in that those were prized treasures from the underground city, said to boost hunters' strength, and even A-rank hunters struggled to get them. But in the black market, that was a whole different game. Then he asked if all that was for them. Zuoqi mentioned he had managed to snag them from the underground cities, but the supply was scarce. So in the end, those goods would go to whoever stayed standing on the chains. They could ambush, surround, do whatever it took, and he wouldn't step in. One disciple demanded if he really wanted them to fight each other 40 meters above the ground, pointing out that they had trained there earlier and that they'd all die. Another urged the rest to look at Sandy, and another called out to him, telling him to calm down. Sandy was on the same chain as Guying. He noted that it wasn't just a spar anymore. If they fell, the lucky ones would be injured badly and the unlucky ones would die. Then he pressed if he had really considered that. Guying told him to shut up and fight. Sandy muttered that even among the outer disciples, he was nothing special, so he couldn't win, and that courage without strength only led to death. Guying snapped that it wasn't sparring. It was life and death. So if he was really that confident, he wouldn't talk so much, then mocked him, asking if he was scared. Sandy figured he could shake him mentally before they traded blows, thinking it'd mess with his mindset. But instead, he got rattled himself and knew he couldn't stall anymore. The chain tightened as both poured their strength into it. Sandy struck with his fist while Guying lashed out with his leg. Sandy barked that he kicked him. Guying remarked that legs were naturally stronger than fists, and on flat ground, kicking left openings. But being above ground changed everything. He swung his leg for another strike. He aimed his knee at Sandy, but Sandy managed to block it. Sandy realized that if they were on flat ground, Guying wouldn't stand a chance. He could have dropped him in under 10 moves. But he sensed Guying was holding back because of the height. He wasn't, and he threw caution away, lunging at him. It went bad, and he couldn't hold it together. Guying growled that he should fall. Then his leg slipped on the chain. Terror flashed across his face. He screamed as he plunged down. Sandy froze in shock. Guying was worried while he was falling. He figured it was only natural for him to be scared when death stared him down. But he still felt fine, since he got to show off in front of the substitute master. And the whole point of that boot camp was to build real elites, so he was sure Zuoqi wouldn't just stand there doing nothing. But Zuoqi simply watched him drop to his death without a twitch. He remarked that it was a fall. Guying was coughing blood while begging for help. One disciple muttered that it was too cruel. Another barked that he really was going to let him die. And another urged someone to call an ambulance, praying they'd make it in time. Meanwhile, Sandy trembled in fear, gripping the chain for his life. He blurted out what would have happened if he had been in that spot earlier. Suddenly, Gaoying's body jerked in an unnatural twist. One disciple exclaimed that he stood back up, while another stammered if his corpse was moving on its own. Guying rose again, though his frame stayed warped and uneven. Zuoqi gathered his aura into his palm. He pressed it over Guying's chest. He reignited his heart. Guying gasped that he didn't feel any pain and that he was still alive, blurting out what was happening to his body. Zuoqi replied that he had restarted his heart, and it was beating again because he used heavenly demonic body restriction removal. Guying pressed him about it, and Zuoqi explained that when his body reached a critical point, he could use it to restore its state. Plus, it boosted his strength for 30 minutes before wearing off. Guying asked if that meant he was about to die, and he replied that he had 30 minutes left. Zuoqi assured him not to panic, since he had refined the technique, and Guying admitted he was relieved to hear it because he had been terrified. Zuoqi added that the upgraded heavenly demonic body restriction removal had weaker healing but lasted longer, so now he had 1 month left. Guying repeated that he had a month, and that meant he'd be dead in a month. But Zuoqi countered that it wasn't over yet since he only had to train his body to handle true qi, and if he managed that, he could undo the technique's effects. Guying froze in disbelief. Zuoqi clarified that this was the whole point of their training. The heavenly demonic body restriction removal would keep activating every day, forcing them to face death in practice. Even if they fell from a great height and broke themselves near death, they'd heal fast enough to keep going. And on top of that, their martial arts would soar. The harder they trained, the tougher they'd get, and survival would follow. One disciple yelled what kind of hellish training that was and branded him a demon, while another snapped what he thought their lives were worth. But another chimed in that they'd achieve countless breakthroughs through it. Zuoqi reminded them that he wouldn't force anyone into it, yet they should ask themselves if they truly craved strength. One disciple declared that he did want to be stronger. Another urged him to grant that power, and another demanded that he use the heavenly demonic body restriction removal on them. The disciples clashed fiercely atop the chains, none of them holding back. One of them spat blood and barked at the other for having the nerve to pull a cheap sneak attack. The other snapped that he got what he had coming and demanded whether ganging up on him earlier counted as fair. The first fired back that he was the one who started everything. Their fists met with a heavy crack. Both toppled to the ground. One cursed and growled that his body should move. Another gritted that he still wanted to fight, and another snarled that he wanted to kill that bastard. Shu Ruolan remarked that he was turning their disciples into bloodthirsty lunatics, and when he questioned if that was really acceptable, Zuoqi waved it off, saying it was just a side effect of the heavenly demonic body restriction removal, and they'd be fine in a month. Shu Ruolan noted that they were healing slower than before. Zuoqi explained that the process only awakened their hidden potential, and didn't give them energy, so their recovery stayed capped each day, and it was time to decide the winner. Sandy and Guing still battled up on the chain. Sandy remarked that no one would have guessed they'd be the last two standing again, so maybe he had misjudged him. Guiying chuckled and told him he could save the compliments for after seeing him flat on the ground. Moments later, Guiying was the one sprawled on the ground, blood at his mouth. Zuoqi congratulated Sandy and declared the spoils his, and Sandy thanked him. One disciple muttered that Sandy won after all. Another mentioned hearing that the fruits and potions from the underground city worked wonders, so the gap between them kept widening. And another swore that it was completely unfair. Zuoqi admitted he had considered that too, so if they still wanted rewards, there'd be another shot, one that would include training for both of them as well. Shu Ruolan pressed if their training wouldn't be as insane and savage as the others. Zuoqi replied that since the two of them had developed true qi, physical drills weren't needed, and what they required was deeper understanding and control of it, but he promised to be gentle. Later, Zuoqi led the two into the courtyard and blindfolded them. He announced that from then on, they would wear blindfolds during daily interactions and use their true qi to sense their surroundings. Shu Ruolan commented that it might be tricky, since he could circulate the energy within his body but couldn't release it. Zuoqi clarified that reaching that level required being a peak expert, and he was still far from that. The young lady suddenly remarked that she might be getting the hang of it because when the energy flowed through her body, her skin and hair, it sharpened her senses to the air's movement and temperature shifts. Zuoqi remarked that it looked like she had a knack for it, though she barely drew any energy from it at first, meaning her attacks wouldn't get much stronger yet, but through sharpening her senses, her body and nerves would start spotting weak points in her enemies. Shu Ruolan commented that he could tell it was quite the soft training and figured it sounded simple when he put it that way. But Zuoqi reminded him that he wasn't finished yet, since under normal conditions, they could improve their sensitivity just by eating and sleeping like that. But with only a month to spare, they needed something extra. He checked if they were prepared and told them to step inside. The disciples entered the courtyard. Shu Ruolan wondered if someone had walked in and who it might be. Instead of replying, one of the disciples swung his sword. Shu Ruolan darted backward to dodge the strike. He noted that it was a sword, and his hand got sliced. The disciple declared that the reward was his, and demanded more. Shu Ruolan muttered that he figured it out. He drove a punch into the disciple, hurling him away. Meanwhile, several disciples encircled the young lady, but she vanished before their strikes could land. She landed clean hits on both of them at once. She then wondered if there was a gun. Bullets tore into the ground. She dashed around to stay out of their line of fire. Shu Ruolan remarked that it seemed a bit extreme. Guiying apologized and explained that they needed the rewards. Zuoqi announced that they could use guns, blades, bombs, or poison. There were no restrictions, and from then on, the outer disciples would be staging ambushes against the two from afternoon until night, earning rewards for every bit of damage they managed to inflict. Xu Rulan questioned if they'd be attacked non-stop from noon till night and pointed out that if rewards were handed out every time, they'd run out of things to give. Zuo Qi mentioned that he forgot to add that the two of them would each receive 5 potions from the reward pile daily, so any earned rewards would be deducted from their share, and once it was gone, he'd carry over the rest to the next day's potions. The young lady accused him of being a demon. Xu Ruolan pressed if that was what he meant by gentle, and wondered if he should thank him for letting them have 12 hours to eat and sleep. Zuo Qi asked if he was joking and explained that those 12 hours were meant for honing their senses, warning them not to call him unfair since the outer disciples got the same deal, 12 hours in chains and the rest spent hunting them down. Xu Ruolan remarked that it filled the entire day and questioned whether they'd ever rest. Zuo Qi told them they could drink as much of his special iced coffee as they wanted, because to reach the peak of martial arts, they had to evolve even in their sleep, and he made sure they understood. The disciples confirmed they did and vowed to chase the rewards. One of them shouted that some idiot had fired rockets, and another barked that it was Sandy, so they'd better take him out first.